Hello everybody, good morning and welcome to a damp Snetterton circuit in Norfolk for the second day of racing organised by the 750 Motor Club. We've had overnight rain, we've had another heavy shower this morning as well, ahead of, as I say, this second day of action on the 300 circuit organised by the 750 Motor Club. It's our 7th, or 8th I should say, event of the season. My name's Ian Soman, up here in the main commentary box. Joshua Barrett is alongside me once again, and we'll hear from Kieran McGinley carrying out post-race interviews a little bit later on. That's the circuit we're on then, the full 3 mile, or very nearly 3 mile, 300 circuit here at Snetterton with its technical infield section, but 2 very long straights as well, which will produce some fantastic slipstreaming action in some of the races. That's the forecast for the next few hours. Overcast at the moment. I say the rain has stopped, but there's more light rain forecast for later on in the day. So we'll see what that means for the racing action. We've just completed qualifying. We've had a wet Club Enduro qualifying session, so that will mix up the grid for the Club Enduro Championship, which has a 3-hour race, a longer race than normal here this afternoon. But we've got 8 races before then, 4 of which come up before the lunch break. We're going to start with the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost Championship. We'll then have the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. That's their second of 3 races this weekend. We've got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship and the Martins Group Formula V Championship. They both have their second and final races before lunch. And then afterwards, we've got the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. Again, the second and final race of the weekend for them. We have a one-off race to mark the centenary of the Austin 7, a 15-minute race for them at about 1:30 this afternoon. And we then go into our final 3 races, the Carb All Porsche Trophy, 40-minute race for those cars, the third race of the weekend for the 750 Formula Championship contenders, and the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship, as I say, will round off proceedings with a 180-minute race. Josh Barrett, as I say, is alongside me here in the commentary box, and as the Locosts are just about to come to the grid, Josh, we're in for a great day's racing. Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because there's this unknown with the conditions on the circuit. As I'm sure you know, if you live in the UK, this is the first sort of significant rain we've had for some time, particularly in this part of the country. So it'll be interesting to see how much grip there is on the circuit. Potentially not a lot from the qualifying sessions we've had this morning. So it's going to be a really different day to yesterday. It's still pretty warm though, so therefore if it does continue to not rain for a while, the track might dry quite quickly. So it's going to be an adaptive day for the drivers to get used to this circuit quickly with what the conditions are like, and adapt if the track does dry out or if we get more rain later. So this is going to be a really interesting day of racing and different to what we've had yesterday, so it should be some great to look for this first race from the Demon Tweaks in Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. So the cars on the grid then for this first race of the day, the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. It's the second race of the weekend for these cars. It's going to be a 13-minute race, and the cars will have a green flag lap as well, given the change in conditions compared to yesterday. So let's talk to you about the grid for this race first of all, and this is based on the second fastest times from yesterday's qualifying session. So on pole position it's number 94 Martin West, and beside him is 84 Carl Roysenars. Row 2 is 87 Craig Land and number 40 David Martin. The third row is 58 Brad Horsnell and 8 Sean Brame. On the fourth row of the grid then, it will be 74 Gary Brandon and 82 Paul Clark. The fifth row is Rob Apsey in 73 and Dave Berry number 28. Kev Straw in 21 and William Wright number 9 are on the sixth row of the grid. On row 7 it will be George Grice in 5 and Ian Hardy number 50. The 8th row is 31 Glenn Griffiths and 52 Alan Harmon. Row 9 is 46 Barry Stewart and 34 Trevor Faunch. Row 10, 25 Tony Mole and 57 Daniel Russell as the green flag lap gets underway. The 11th row is 79 Tom Parker and 27 Mark Drew. Row 12 is 20 Bill Ward and 90 Thor Tuller. And that's the way that the grid lines up. We did have an incident yesterday that brought about a stoppage. A few cars were involved with that, but I can see at least a couple of those that are involved back on the grid for today's race. Yesterday It was a shortened race then, a 4-lap race in the end, and it was won by Craig Land, and that was his 7th victory of the season. He's now won all of the races that he's finished. Martin West, who's the other driver to have won races this season, took 2nd place, and David Martin took 3rd, with Carl Roycenars, Paul Clark and Sean Brame completing the top 6. But what does that mean for the championship, Josh?
Well, it means that Martin West leads the championship because he's been finishing every race. He's finished inside the top 4 in every race. He's been on the podium in all but one. So he leads on 196 points over Craig Land's 181. Those 2 problems at Pembrey with the gearbox set him back a bit. But by the end of the season, drivers can drop their worst 3 scores. So as it stands now, if you think about drop scores, Craig Land is very much the championship leader, really, ahead of Martin West. There are 2 main championship contenders. Carl Roycenars isn't too far away. He's got 159 points. The rest a bit further back. Paul Clark leads the rest ahead of David Martin. And Tom Parker, after 9 rounds of a 16-round Locost Championship for 2022. Yep,
and after this weekend, there's 3 more events at Brands Hatch. That's on the Indy circuit at the end of August. They go to Cadwell Park in September, and Alton Park in October will round out the season. All 3 of those events are double headers. We've already had a couple of triple headers this season on the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch and at Pembrey as well last month. So we've got the cars out there just really to see what kind of grip levels there are. We've had rain this morning, but that stopped half an hour or so ago, Josh, and the circuit probably is now in that sort of in-betweeny greasy conditions, I think, almost the most difficult of all.
Yeah, it's got a lot drier in sort of the last 15 minutes. We had a qualifying session for the Club Enduro just earlier, which obviously there was a lot of cars, a lot of big cars out on the circuit. With those warm conditions, it's drying off pretty quickly already, which actually means you're thinking ahead 20 minutes for the next race. The 750 Formula contenders, they're currently in slicks or wet. What do we go for? So that's something we can look forward to later. But the Locost drivers, they're on treaded tyres anyway. Of course, you can choose different sort of how new the tyres are, so that could come into all of this. But it's all going to be an interesting race to see who's quick in the wet. We haven't really seen much in the way of wet racing this season with the 750 Motor Club, so possibly the first wet Locost race of the year, although more damp now, really.
Absolutely.
And some drivers struggling even on this green flag lap to keep the car on the circuit.
Maybe seeing if there's any grip on the grass, which there'll probably be rather less of today than there was yesterday after the rain that we've had this morning, but you can see it's still rather parched here at Snetterton. The tyres that these cars run on, by the way, they're Yokohama tyres. It's a control tyre in Locost, and the background to the championship is that the chassis design, based on the book by Ron Champion, Build Your Own Sports Car, and the engine for these cars is the 1300cc Ford Crossflow engine, so there's not that much power put out by these cars. The aerodynamics aren't great, but that does produce usually some excellent racing. Lots of slipstreaming. Whether we'll see that today in the damp conditions remains to be seen. It often does change the complexion of the race a little bit, but we'll see what lies ahead. It should be a great race, whatever happens. 13 minutes will be the slightly reduced race distance, and that's because the cars have had to have this extra green flag lap to familiarise themselves with the circuit conditions, which are different to what they had yesterday for practice and the race dry conditions yesterday.
Probably be about 5 laps, won't it, this race, I suspect?
Yeah. Bill Ward has had some problems on the green flag lap, I'm afraid. The driver from Sutton Coldfield, my neck of the woods, he's pulled off though, so I think he's well out of the way, so I don't think that will disrupt the start of this race. We can see there on pole position on the left hand side of shot the number 94 car, Martin West, mainly black car with the green and red livery. Beside him it's another black car but with the yellow roll cage car, Roycenars. The second row, it's the sort of grey and black car, number 87 Craig Land. He's got the orange roll cage, the TSR prepared car, and it's another TSR car of David Martin next to him, number 40. That's the red and white machine. One car is just threading its way through to its correct grid position, having missed its slot. That I think is the 21 of Kevin Straw. I think we do now get the green flag at the back of the grid, so we'll watch for the lights to go on. The 5-second board is shown, and the race about to get underway then. Lights go out now, and away we go, and it's a good start by Roycenars there by the looks of it from the outside of the front of the grid. Craig Land was a little bit sluggish away. He might lose a position or two on the run up to Richie's corner for the first time, but it looks like it's going to be Roycenars number 84 in the lead of the race then, and David Martin from the outside of the second row has managed to move up into second place. So Martin West, the pole position driver, losing a couple of positions as well.
I reckon what was going on there, Ian, was the racing line, which has been dried, which is the left-hand side outside of the circuit, isn't it? That's where everyone was getting the better starts from, the outside of the grid. But Craig Land now passing everybody because they're all going wide.
Yes, very deep. Sean Brame in particular, very deep, and that's Paul Clark that's had a spin. He's been collected by somebody else, some going to the left, some going to the right. It's the 28 car of Dave Berry that's also involved. Paul Clark tries to rejoin, but manages to just about avoid creating another melee in his wake. But certainly a bit of action there up at Wilson Hairpin on the first lap.
I don't think there's much grip out there, Ian. I think that's fair to say. There wasn't much off the line watching the cars get away, particularly on that inside line. But Craig Land, who did initially make a good start, got to the front. They're all over the place trying to work out where the grip is. I don't think anyone's really sure where to go. There's about 5 different lines being taken by the top 5, and only after half a lap everyone's spread out quite a lot here the conditions are tricky. Here comes Paul Clark trying to gain positions back up the inside of 2 cars. Is he going to let the car stop for the corner? Not particularly well, and there's a car in his wake as well.
And that's the number 31 car of Glyn Griffiths. It was Tony Mole that Clark was trying to move past, and Mole was one of the drivers involved in an incident at Murray's in yesterday's race, which brought about the red flag. 3 cars managed to get tangled up, and I think 2 other cars have been involved in the beginning of that incident. But Craig Land then, championship leader, once drop scores are taken into account, with those all those wins so far this season, is getting away from the rest here. Martin West is trying to fight back. Didn't actually see how he managed to fall back as far as he did, but he's getting a place back now along the Bentley Straight from 1 or 2 other drivers.
That was Sean Brame to go 4th at that stage. It looks like he might get, I think that's David Martin for 3rd by the time he gets to the end of this race. It's Cole Rousenars there in 2nd, who did lead at one point in this race. The Martin West, who started from pole, wasn't it? He's now into P3. But say Craig Land's got a decent gap at this stage. So then there's Martin in 4th, then Sean Brame behind him in 5th. But again, everyone moving around the circuit trying to work out where the grip is at this stage. And Dave Berry, one of the drivers who's been involved in the incident, by looks like on the first lap. Yeah,
his front right looks a little bit deranged to me, so I think he might just be coasting back to the paddock rather than anything else. So coming up towards the end of this first lap in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Locost Championship race, a few jostles further down as drivers try and reclaim positions that they may have lost. Royce there looked a little bit scrappy through Murray's, trying to find where the grip is there. All of them really just pushing the limits of adhesion, but it's Craig Land who's in a clear lead. Someone's got a 10-second penalty. We can't see the number of the car that's got the 10-second penalty. That will be for a jump start. It's number 40, David Martin, then, that's got the jump start penalty. And he was, as they crossed the line that time, in 4th position, so that will drop him back down the order. But it was Land by 4 seconds, leading the race as they came through at the end of lap 1 from Roycenars in 2nd, West in 3rd, Martin 4th, but with that penalty, and then Sean Brame 5th, and he is being attacked for that position by the number 9 car of William Wright, the driver from Derby, trying to go up the inside into Wilson Hairpin.
Yeah, William Wright had a really good race yesterday, by far his best result, well inside the top 10, and having a good start to this race, and inside the top 6, even better than yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Possibly he enjoys these damp conditions that we faced with this morning. That first lap of the race took just over 3 minutes for Craig Land to complete. The fastest lap, obviously not from a standing start yesterday, was much quicker than that. Just trying to remind myself of exactly how fast that was yesterday. It was a 2:23, so that's an illustration of how difficult these conditions are.
William Wright has now gone around the outside of Sean Brame there at Agostini, so yeah, he's enjoying this. He's up to 5th position now, which I guess really is 4th because David Martin ahead. We know about that penalty of 10 seconds, so William Wright here at Snetterton is enjoying this weekend. Hardy completes the top 10 after 2 laps of racing, and we're at half distance now in this race after 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, 6.5 minutes. This lead of almost 8 seconds, probably more than 8 seconds now by the time he's heading down to Agostini once again. It is Martin West in 2nd position, Carl Roy in 3rd, and it's another big gap back to 4th position. That's where we find William Wright as in 3rd, and it's another big gap back to 4th position. That's where we find William Wright as our picture exit of Agostini by number 79, Tom Parker, as well.
Star of this race, isn't he? Tom Parker, who was the fastest driver at Silverstone as well, but didn't get the results that his pace that suggested.
Had a win last season, I think, didn't he? At what point was it? It was a podium contender. It's not, things haven't panned out from this year so far, but down a little bit.
Another fastest lap for Martin West, despite what was quite an off-track excursion there at Murray's, but that is battered by Tom Parker. So Tom Parker's got the fastest lap of the race now at 2 minutes 48.22. But no one's really going to be close enough to catch the cars in front. Craig Land's actually caught the car because he's lapping Kevin Straw there at the Wilson hairpin.
Another driver to go well from 9th on the grid up to 4th position, one of his best results, I should think. Number 73, 5th to number 9, William Wright, so that's a best result.
Land. Well, he'll only get 2 points on Martin West, though, because Martin West has got the fastest lap, 2 minutes 46.96. So it'll be 13 points on net scores after this weekend at Snetterton, as Ian said earlier, Brands Hatch in September and Alton Park in October. So it's all Motorsport Vision circuits for the Locost Championship to conclude their season, and all is still to play for, really, despite all those wins for Craig Land because of those problems earlier in the year.
Absolutely right. Apologies, by the way, for any technical difficulties we're having both on the live stream and with Circuit PA. We are working on those, and we will hopefully get all of those resolved before too much longer. So we've got another 3 races to come before the lunch break. We're going to start with the race parts 750 Formula Championship. That's going to be up next, and there will be the scheduled 1 green flag lap for those cars and a 15-minute race. And then it's the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship and the Martins Group Formula V Championship as well to round out the morning's action before we're back underway just after 1 o'clock with the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship, the Centenary race for the Austin Sevens, the Calm All Porsche Trophy, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship having their 2nd race of the day, 3rd and final race of the weekend, and of course we round off with the 180-minute race, the 3-hour race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship as well. So hopefully we'll be able to head down to the Parc Ferme area in a moment to hear from our successful drivers at the end of the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Low-Cost Championship. But we're not quite ready and able to go down there just yet. So as I say, Low-Cost have 3 more meetings to round out their season. There's more 750 Motor Club action, by the way, next weekend. That's at Donington Park. Live streamed affair there. And then on the Sunday, to mark the Summerfest, the BMW Car Club gathering taking place at Donington Park for the first time. Then there'll be selected races, the BMW races, effectively during the course of the day.
Laps left, so yeah, but very, very happy with that from 21st. We had a bad weekend so far, so good way to round it off.
A good way to round it off, and in tricky conditions. I mean, talk us through those conditions.
Yeah, the track was developing lap after lap, and it was just unbelievably greasy. It was using wet lines then dry lines, and just changing every single lap trying to find the grip. So yeah, very tiring and stressful, but we got there in the end, eh? Yeah.
Well, Tom, congratulations on your podium. Go and celebrate with the rest of your team.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Tom Parker then in 3rd place, and that wraps up our first race today. Next up, it's the Race Part 750 Formula Championship.
Yes, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship already off onto its green flag lap for this 2nd of 3 races this weekend for this category. First time they've ever had a triple header. Yesterday, the win in the end going the way of Mark Glover from Christopher Johnson and Chris Goff, but that was only after Oliver Collett was given a 10-second penalty for being involved in an incident when battling with Peter Bove for the lead of the race. Bove being classified 5th and Collett 4th in the end. This grid, though, has a completely separate grid to it, and I don't know if we can bring that up on the screen for you, but if not, I will run through it from my information here. So a pole position is number 1 Peter Bove, and beside him would have been number 77 Bill Cowney, but sadly Bill didn't get beyond qualifying yesterday. 2nd row is number 2 Chris Goff and 31 Ollie Collett. The 3rd row is 4 Mark Glover and 17 Richard Rothery. The 4th row 6 and 38, that's Simon Bolter and Christopher Johnson. 5th row, 9 and 12, that's Richard Jenkins and Conway Dorr. Row 6, 21 and 39, that's Hugh Davis and Matthew Unwin. On the 7th row, 70 and 8, Martin Depper and William Smith. The 8th row, 67 and 30, 67 Paul Mason and 30 Ulrich Killiam. And row 9 is 42 and 28, Martin Kemp and Alan Bunter. So that's the way that the grid should line up. Yesterday, a first defeat of the season for Peter Bove, and how does that affect the championship, Josh?
Yeah, well, we should say Oliver Collett won on the road, didn't he? But didn't actually get classified as the winner after a post-race penalty, so that was lent away of Mark Glover. But Peter Bove still scored some points, so still leads the championship. He's 20 points ahead of Oliver Collett, 116 for Bove, 96 for Collett. Richard Rothery third in the championship on 83. Then yesterday's race winner, former champion Mark Glover, he's there fourth in the championship on 77, ahead of Chris Goff and Simon Bolter. But yesterday's race was pretty interesting, wasn't it? We had a 4-car battle for the lead for most of it as well. Peter Bove had a collision, didn't he, with Oliver Collett as they went side by side into Ritchie's, which sent Peter Bove spinning. He did a good job to keep it out the barriers, and as we say, Oliver Collett was deemed at fault for that, I guess, and therefore he was penalised, and that meant Mark Glover, well, the win went to him, his first win for a little while. But probably the most impressive driver was Christopher Johnson, wasn't it, who was going to win by far better than we've seen him go before, and actually finished in second position in the end.
Yeah, he was very pleased with that result, and obviously by the time we interviewed him he thought it was only a third position, but it was corrected, if you like, to second position, was the 10-second penalty was applied to Oliver Collett after his incident with Peter Bove, and Bove was fortunate to avoid the Armco. He was telling us over breakfast this morning, and it's good to see that he's back out there today and gunning again for his 50th victory in the history of 750 Formula. We thought that possibly the only other driver that might have got there, well, maybe a couple. Mick Harris, who's been a 10-time champion down the years, he could well have racked up that many victories, I guess. And Bob Simpson also, just because he's been racing in the Formula for so long, more than 50 years before his sort of retirement, it will be also up there. This is then a 15-minute race for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. Just the one green flag lap as scheduled, so we should be back to 15-minute racing for the rest of the day. And it is Peter Bove then on pole position on his own. Oliver Collett there's got a tempting looking gap in front of him where Bill Cowley should have been, so we'll see if he can make anything of that. And that certainly was the side of the grid in the previous race where drivers were able to make a better start. But the green flag now waved at the back of the grid. The 5-second board is shown. Lights are about to go on, which they do. They go out now, and the race gets underway. Good start by Chris Goff, actually, from the inside of the second row of the grid, and he's going to thread his way through that gap and get alongside Peter Bove on the run down to Ritchie's for the first time. So that's Chris Goff in the violet coloured number 2 car, and he does swoop ahead of the orange Derby of Peter Bove as they head into Ritchie's for the first time then in this 15-minute race. Number 8 car you can see going through the STZ Mark 1 of William Smith, but it's the CGR2 Evo that's made the best of the starts. That's Chris Goff then. He's got ahead of Collett, and Peter Bove has gone down to 3rd position ahead of the 2018 and 2019 champion Mark Glover in 4th position.
Yeah, that's right, Ian. We suspect everyone's picked wet tyres for this race. We've had a spin there. That's Simon Bolter, I think, in 6th in the Derby. He should be able to get back going. And it's very close as they come here out of Palmer for the first time of this 15-minute race. There's local driver Richard Jenkins, who I suspect to go well in these conditions, but it's side by side for the lead. Mark Glover slots ahead of Chris Goff down towards Agostini, and Peter Bove tries to get involved as well.
Ollie Collett even taking the lead of the race, yes. So Collett in the number 31 car. That's Glover trying to go around the outside of Chris Goff, because he's going to go from first almost back to 4th in the space of a couple of corners here. Although, because Glover was wide over the curb there, he's had to tuck back in behind Goff. But Collett, now he's got through into the lead. He's gone off like a scalded cat, hasn't he? So he's certainly made a move. Glover having another go. That Oggy is down the inside of Chris Goff. And although Goff made a great start to the race, seemingly the handling not all that it might be over the next few corners, and he's losing a little bit of ground now.
Yeah, that's correct. So hopefully our name driver's correctly for the rest of this race. There's Chris Goff then, number 2 out of Williams. There's a big puddle on the exit of that corner, so that shows you we did have quite a lot of rain overnight here in Norfolk. But here's Collett, as you say, getting away. Bove in 2nd, Glover 3rd, 4th is Goff, who did lead, as we say. Here's Bove then, the championship leader, turning his way through Brundle. Then Nelson, his car's twitching about those. He tries to put the power on in these small engined cars, 1108cc Fiat fire engined machines, all these cars are. But not too much grip as we know out there today at this stage, but the track drying all the time. It's just greasy now, really. No spray being kicked up by the cars, despite the puddling here and there. They're off track. They're in 5th position, a good first lap for Matthew Unwin in 39. He started back on the 6th row of the grid, and Martin Kemp from the back is behind him, so there's been some real changing of positions a little bit further down the order.
Yeah, and Christopher Johnson has sort of pretty much held station, I think. The driver that was on the podium yesterday, I think he's in about 8th place as they come through, but it's Collett leading at the end of lap 1 by around about 4 seconds. Very tight, just going past our camera there. That was Richard Jenkins and Martin Kemp in 6th and 7th positions. Johnson actually gone back a place to 9th, but we're watching Collett there with this 4-second lead at the end of the first lap in his race kits Falcon from number 1 Peter Bove in 2nd. He's been the champion from the last 2 seasons and now a 6-time champion altogether after all of his many years racing in 750 Formula. And Mark Glover, the champion in 2018 and 2019, as we said, 2 years before Peter Bove, there in 3rd position. And the gap it's merging now back to Chris Goff in 4th, Matthew Unwin in 5th. Richard Jenkins, as you say, he's going pretty well. He started where on the grid? Trying to spot him on the grid now.
Row 5.
Row 5 of the grid, right. So he's made a little bit of progress so far.
Just looking back though, Pembrey was a very wet race, much wetter than this. He finished 2nd there in the wet, so he likes these more tricky conditions, and we've seen him already progress past Martin Kemp. Quite a bold move, tight up against the pit wall at the start of that, but for 2nd place Ian, it's getting closer.
Yeah, Glover's caught the 2nd place man Peter Bove, who was about 1.3 seconds behind, as rain is starting to fall on our commentary box window again, so that's going to change things. Certainly from the drier conditions, and Peter Bove running a little bit wide there on the exit of Williams. I think that might give Mark Glover the opportunity to really pick up the toe as they head down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle and Nelson. There you can see him jinking, looking initially to the right hand side of the circuit, then the left hand side of the circuit, which would give him the inside line for Brundle. No concern though for Oliver Collett, who's still then looking for his first proper win of the season after his disappointment yesterday. There in the background you can see Glover and Bove were side by side, and they're still side by side now as they're heading towards the bomb hole. We'll probably just see them flash through shot. No, we don't quite see them flash through shot because they are a few seconds behind the leader Collett. We're just going to try and pick up the next 2, and Glover has gone through now, so he sealed that move at the bomb hole really. They're heading through Coram. It's Glover now number 4 up into 2nd position, and Peter Bove number 1 down to 3rd.
And just behind them it's side by side as well. If we look in the background, we'll pick that up. Oh, there's contact actually between Chris Goff and Richard Jenkins. He goes to a full 360, almost caught it but didn't quite.
And then 180 the other way again, so he's now pointing in the wrong direction. Hopefully everyone will manage to avoid him. He gets off the circuit. Let's just hope he doesn't become beached on the curb there. So that's a great shame for Richard Jenkins, who was looking to make up places. He now dropped pretty much down to the back end of the top 10, I think.
Yeah, he was going around the outside of Chris Goff, which I thought was pretty bold around Coram anyway, so whether he lost it and then they sort of come into contact when they come into our shot. But that sort of held up Chris Goff, and obviously Richard Jenkins lost a number of positions.
Ollie Collett then on the first flying lap did the best lap of the race, a 2:29.23. That's about 16 seconds off the lap time that Christopher Johnson did yesterday. He set the fastest lap in yesterday's race, so that shows you how difficult the conditions are today with a lack of grip there. That's Alan Bunter in the Shark, number 28, the printer from Yeovil, and he has behind him Simon Bolter, who I think we said had that spin on the opening lap, didn't he? So he's trying to come back. They're currently fighting for 14th and 15th position, and another driver on the comeback mission then is Richard Jenkins, who crossed the line 11th at the end of lap 2.
Looks pretty grim down that end of the circuit, doesn't it? Down at Wilson on our camera shot. Then here, the next camera at Palmer, it's sort of drier again. So I think down there at Wilson, perhaps that's where the rain is arriving first, and that's actually caught out one of the drivers, number 70, Martin Depper, who's came into 750 Formula this year from being having lots of success in the historic series in the past, but he's had a spin down there at Wilson, where the rain is arriving first, it would seem.
I've been told off by Lisa Palmer. Bob Thompson's not retired. I've not seen him yet this season.
He suggested in that interview to me that he might do one more, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
At Cadwell Park,
You're
and
that
might be the last one then. But
it's good to know we're being watched anyway, Josh. So Ollie Collett heading up towards the Brundle-Nelson competition. I wonder if Martin Kemp's going to be Mark Glover even is going to catch him this time.
But what happened to Peter Bove? He was only a second behind Glover at the start of that. He's miles behind now. There he is, Peter Bove.
Has he had a little spin or a little off, possibly off camera?
Or is he just making sure he gets the points?
Well, he's lapping still several seconds a lap faster. He's 9 seconds ahead of Chris Goff at the start of the lap, so he wants to perhaps just make sure he can bring the car home in third position in these difficult conditions, in the sense that you don't need to want to push harder than you need to, really. And if he's happy that he can still come home for third in these positions.
The other fault here, Ian, is probably most of these drivers only bought one set of wet tyres.
Yes.
It's not that wet on the track. You don't want to destroy the wets in this race, although Peter Bove had a bit of a moment there. And you could, I reckon, in these conditions, you could damage your wet tyres. So then if we have a proper wet race later today, which is...
He was only 2 seconds slower than his previous lap, because he's moved up to 5th place now in the number 17 PRS, which is on screen now. That's the car that David Bartholomew took to the 2015 championship title. Alan Bunter's just had a spin at Murray's, but he's recovering.
Yeah, look at the weather away from... It's not really raining here where we are.
It's really just that corner, isn't it? Sort of the Wilson and Williams corner of the circuit. It seems to be really wet.
Yeah, well, it's only a few hundred metres away from here, but it's certainly not so nice conditions on the other side of the circuit, and that's where the time is to be found or lost, I suppose, by the competitors out there. So you mentioned Richard Rothery going well, so he's catching Chris Goff now for what is 4th position, and they're heading down towards Agostini, and they're pretty much together now. Then with Matthew Unwin and Martin Kemp had that really good first lap. He hasn't really made any more progress. Richard Jenkins has been in the pits after that off earlier. He's going back out though onto the circuit.
Yes, so he's gone to the back of the field now, 15th and final position here. So watching Chris Goff and Richard Rothery. Now there was 2 seconds between them at the start of the lap. There's only about 2 car lengths between them now as they're about halfway around the lap at Oggies, and got some quite wide lines being taken, almost dare I say karting lines possibly being taken to try and find the grip. There is Glover in 2nd place, and there is Bove. Now there was about 5.5 seconds between them at the start of the lap. How are we doing for time? 10 minutes, just under 10 minutes into this race, and it therefore is 5 laps to go, so they'll probably get 2 more laps.
Yeah,
I would think,
probably be 6 lap race.
Yeah.
Here's Collett out of Murray's, and then a gap back to Glover, who, if anything, Peter Bove is closing in, maybe, possibly not. We'll see what the lap times are at the end of that, but certainly Oliver Collett is going away out front. There I can see Richard Rothery has got himself ahead of Chris Goff, hasn't he, into that 4th position. And we'll see if he's able to pull away now he's ahead. You know, the lap times are better again because Oliver Collett's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 2 minutes 29.15. So it was just that one lap really where it rained on the other side of the circuit.
Yeah, and Peter Bove's just done his personal best lap as well, a 2:30.95. He was more than 2 seconds faster than Mark Glover that time. Here the fight is on for 6th and 7th, and this is Martin Kemp trying to get back ahead of the 39 car of Matthew Unwin. And it's Unwin and Kemp in that order as they go across the line. That's for 6th and 7th positions.
Conway Dorr is one of the fastest drivers on the circuit in 8th position. He's just on a 2 minutes 32. That's quicker than Mark Glover, who's in 2nd.
That's in the ex-Dave Robson star that he's acquired and is racing this season.
Yeah, he went well back at Silverstone, where he got a 3rd and a 4th place finishes there in what were dry conditions.
So there is Chris Goff, now behind Richard Rothery, because Rothery did a 2:32.7 on that lap. He was more than 2 seconds faster than Goff. He's back down to 5th position. I don't think he's quite... I suppose he could be caught by Conway Dorr by the end, just about. Dorr might make up a couple of more positions before the end here. He's got to catch Kemp and Unwin first, though, as we watch the 17 car turn in. That's the PRS of Richard Rothery, the driver from Reading.
Peter Bove nearly caught Mark Glover on this lap, just still going out onto the Bentley straight. That gap's not that much now compared to what it once was. Here's Chris Goff, he's there in 5th position. He had a good season last year, finishing 2nd in the championship. This year's not gone quite so well for him so far. Still currently 5th in the championship after a couple of podiums. Oliver Collett, though, he's well out in front. 12.5 seconds after 4 laps, and he turns his way towards the end of lap 5, with just 1 lap to go, we think, at the end of this one.
The last lap board is being prepared beneath us here in the commentary box, so I think Collett will see that last lap board very shortly and go on to his final lap of the race. I think if he can bring this home, I think he'll be much happier with this result than yesterday, because he was a little bit sheepish perhaps after the incident with Peter Bove in yesterday's race, and he did subsequently get a penalty for that. So here I think from what we've seen, it's been a good clean race.
Big spin for the championship leader Peter Bove down at Murray's. He's rotated the car. There he is on the Alpha Live pictures and trying to get going. He's beached the car, has he? Here he is.
Yeah, it's the wing, the front wing of the Derby sort of dug into the ground because of a dip in the...
It's broken it.
It's broken the front wing, and so how is he going to be able to get that car home without any further damage? You can hear it dragging on the tarmac now as he rejoins, just ahead of Richard Rothery.
What's the likelihood of being a spare part here ready for the last race?
And so he's now lost that position to Rothery, so Rothery's going to have gone up into 3rd position. So both actually until that hadn't lost a position with that incident. And
Oliver Collett's on a 2:24 now, so we're not huge amounts away from yesterday's dry pace, considering the cars were on wet tyres.
Yeah, 2:13 yesterday, the fastest lap. And Conway Dorr did a 2:28 that time, so he's pretty much with Matthew Unwin now. He's got ahead of Martin Kemp, so just try and keep an eye on that battle as well. That's the number 6 car for Simon Bolton, so he's made his way back to 11th after he was had a spin on the first lap. I think probably most of the drivers behind him have now had those issues of their own, had incidents or whatever. There's Bove, and yep, you can hear that, can't you, on the effects mic, the front wing just rubbing onto the ground there. He's already lost the position to Rothery. I wonder if Chris Goff will be able to get back through as a result of that. Meanwhile, just pulling onto the Bentley Straight for the final time is the race leader, number 31, Oliver Collett.
Yeah, that's right. Win number 50 is a bit difficult to come by, isn't it, for Peter Bove? It's cursed so far, it would seem, with problems in both of these races at Snetterton. But for Ollie Collett, well, this has all gone very well indeed. He's been pulled away early on and then just driven away from everybody in fantastic form. This is what we thought might happen at some point this year. He was really quick at Silverstone. Pembroke wasn't so good. He was quick again yesterday, but we know what happened there. But this has been faultless, I think. He set a lap of 2:24 on the previous lap, 14 seconds ahead of Mark Glover, and he turned through Murray's for the final time.
Yeah, and he's looking a little bit happy with himself this time, isn't he, as he comes out of the final corner at Murray's onto the centre straight. Checkered flag is made ready. Yeah, he's got his hand out to the cockpit already. Yes, much happier Oliver Collett today. That's really great to see. Very pleased to get that win under his belt, and it's been a dominant performance as well, as Josh said.
Where's Mark Glover?
Mark Glover is here now. Yes, he's coming through in 2nd position.
And Peter Bove is getting 3rd position back around the outside of Richard Rothery. Damage or not, he's trying to come through. He brakes really late into Murray, so this is where he went off a lap ago.
And they're going to be side by side out of the corner. It's Richard Rothery that's got back ahead on the exit. And the snowplow behind him is going to try and find a way through, but no, I think he's going to fail to do so. So Richard Rothery then getting a podium. That's his 3rd podium of the season, I think, in the PRS. Peter Bove this time taking 4th position, although he did his best lap of the race on the final lap. Chris Goff takes 5th. Conway Dorr did get up to 6th place in the end, so that's a good result for Conway Dorr as well, making his way through the field. Matthew Unwin in 7th, and then the Martin Kemp car is yet to come through. It's about to come through. Here he is to take 8th place, number 42. And Christopher Johnson just loses out on the line, actually, to Hugh Davis in the number 21 Phoenix Fire. So Hugh Davis takes the position, and still battles to be resolved here as well, Josh.
Yeah, because we just saw Alan Bunter go down the inside of Simon Bowles for another driver who's come through from the historic champion. Peter Bove spun on the way back to Parc Ferme, has he? That's not going to go down too well, I shouldn't think. But for 11th position, Simon Bolter got that position back ahead of Alan Bunter. And then William Smith, Martin Depp and Richard Jenkins should all take the flag.
Yes, so that was certainly a very entertaining race, although the victory margin for Oliver Collett, more than 16 seconds, doesn't suggest that's the case. In the number 31 car, Mark Glover, 2nd number 4, 3rd number 17, Richard Rothery just fending off Peter Bove over the line by about 0.4 of a second. And Chris Goff, who started the race so well, led into the first corner, but soon was shuffled back. He took fifth place in car number 2, and Conway Dorr in number 12 completed the top 6.
I think that'll be 7 points clawed back by Ollie Collett. So down to 13 points, the championship lead going into the third race of the weekend. First time 750 Formula's had 3 races in a weekend. That's happening here this weekend at Snetterton. So we'll see these cars again today.
We certainly will. 2 more races to come before the lunch break. The Demons Week's Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship in just a few moments' time, and then we will have the Martins Group Formula V Championship, our final single-seater action of the weekend. Let's head down to Park Fermo once again. Kieran McKinley.
Yes, I'm here now with our top 3 of that last race. I'm here with our race winner in Oliver Collett. Ollie, much happier this time around. There's a smile on your face with that victory. How are you feeling?
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, it was a bitter pill to swallow yesterday, and yeah, it took some sort of recovering from, and yeah, it's just amazing to bounce back like that. It feels mega.
And of course, it's still tricky conditions out there. So how did you face that? What tyres? What setup did you plan?
Yeah, we didn't mess with the setup in the end. Went wets to start with, and then it looked like it was drying out. So yeah, put the slicks on, and yeah, it was definitely the right call.
Definitely the right call. One more race to go then. What do you think for the last one?
Oh, more of the same would be great. You know, yeah, just got to say, same as yesterday. You know, my dad's worked so hard to put this car together. We've had a lot of issues, and yeah, it's awesome to have something to show for it now. Really cool.
Well, great stuff. Congratulations on the victory, Ollie, and good luck for race number 3 later today.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a chat and see if I can find our second place driver in Mark Glover. Mark, second place for you today in treacherous conditions. What did you make of it out there?
It started off all right, and then it got a bit slippy about 5 minutes in when it started raining again. And so it made it awkward for about 2 or 3 laps. And then it started to dry up again.
Yeah, we got reports of rain just on the first 2 corners. So how did that sort of affect your race?
Well, it was actually through the infield as well. So it just made it a bit more tricky, really. And you just need to judge where the grip was. And you don't get many laps here to correct any mistakes that you make either.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on second place, and well, we'll see you in later on.
Thank you.
And with that, unfortunately, we're out of time. So we're going to head down for our next race, which is the Demon Twigs Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship.
And there you can see the cars on the grid for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship, their second and final race of the weekend. Let's have a look at how the grid is going to line up. On pole position, it's the number 87 car, Stuart Place, and besides him is 46, Chris Deere. The second row is 40, Paul Thorpe, and 47, Robert Campbell. Third row, 93, Ben Bateman, and 8, Pete Morgan. Row 4 is 88, Martin Kayser, and 6, Andy Philpotts. On the 5th row, 39 and 41, that's Martin Rogers and Jason Wood. On the 6th row, 18 and 26, Darren Bassingthwaite and Paul Brock. The 7th row, 48 and 12, Neil Dudman and James Hazelhurst. On the 8th row, 33 and 58, 33 Ryan Clark and 58 Pete Osgerby. On the 9th row, 90 and 30, 90 Finley Greenman, 30 William Humphries. The 10th row, 62 and 92, 62 Alan Julian, 92 Rick Groom. The 11th row, 2 and 91, 2 Terry Deere and 91 Steve Groom, and 89 Titch Kelsall at the back of the grid. And they are getting a green flag lap here for these cars. We will watch them head off onto their green flag lap then. We've not yet had time to explain what happened yesterday, Josh, so perhaps you can fill us in on the results and how that affects the championship.
Yeah, that's right. It was Stuart Place that took a win. Despite a problem towards the end of the race for him, he managed to get the car to the end. And he beat the 2 championship contenders, really, Chris Deere and Pete Morgan, which meant the championship closed up only slightly. Pete Morgan's on 150, Chris Deere on 133, so 17 points, the gap between those two. They're a long way clear of anybody else in the championship. Paul Thorpe, 3rd in the championship, he finished 4th yesterday. Martin Rogers, Martin Kayser and Richard Kelsall inside the top 6. Quite a lot of work went on in the paddock yesterday. I know Ben Bateman had a drive shaft failure while he was in 3rd position, so that was a real disappointment for him. I think there's a few damaged cars after contact, so I think those cars have been, or tried to attempt to be fixed. We'll see how many cars there are at the start. Martin Kayser was telling me he had a lack of power. So he was trying to sort that this morning, so we'll see how he gets on. And everybody now is going to try and work out how much grip is out there. Interesting to hear there from the 750 Formula drivers, they were actually on slick tyres, but they were still over 10 seconds off of where they'd want to be. And we've had a few spots of rain, and we know certainly from the low-cost race it was very slippery. So this, again, going to be interesting for these front-wheel drive hatchbacks, only running the 1600cc engines. Got the Fiestas, XR2s and XR2is. You've got the Peugeots at the front there, the two Peugeot 205 GTIs, the Vauxhall Nova GTE out there. And we've got the Metro back out, Terry Deer out in the Rover Metro GTI, which is great to see.
Yeah, 1.4 litre car that, and I know that Chris Deer, who was saying on the podium yesterday how good it was to be racing against his dad, he said his mission was to try and lap him, but he didn't quite manage that, and he's going to have a further challenge today because it's now only going to be a 12-minute race. This because we've had the green flag lap to allow these drivers to familiarise themselves with the track conditions. So a slightly shorter race distance will probably lose a lap because of that, sadly.
Yeah, I guess it'll probably be a 5-lap race like the Locost.
Yeah,
probably.
I would think so. But the conditions now are drier than they were for the Locost, so the lap time should be, relatively speaking, a little bit quicker.
So in the dry conditions yesterday, we really saw the two Peugeot drivers dominate the race, Stuart Place and Chris Deer. But whether that will translate now to what is a slightly damp circuit, I guess we'll find out over the 12-minute race. There's Paul Thorpe, who had a bit of a scary moment yesterday, although he seemed more relaxed about it when I chatted to him this morning than what we were at the time. And like he said, he didn't really lose many places out of all of it, so we'll see how he gets on today. It was Robert Campbell who actually starts alongside him, who made contact with him, and Robert Campbell had to retire because of it. But he came on really well at Pembroke. He was really quick there, but didn't get the results his pace suggested. So we'll see if Robert Campbell is still quite new to racing, can improve on his best result this weekend. His best result before now is 8th in the classification. So good grid, a bigger grid of classic stock catches here this weekend. We said the varied cars as well, although a lot of Peugeot 205s to the front. You've got the 3 inside the top 4s. A few people telling me yesterday or on Friday that the Peugeot's probably got a few more miles per hour at the end of the straights, but perhaps in these conditions that might be a little bit less important. But it's Chris Deer on the front row there, Ian, alongside Stuart Place.
Yeah, 42 years of age, Chris Deer, technical sales engineer from Farnborough. He's supported by his wife Julie and son Lucas, who is a keen cadet karter as well. Chris started racing back in 1998, so when he was still a teenager, and he was the MG Metro Cup novice champion that year and the overall champion in 2004. He's been a European MG midget champion as well in 2006. But it's been good to have him in the Classic Stock Championship for the past couple of seasons. In this Peugeot 205 GTI 1989 car that was originally built by Mac Jessup. Chris acquired it 3 years ago, and it's been rebuilt many times at Chafer Racing Development since. He said it's now probably version 3.
We heard from Chris Deer yesterday, didn't we, that on Friday he blew the engine, so they had to have a trip out to put a new engine in, which I think took about 5 hours or so. But he got back here, and obviously that new engine went pretty well yesterday.
So cars forming upon the grid then. 12-minute race for the Dimitri Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship on what for the moment looks like it's going to be a drying circuit during the course of this race. Last couple of cars just coming into position. It should be, I think, Titch Kelsall right at the back in the number 89 car. I expect him to make some progress through the field. We get the green flag, so we have the 5-second board now shown. We're about to go racing once again for the Dimitri Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship. Ooh, was there a little bit of creeping there from the pole position driver, number 87, Stuart Place, as the lights went out. He's made the best of the starts. Chris Deer has slotted in behind him. Robert Campbell is dropping back down the order like a stone, so possibly some kind of gear selection issue for him, as he is swamped by pretty much the whole pack as they head up towards Rich's Corner for the first time. It's Paul Thorpe there in third position, Pete Morgan, the championship leader, trying to go into fourth spot as they all head around Rich's Corner for the first time. But you can see there the yellow 205 of Robert Campbell. He had lost probably, well, he dropped about halfway down the field. There is the 46 car, though, of Chris Deer, similar liveried car, chasing after Stuart Place. It's side by side between the two XR2s, the carburetted XR2s for third and fourth. Paul Thorpe at the moment just fending off Pete Morgan, who'll be carrying a bit more success, Palace still.
Yeah, but not quite as much as yesterday. So I think that would have taken a bit of ballast out. But he's got past Paul Fort. Those two cars very close together when they were side by side out of the hairpin. Titch Kelsel's gained a load of position from the back of the grid, so watch out for him. He was quick yesterday. But the two Peugeots are going away, Stuart Place and Chris Deere. Pete Morgan's third. We said he's braking extremely late into the hairpin. See if he gets around the corner. Paul Thorpe is there in fourth position. Which, yeah, he's still fourth actually, if anything. Morgan gained time, and he's right on now with his championship contender, Chris Deere. He looks down the inside of Chris Deere there into Hamilton. That didn't work out. We've got side-by-side action a bit further back between Finn Groom and Paul Brock. They're leaning on one another as well, so we'll see how that all pays off when they get to the next corner, which they do so now. Finn Groom on the inside, Paul Brock on the outside. And there's Titch Kelso behind, who started from the back.
Yeah, so he has made excellent progress already during this course. There's the minute I think of Pete Osgerby there with its the Nova of Pete Osgerby with its rear bumper just a little bit askew there. Fingroom has made good that place. He's got ahead now of number 26 Paul Brock, but Titch Kelsel's going to go past both of them. It's like a rocket ship down the Bentley Straight. Titch Kelsel's going to get the place, I think, but there's the race leader Stuart Place there, number 87. He's made quite a decent fist of this first lap, hasn't he, because he's a long way clear of Chris Deere in second, Pete Morgan in third, Ben Bateman in fourth, and Paul Thorpe's lost ground quite a bit because the next car through as well is that the Andy Philpott's car, number 6 is, and Paul Thorpe behind him was in third, now sixth. Yeah,
that's right. So here's Deere, Morgan and Bateman. They're absolutely together as they turn their way here through Coram, and Chris Deere probably brakes a bit earlier than the two cars behind him, but he manages to get through the corner well, so that means he'll have a good exit, and there's some real battles going on behind as well.
Absolutely right. So out of Murray's they all come in while the leader Stuart Place goes across the line to complete his first lap, and he's nearly 2 seconds ahead of Chris Deere, number 46 in second place. Pete Morgan third, and then Ben Bateman is in fourth position. Andy Philpott's fifth and Paul Thorpe sixth. Titch Kelso was up to 10th from the back of the grid, so that was an excellent start for him. And Robert Campbell, who made that poor start, he dropped to 11th place on the opening lap.
Side by side between Morgan and Bateman here as they head down into the hairpin. A little bit of needle between these two after something that went on track yesterday, so we'll see how this race progresses between the two of them. Chris Deere still ahead. Pete Morgan, though, would like to get past his championship rival, I would think, and they're absolutely together as they head through Palmer and accelerate down the straight past the Tyrrell's restaurant and up towards the Agostini hairpin. This is all allowing Stuart Place to go, pull away. Here comes Pete Morgan sideways on the brakes, up the inside of Chris Deere, and he moves ahead then into second place. But he's wide on the exit, so Deere will fight back on the inside, the former Metro champ, and he backs well out of it, doesn't he? I don't think he wanted to go side by side with Pete Morgan there into Hamilton.
No, Pete Morgan, very experienced in stock cars. He's raced minis as well down the years. He's a very experienced driver, but as both of these are. Ben Bateman with them, though, much less experienced. He only made his debut last year at Donington Park, retiring from his first race before he got to Redgate, and then winning the third race of the weekend, I think it was, in that particular case. So he's already tasted some success. He's there in the number 93 car, Ben Bateman, the 21-year-old from Coventry. He's an electrician by occupation, and it's a home-built Nova in his case.
Chris Deere got alongside Pete Morgan, but again Morgan had the line into the Brundle corner there, so he stayed ahead. Same by Ben Bateman, the youngster, going with these two, Morgan and Deere, who are ahead. You've got three different types of car here: the Ford Fiesta XR2, the Peugeot 205 and the Vauxhall Nova, all battling for second position, but it's championship leader Pete Morgan who is ahead in the car that won the championship last year in the hands of his son Ryan, and he brakes really late into Murray's and he gets through the corner on the curves of the exit, but I think that shouldn't affect him too much. So we've had 5 minutes of racing as we complete 2 laps with Stuart Place out front.
We certainly do. And it's a good old lead that he's got, but then it's very tight for second, as you can see, over the line, absolutely together. Chris Deere to the outside of Pete Morgan as they head up towards the right-hand at Ridges, the first corner of the third lap of the race. Morgan with the inside line, Deere trying to stick around the outside, but he can't make it work. He's going to switch back to the inside. Bateman also spies an opportunity here. He's got himself alongside Deere, I think, on the run down to Wilson. Can he move up into third position? Possibly he can. let's wait and see how that works out. Certainly no one overshooting the hairpin this time. No, they've all stayed in the same order, but really good fight between these three as Diz mounting another attack.
Titch Keltel 10th, by the way, from the back of the grid, so his progress now getting a little bit harder to gain any more position. Stuart Place has done a 2:27.0, which is only a sort of 3 seconds slower than yesterday, I think. Here we go, side by side again between Morgan and Deere. So this is what the championship battle is all about this year, these two drivers. And it's a good exit from Chris Deere. Now, a lap ago, he wasn't comfortable with going up the inside of Pete Morgan into Hamilton. Is he going to be a little bit braver this time? Or again, is he... Yes, he's keeping kind of there on the inside, but the outside line was better for Pete Morgan. He stays ahead.
Yeah, he certainly does. So, a good fight there for second, third and fourth. It's Andy Philpott's number 6. And fifth position as Morgan makes a mistake there at Oggies. He drops a wheel over the curb, and that's allowed Chris Deere to go back through on the inside. Can Ben Bateman capitalise at Williams and go through as well? Yes, he can. So just that little mistake from Pete Morgan has cost him 2 positions, but now he'll be able to pick up the toe from Chris Deere and Ben Bateman as they go along the Bentley Straight on lap 3.
Yeah, that's right. Stuart Place well in front, well clear. 4 seconds at the previous lap was the gap. I think it's probably more than that now with that change in going on for second position. Now Chris Deere ahead, and he brought Ben Bateman with him. Pete Morgan, and now they're all being caught by Andy Philpott, returning this weekend to Classic Stock Hatch. Pete Morgan up the inside of Ben Bateman here. It's going to be very tight. They're leaning on one another, I think, aren't they? And again, as they head up towards Core, Andy Philpott might pass both of them.
He is. Andy Philpott's there in the red Fiesta XR2i, so that's the injection car. The two ahead of him, though, still absolutely leaning on one another. Morgan on the inside line through Coram, and he's got the place back, so he's back ahead of Bateman. But as these have been battling, it has brought Andy Philpott and Paul Thorpe back into the equation as well. I think it's that Stuart Place continue to extend his lead, though. It was 3.87 seconds at the end of lap 2. He's found another 3 seconds on that lap, which is a 2:26.52, so only about 2.5 seconds slower than he was yesterday. He leads by nearly 7 seconds.
So for third, there's a whole load of cars that might get involved in this. You've got Martin Kayser and Jason Wood side by side. Martin Rogers and Titch Keltel also involved in that as they head into Ritchie's. Again, Ben Bateman trying to get the better of Pete Morgan, but Andy Philpott and Paul Thorpe are certainly there now. Andy Philpott, such an experienced driver. He was really successful, wasn't he? And that big accident at Donington Park that sort of dropped him back a little bit. But it's great to see him back here towards the front again.
Yeah, and getting really stuck in here with Ben Bateman, Paul Thorpe in the XR2 going with them as well. It's good to see Paul back on the circuit this season. He spent a few years in the paddock supporting the other drivers, acting as the Formula representative and joining us in the commentary box quite often as well. But good to see Paul back out on track where he enjoys it. And a good scrap going on here behind. 7th, 8th, 9th and 10th right together. That's number 88, Martin Kayser. Then you've got Jason Wood in 41. And side by side at the moment, you've got Titch Keltel 89 and Martin Rogers 39. Rogers off onto the grass on the exit of Agostini. But still, somehow, he's still beside Titch Keltel, who does finally get the move sealed through Hamilton. So Keltel now up to 9th place.
For a moment there, I thought he was going faster on the grass than the others were on the circuit, but it wasn't quite that way for him. Of course, he's got to be a little bit careful at the next corner. His tyres aren't a little bit dirty, but he's got through Oggies, although has lost a few more car lengths to those in front. So we work lap number 4. There'll be one more to go at the end of this one, so a 5-lap race here for the Classic Stock Hatches. Now Pete Morgan has got away from Ben Bateman as Ben Bateman tries to fend off the attentions of Andy Philpott as they turn their way here into the left-hander at Brundle, then braking into Nelson, the right-handed element of the S's there. So Andy Philpott's yet to make that move. He started down there in 8th on the grid, up into 5th position as they work their way up towards Coram Curve. Ford Fiesta XR2i there, so that is 4 different types of car inside the top 5.
Yes, fantastic, isn't it? The variety that you have in this championship is something that you so very rarely see these days. These cars from the late 1980s and early 1990s predominantly. And as we watch the battle a bit further back, that was James Hazelhurst coming through. He's in 12th place. Race winner at Silverstone a few seasons ago, but he's never really looked like doing that again, I don't think, has he, from what I can remember. Last lap board, as you can see, is being shown to all the drivers as they go through there. Robert Campbell, that was, just flashing through picture. There's Hazelhurst, and he's got Darren Bassingthwaite, another Peugeot 205 driver, just behind him. There's Chris Deere. Now, he was 1.5 seconds ahead of Pete Morgan going on to this final lap. Do we reckon, Josh, that we might get a change?
Well, Morgan was fractionally quicker on the last lap as he didn't have to defend anymore from Ben Bateman, because the lap before that was a bit lively, wasn't it, between those two? But no disaster occurred for either driver on that occasion. So therefore, now Pete Morgan's attention's again set in front to try and go after Chris Deere. Potentially might need another lap though to do that. They were both quicker than Stuart Place, but I wonder if Stuart Place again knows he's got this big gap, so there's no point overdriving the car at this stage of the race. So the gap from first to second is the same as the gap from second to seventh. So big is the lead that Stuart Place has had here. There he is, the race leader coming up towards Williams.
Yep, he is. So about halfway around his final lap of the race. Comfortable advantage, more than 6 seconds it was at the start of the lap. There is Deere. I think just he's getting a little bit closer, but possibly not fast enough a rate to challenge before the end. Just see Pete Osgood going through in the background there in 18th position in his Nova. And Terry Deere, well, he's not going to be lapped by his son today. He's in 20th position in the Metro. There's his son, Chris Deere, going through shot. And Ben Bateman and Andy Frost. It looks like this battle has sort of settled down a little bit in this last lap or so. Josh is they're just making their way through the bomb hole. Yeah,
that's right. No, shouldn't be any challenges. There's only that first 6 on this this final lap. But for Stuart Place, it's local circuit, turns his way up towards Murray for the final time. In the season he's running this weekend. It's been a very successful one.
Certainly has. It's going to be 2 wins from the weekend for Stuart Place in the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Cats Championship. Checkered flag goes out. Arm out of the car, and he takes the checker flag. So that's a good weekend's work. An even more resounding victory today than it was yesterday when he won by 1.7 seconds. Today, more than 5, as he did back off a little bit on the final lap. Ben Bateman on the last lap of the race did the best lap of 2:25.94. So lap times continuing to improve. We're almost back to full dry lap times, to be honest with you now. Chris Deere, though, 46 was second. Number 8, Pete Morgan, third. Fourth place was number 93, Ben Bateman. Fifth to number 6, Andy Philpotts. Sixth to number 40, Paul Thorpe. 7th was 41, Jason Wood in the Nova. 8th from the back of the grid, Titch Kelso, number 89, good drive from him in the Fiesta. 9th, number 88, Martin Case, another XR2i. And Martin Rogers in the Peugeot 205, number 39, rounded out the top 10. But a bit of sorting out in the early laps of that race there, Josh, but Stuart Place really was a class apart from the rest.
Yeah, he got a gap, hadn't he, after about 3 corners of the race, and particularly those first couple of laps were really impressive, where he pulled a big margin. For the championship, again, only 2 points pulled back by Chris Deere, just like yesterday, so the gap will be 15 points if we go into the second half of the season, really, for Classic Stock Hatch, where we will go to Brands Hatch in August, Cadwell Park in September, then Mallory Park to round off the season in October for this championship. But the Classic Stock Hatch cars, you can see there, making their way into Parc Ferme. Like Ian said, pretty much a dry circuit now, so that will be good information, I should think, for the next competitors who will be out for our final race before lunch here at Snetterton, and we'll obviously see how the then the afternoon goes, whether there's more weather to coming in. Looking actually out the commentary box window again, there's a few spots of rain on our windows, but whether that's going to develop into much, we will wait and see. So top 3 into Parc Ferme. Kieran McGinley is waiting down there, and once the drivers get out their cars, Stuart Place, Chris Deere and Pete Morgan, we will be able to grab a word, I'm sure, with Kieran and those 3 drivers.
Yep, indeed. We'll head down there very shortly to hear from them. So this one race to go before the lunch break now, the Formula V, and then we'll be back underway at around about 1:05 with the Freaky Parts Sports Specialist Championship, our first race after the lunch break. But we can head down to the pit lane now, and Kieran.
Yes, down here now in Parc Ferme, and I'm delighted to be joined by Stuart Place. Stuart, a bit of a different weather condition out there this time around, but how did you find it out there?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. The first couple of laps was a little bit slippery offline, but nothing major. Had a couple of moments, but luckily we changed the car before we went out just to accommodate a little bit of damp. then it started to spit when we were in Park Fermo and we were thinking, had we done the right thing? But as we pulled out, it was definitely the right thing.
You were saying you're hotter in the cockpit today than you were yesterday.
Yeah, it's really humid today, ever so humid. But no, it's hot in there most days, but today it just seems really hot. I don't know whether maybe I'm working harder.
Maybe. Well, you were pulling up much further gaps. I mean, it was drying up towards the end. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, definitely. A lot faster towards the end, and luckily for me, Pete and Chris were having a battle. So while they were battling, I just kept my head down and kept pedalling, and then towards the end, I was thinking, right, I've got a good gap, you know. Don't break the car and just keep going.
Well, you didn't, and you're here. So congratulations, Stuart, on the victory today.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a look and see if we can find our second place driver in Chris Deere. Let's see, I got this muddled up yesterday. I'm not going to get it muddled up today. Chris Deere here, second place. Chris, you had a really good battle there with Pete in the early stages.
Yeah, we had a battle. Stuart was gone, so we decided just to keep an eye behind us and see if we could get Pete backed into the pack a bit to try and get some people to attack him, to take some points off him. But he's a wily old, what's the word? So we say fox. So yeah, we came second again. The cars are still working. We're ready for Brands. So yeah, hopefully at Brands we can go one place better and then go one place less.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, fair assessment of the conditions drying up towards the end there?
Yeah, there's a few greasy parts, but mostly driving like a dry line to send it. We were on intermediate tyres. You had to look at the sky and think what could happen.
Absolutely, Chris, congratulations on second place. Unfortunately, we're out of time, so I'm going to have to show it straight back to the grid then. So let's join for the Martins Group Formula V Championship.
Yes, the cars are on the grid for the Martins Group Formula V Championship. You can see them lined up there. The yellow Wev of Craig Pollard on pole position, and beside him the blue number 2 AHS Dominator of Daniel Hans, and that's how they finished yesterday's race as well, although this grid based on the second fastest lap times from yesterday. Pole position then is number 92 Craig Pollard, and beside him is number 2, which is Danny Hans. On the second row is 99 Craig Bell and 51 Matthew Hyde. On row 3, 41 Andrew Cooper and 43 Vaughan Jones. Row 4 should be 69 Ian Buxton and 33 Matt Harbour, but Matt Harbour's not there. He was a retirement from yesterday's race. On the 5th row, it's 6 and 75. That's Tim Probert and Mark Egan. 21 and 11 on the next row. That's Adam Zieber and Ben Cressy. On row 7, 47 and 25, Matt Topham and Daniel Langley. The 8th row, 42 and 88, James Huckle and Francis Twyman. Row 9 is 10 and 40, Bob Garner and Ivan Turner. The 10th row, 24 and 13, Rick Langley and Rachel Swain. The 11th row, 7 and 66, Richard Walsh and Philip Waterhouse. The 12th row, 28 and 34, that's Sam Engineer and Alan McKenna. Row 13 is going to be 16 and 15, James Madden and Timothy Reeve. The 14th and not quite penultimate row, it's 56, Christian Goller and 22, John Cressy. The penultimate row is 59 and 32, row 15, Chris Wilshire and Simon Foley. Peter Can, number 80, starting at the back. So yesterday we had a win for Craig Pollard from Danny Hans and Craig Bell. How has that affected the championship, Josh?
Well, Craig Pollard leads 129 points, 22 clear of the rest. Tim Probert, the best of the rest, in second. Matthew Hyde, third in the championship on 97, and Danny Hans fourth on 95. Not here this weekend. James Harridge and Ian Jordan actually still fifth and sixth in the championship. I suspect they'll be passed in the course of this race by Vaughan Jones and Craig Bell, who are up next. Craig Bell, who was on the podium yesterday and doing a good job actually to go with the top 2 during a lot of that. Assuming this race stays dry, you'd hope that everybody's gone for a dry setup, but it's only been dry for a little bit, hasn't it? So we're interested in, we even heard there from Stuart Place, didn't we, and Chris Deere, they were sort of on an intermediate setup. So, and probably this is more important, isn't it, for the single-seaters to be on a dry setup to find the pace. But you can see it's still very overcast here at Snetterton, and we could have spots of rain at any moment.
We could, and I think it's forecast to be like this for much of the day. We might see a glimmer of sunshine towards the end of the day's racing. See, there's a slippery surface flag being shown on the approach to Agostini there, the hairpin. So whether that's some fluid that's been put down in an earlier session, I'm not quite sure. Yeah, certainly a bit murky here in it was fairly murky yesterday, wasn't it? Although we didn't have the rain, we had the odd spot, but nothing to write home about. Certainly much needed here, as you can see from the Snetterton tundra. As Pollard and Hans coming out of Williams on their green flag lap ahead of this 15-minute race for the Martins Group Formula V Championship.
I suspect Danny Hans will have a similar attitude to yesterday, where he knows he needs to get ahead at the start and then defend, because he knows that Craig Pollard in that web is so fast, sort of a couple of seconds quicker in qualifying and in the race yesterday. Craig Pollard didn't quite get the lap record. He was sort of a couple attempts out of the lap record that's held by Paul Smith in one of the earlier dominators, like what Danny Hans is driving today. So that will be interesting to see if the conditions are good enough, whether Craig Pollard will be able to challenge for that. He's really trying to get some temperature into those tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. So the 8th round of the championship. There'll be 6 more races to come after this during the course of the season. So after this visit to Snetterton, it's Silverstone, Cadwell Park and Mallory Park to conclude the season. That'll be in October. So 3 months of the year left to go. And certainly Craig Pollard, something of a favourite with the form that he's showing now.
Yeah, he's won every race that he's scored points in, which is 5 races. He's been classified as the race winner. Tim Probert second in the championship, his best result in the second. Matthew Hyde, who's third in the championship, his best result in the third. And Danny Hans, who's also been a race winner, who starts in that front row 4th in the points, 32 behind Craig Pollard, who's bunching everybody back up again after doing quite a quick green flag lap, despite chucking the car sideways.
Previously took the championship in 2018 when he was driving the Bears Motorsport GAC, this car that won the championship in 2019 in the hands of Graham Gant, the Worm's Eye View. In that year, Danny Hans was second in the championship, as he was in 18, as he was in 20, as he was in 21. Not sure he's going to go one better in 22 either, but he keeps coming back to try.
Christian Goller's headed into the pit, I think back to the paddock, from what I could see. Then there was a few cars missing from the back of the grid as well.
Yeah, Goller was a non-finisher yesterday as well. So we have a few missing further back down the grid. The highest profile absentee is Matt Harbour, as we said, who should have been on row 4 of the grid, but a retirement yesterday for the man from Leicestershire. So 5-second board goes up. We're about to go racing again. Red light goes on and it goes out. So away they go, and a good-ish stop by Danny Hans. He'd got his nose in front for a fraction of a second of Craig Pollard, but I think Pollard's going to have the move, and he looked across to the left-hand side there to check Danny Hans wasn't there. He wasn't, so he took the line that he preferred into Richie's corner for the first time, and it's Pollard leading in that yellow web as they head through Richie's and up towards the hairpin for the first time. Danny Hans going right with him. A bit further back, you've got Matthew Hyde there in 3rd place. He's got ahead of Craig Bell, who's dropped down to 4th position there for, I think, Buxton. Ian Buxton was attacking Craig Bell for that place as they came out of the Wilson hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, Hyde went right round the outside bravely, and Danny Hans is challenging for the lead coming out of Palmer. He took a tighter line on the exit of the corner, and he's drawing up alongside the race leader, I think, as they go down towards Agostini, braking late down the outside. Pollard, though, on that inside line, that's a better line to be on for track position, and therefore he continues to lead. Hyde third, pulling away already from Craig Bell, and then the rest of the pack come through the hairpin.
Yeah, so top 2 getting away, heading through the left-hander. They're clear now of the teenager, Matthew Hyde in 3rd position. But we're watching here Craig Pollard, who is an accountant by qualification, is a company director these days of a window business, and then he's ahead of Danny Hans, the Three Bridge Campers man, as they head down the Bentley Straight. No one else quite yet inside. You just see Matthew Hyde's helmet poking up over the top. Oh, and Ian Buxton's out of the race, so one of the front runners pulling off the circuit, number 69, so that's a bit of a surprise. He finished 7th in the end yesterday as Pollard and Hand head through Nelson and out through the bomb hole for the first time.
Yeah, they were using a lot of road and perhaps a little bit more on the exit of the S's there, but Craig Pollard is now starting to pull clear of Hans, Here he is, really works the cars. It comes through Coram really quick. We noted yesterday these cars not that much slower than Formula 4 1600 cars on this long lap, despite the smaller engine capacity. There's Tim Probert second in the championship, just dipping a couple of wheels a little bit wide out of the final corner there, but it's Craig Pollard across the line, 6/10 clear of Hans in second, then 4 seconds back to Matthew Hyde, who is in third position. He got a third at Brands Hatch, and the car behind them has gone off the road. It is Hyde, isn't it? Matthew Hyde's gone right through the gravel trap at Ritchie. He's just avoided the tyre wall.
He has. He's kept out of that. One Garner, meanwhile, has come into the pit lane and is out of the race of the number 10 car. But Matthew Hyde immediately unstrapping himself from the cockpit and getting out of the car. So not quite sure what happened there. As you say, didn't reach the barrier, but he's out of the car now and running to a position of safety.
Real shame, because we were just saying how well he was going up there in third. So it's an even bigger gap back now to everybody else behind Craig Pollard and Danny Hans. It's Craig Bell like yesterday then who is there. Then Vaughan Jones. He went really well at Brands Hatch. He got a podium. He got a second place at Brands Hatch. Then Andrew Cooper is up next in that 5th position, who had a bit of a problemed race yesterday, so he'll be hoping to go well. But the top two, they turn their way through Oggies then and head back onto sort of the old circuit, onto the Bentley Straight. So Pollard and Hans 5 seconds plus ahead of the rest.
Yeah, absolutely right. So it's going to be Bell, number 99, Craig Bell, moving up into third place in the AHS Dominator with the shark fin on the rear bodywork, and he's being chased by Vaughan Jones and Andrew Cooper, who was 14th yesterday. It's Pollard and Hans, our top two, 2 and 3, but there's an ever-increasing gap between these two now as well, isn't there? I think Hans perhaps is feeling that the chase might be a vain one. There's Vaughan Jones in the 43 car, just chasing after that car, number 99, Craig Bell.
Yeah, the marshals are tending to Matthew Hyde's car now. I think they're hoping to get it into a safe position if they can. Up there at Ritchie's, obviously big gaps between each lap here at Snetterton, so we are going to have yellow flags all the way down the straight basically to warn the drivers of that. The work of the marshals on the track. A 2:08.9 for Pollard, and that is a quick lap. Is that a lap record? It is, isn't it? So yes. Craig Pollard sets a new lap record. We didn't think that would happen a couple of hours ago.
No, not at all.
At 2:08.96. So great lap there from the race leader.
Absolutely. The circuit is now clear. The marshals have got the car pushed back behind the barrier. Still got the yellow flags out, curiously.
I wonder if there's some marshals just getting back to post on the, out of our view.
Possibly, yes. But yeah, the yellow flag now going in. But all is well with the world as Matt Topham and Daniel Lanier are going side by side through Ritchie's that time. And this is at the sort of back end of the top 10. That's Lanier in the 25 car, just trying to get past number 47, Matt Topham. He's going pretty well here this weekend. Both of them are Class B entered. No, they're not. They're not Class B entered drivers at all. I was looking at my program. Matt Topham is, but Daniel Lanier isn't. James Huckley, the other car there within that group, is. That's the one that was confusing him with. Who's that looking a bit smoky, Josh? That's is that Andrew Cooper?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah, I think it is. He's lost the place to Tim Probert. So Andrew Cooper, number 41 in the AHS Dominator now, in a little bit of strife maybe.
Yeah, that's right. He missed the Brands Hatch meeting. Had a podium though earlier in the year at Donington Park, and had a 4th as well at Croft. Returning this weekend to Snetterton. Like you said, a poor result yesterday after some problems.
Shame for him because it's his local circuit. He's a solicitor from Bury St Edmunds, so within East Anglia, neighbouring county of Suffolk. But Cooper possibly may not get to the end of this race because he's losing ground to Probert as well, so he's down to 6th place.
So right in front, Vaughan Jones is trying to go around the outside of Craig Bell, and I think he might have done it. We'll pick that up in a few moments. So just ahead of this battle for 3rd position, Vaughan Jones around the outside into the bomb hole, which is pretty impressive. Goes ahead of Craig Bell. This has been a really good season for Vaughan Jones. He missed the first meeting, but he had that 2nd place finish last time out at Brands Hatch, and he's 7th in the championship.
Yeah, it is a good drive. In his 40s is Vaughan from Abergavenny. He's the director of an asbestos consultancy. He's going to lose the place again over the line there to Craig Bell, I think, as the number 21 car of Adam Zieber comes into the pits, by the way. So Craig Bell has got back ahead of Vaughan Jones, who started racing in 2016. I think all of his racing has been done in Formula V. He's out there in a 2009 Storm, a Bears prepared engine, the car originally built by Steve Glaswell in 2009, then rebuilt by him in 2019, and it was finished off by Vaughan when he acquired it 3 years ago.
So as you say, dropped back behind Craig Bell again, so we'll see how that battle continues. They're 4 seconds ahead of Tim Probert, who, as we saw on the previous lap, got past Andrew Cooper. Problems now for Chris Wilshire there in 59, another driver from East Anglia, from Suffolk, Haverhill. So he's retiring as well. He was 19th before that.
Yeah, that lucky was at the approach track Steve didn't, so he'd come to a stop. The marshals were trying to push him back into the paddock. I'm not sure the car wanted to cooperate though, unfortunately.
So we're working lap 4 of the race. Craig Pollard led by 3.5 seconds over Danny Hans, who's also going quicker than he went yesterday. And then that battle for third. Well, it's not really a battle anymore because Craig Bell sort of been woken up, hasn't he, by being passed by Vaughan Jones. He's now pulling away again in third position. Craig Bell currently 8th in the championship and 7 points behind Vaughan Jones, actually. So these two quite close together in the championship. They both have missed the meeting as well, so they're all on equal ground and have both had podiums. And by the end of the straight, using the toe, Vaughan Jones is right there again, right back on terms with Craig Bell. So you've got the AHS Dominator of Craig Bell and the Storm of Vaughan Jones involved in this battle. Great multi-mark category Formula V.
Yes, as meanwhile Craig Pollard's gone over the line again and he's set a new lap record again, a 2:08.61, as you can see on screen there, continuing to extend his lead over Danny Hans by, well, now 5.5 seconds. So watching Bell and Jones come up and over the line to complete their fourth lap in third and fourth position. We've got about 6 minutes of the race left to go. Behind them it's Tim Probert in fifth position. Andrew Cooper is still circulating in sixth place, but there's still a sort of haze emerging from his car, so possibly all not completely well with that. Of course, these cars run the VW Beetle air-cooled engines, and there Vaughan Jones has got back ahead of Craig Bell at Ritchie's and into third position.
Yeah, let's see how long that lasts, because we can see there's been quite a few place changes. Craig Bell adjusting something there. You can see his hand moving about down the straight, and he's not letting that affect him. He's trying to get back ahead. He lost his nose cone yesterday, didn't he?
That's right.
In the race, but he's got a nose cone on at least. Whether it's the same one as yesterday, don't know. But they come up here towards Agostini, and Tim Probert behind isn't really going any quicker than them. He's about 5 seconds back. So it's just really these two drivers contesting third position. On the parallel side of the circuit, you could see Craig Pollard so far ahead, over 20 seconds ahead, heading down the Bentley Straight. But for third, it's Jones ahead at this stage. This battle should go right to the flag, Ian.
Yeah, it looks like it should do, shouldn't it? And a really nice scrap between these two for the final podium position. They're about 5 seconds clear of Tim Probert as well, who's in fifth. So I think it's just going to be these two. Oh, they're going to be further ahead of Tim Probert now because he's just had a spin. Is that at Oggies? Yeah. And so he's going to get back again, heading towards Williams.
Craig Bell had a big moment out of the Williams corner. I think he's got a problem. So that battle isn't going to go to the end. So Andrew Cooper's going to find himself in fourth all of a sudden. So I saw Craig Bell kept fiddling around with something in the cockpit, and I wonder if something has broken. He got very sideways. There he is, pulling up just alongside the Armco barrier. So this is going to mix the order up a little bit further back. So there's Andrew Cooper, who's now fourth. Who's in fifth, I wonder? Is it Tim Probert after his spin? Craig Pollard's, by the way, already across the line and set another lap record, 2:08.52, 8 seconds clear of Hans as he went across the line. 2 laps probably to go.
Yes, indeed. Here's Vaughan Jones in third place. So there's Cooper in fourth. Can we get a shot of who's in fifth? Whoever it is a long way back. Weren't in shot there. I'm just worried that Cooper's not going to make it to the end as well, because they're looking a little bit smoky.
Here they are. It is Tim Probert. He's only there just ahead of Ben Cressy in the former championship winning Storm, and Mark Egan is also involved in that battle.
Yeah, you've got Ben Cressy in his mid-30s, a production manager from Ashbourne in Derbyshire. Started racing in Formula V just a couple of years ago, and this is, as you say, the ex-Ben Maludi Championship winning car. Not a lot of other experience in motorsport besides the Formula V, or no experience in motorsport besides Formula V for Ben Cressy, but he's doing well in his couple of seasons in the category so far.
Matt Topham's got himself up ahead of James Huckle for the lead of Class B, and 9th overall. There is Probert just ahead of Ben Cressy, who Ian's been talking about, and then Mark Egan in there as well. So Tim Probert second in the championship at the moment. He got a 2nd place at Brands Hatch, a 3rd place at Croft. He's had 4th, 5th and 6th place finishes as well this season. Currently running in 5th ahead of Ben Cressy, who's 10th in the championship. Had his best result last time out at Brands Hatch, which was a 6th, I think. Something like that, and he's working his way down towards Hamilton now.
Danny Hans is going to get a black and white driving standards flag down beneath us, so he'll have been pushing the track limits a bit too far during the course of the race so far, I should imagine. As we're watching their Probert now with a bit more of a gap over Ben Cressy. He's pulled out a little bit more of an advantage in that number 6 Storm, the driver from Richmond in Yorkshire. Pollard's just gone across the line again to start his final lap, but no improvement on his lap record that time, which is still the 208.52. So there's Probert. He's been racing in Formula V for quite a long time now, one of the more experienced drivers on the grid. Has had a win and quite a few podiums down the years as well.
Mark Egan, who's at the back of this group, is only 19th in the championship. He missed Brands Hatch. He had his best result at the first round of the season, actually, which was a 9th place. There's Andrew Cooper, he's still going. They're in 4th position. The driver who's 9th in the championship had a 3rd, a 4th and a 4th to start the season off, but then it's not gone so well since since Donington Park and that first race at Croft. And he goes across the line in P4, lapping slower though, 5 seconds slower than what he can do, and he is only 6 seconds ahead of Tim Probert. So whether Probert can catch him before the end on this last lap, we shall have to wait and see. Daniel Lanier trying to get involved in that battle as well. He's in 8th in the AHS Dominator, and he's 21st in the championship. We haven't seen him in the championship since Donington Park, actually. He's had a few months off, so good to see him back out. There is that battle for Class B, actually, heading through Ritchie's between James Huckle, I think he got himself back ahead of Matt Topham. Or possibly not, as they come down into Wilson.
Yeah, down to the Wilson hairpin. So good scrap this for 9th and 10th. It looked like it might change again. So you've got James Huckle in the number 42 car. That's the Shane, and it's an AHS Challenger for Matt Topham, making their way through Palmer on this the final lap of the race. Craig Pollard can't be too far away from the end of the race. In fact, he's at Coram now for the final time. So race leader just coming into Murray's on the final occasion of this race. There is Craig Pollard just coming up to lap 1 of the back markers as well as they come up to the line. But the checker flag is made ready, and it's going to be another victory then for Craig Pollard in the Martins Group Formula V Championship. Dominant performance again, but still this battle raging on for 9th position, Josh.
Yeah, that's right. So they work their way here up towards Williams. So still got half a lap to go for these 2 drivers.
Danny Hans, meanwhile, has come across the line in 2nd place, 14.5 seconds behind Pollard.
Matt Topham won in Class B for the first time yesterday. James Huckle yet to achieve that, but he's right there in the tow as they come up towards Brundle. Some yellow flags in the background, so somebody's perhaps had a moment, although it might be the yellow flags actually to clarify the end of the race and going into Park. I mean, not sure. Anyway, the cars work their way through. Some more cars are coming across the line, Ian.
Yeah, Vaughan Jones completes the podium, nearly more than three quarters of a minute behind the race leader. 4th, he's going to go the way of Andrew Cooper. Lapped car just behind him of number 22, John Cressy. Then Tim Probert comes through in 5th place, number 6. 6th place is number 11, which is James Cressy. Mark Egan takes 7th. 8th goes the way of Daniel Lanier. And then this battle for 9th is just coming up to the line, and I think it is going to go the way, is it not, of Matt Topham, number 47. So he wins Class B as well by about a car length in the end from number 42, James Huckle. So a nice little scrap between those two for the final 2 positions inside the top 10.
Yeah, that's right. Rick Lanier, he should come home in 11th. There he goes through, passing the flag. And then Sam Engineer will complete the top 12. But as Ian was saying, they're the top 3 drivers were rather spread, but the big thing really there for Craig Pollard is a new lap record, which don't come along in Formula V racing very often really, so great job there from him, a 2 minutes 08.52, and another race win number 6 of the season. Second for Danny Hand, he attempted to get past at the start, couldn't do that. And Vaughan Jones, he probably will have the most to talk to Kieran about, because he was involved in that battle with Craig Bell for a lot of the race before Craig Bell had to retire. I think we had 17 cars in the end take the checkered flag, so this weekend's been a bit of attrition for the Formula V competitors. As we heard from some of the other races, it's quite hot here this weekend despite being overcast, and perhaps that's just affected a few of the cars.
So the cars have headed into Parc Fermé at the end of the race. As we say, they will continue their season at Silverstone next month. They go to Cadwell Park in September and conclude their year at Mallory Park in October. Craig Pollard certainly seems to be the man to beat at the moment in the Martins Group Formula V Championship. That was our last race before the lunch break, so if you are here at the circuit, good opportunity to grab yourself a bite to eat from Tyril's restaurant, or to head into the paddock and chat to some of the drivers. For those of you watching on the live stream, we'll have some more entertainment for you during the course of the lunch break, but before that, let's head down to Parc Fermé and hear from Kieran McGinley.
So the Martins Group Formula V Championship comes to an end here, and I've got the top 3 drivers. I managed to wrangle them in. We've got the race winner here in Craig Pollard. Craig, race win and a new fastest lap for the series for you. What do you make of that?
Yeah, we were sort of halfway house on setup between wet and dry, and didn't have quite the optimum setup, but I know that my dad was hankering for a lap record, and it's our home track, and I know he wanted it, and managed to get there. We weren't quite as quick as qualifying, but you know, it's an absolute monster of a car, and you know, I know Graham's probably watching back home, and thank you very much for the car and everything and all the hard work you've done on it, because it's a masterpiece, and you know, the guys are just trying to find things to give an answer to it, but it doesn't look like there is one at the moment. So yeah, great stuff. Really happy with that.
So there was a bit of a mixed setup going into this race, so that makes the lap record now even sweeter, surely?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we know that we went quicker than that considerably in qualifying, so the pressures are a bit higher and a couple of other adjustments made, so we could have gone better, but you know, we don't need to. It was a good race, and staying out in front has been good this year.
Well, great. Congratulations to you, and enjoy the victory.
Thanks, cheers.
Let's have a find of our second place driver then in Daniel Hans. Dan, second place for you today. Yeah. Looks a lot drier than it was this morning out there. Well, how did you find it?
Yeah, it was a little bit slippy. I think it was key to get some heat into tyres early on. Again, I had a good start. I kept up with Craig for a couple of laps, hung on to him for another couple, but unfortunately it's just too quick. You know, I got no answer for Craig and that car together. Is a force which is difficult to beat. So done what I could do, just kind of gave up after lap 4 and just saved the engine and just brought it home. So a bit of a lonely race, bit of a boring race, but but it's a second place finish, so I can't be too disappointed with that.
I was going to say boring race, but second place, so not a bad day at the office.
No, not bad. We was really hoping for rain, if I'm honest, because I thought it might level the playing field, but unfortunately it dried out. So yeah, it is what it is.
Dan, congratulations on second place and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
And let's see if we can find our third place driver in Vaughan Jones. Vaughan, you turned up to the paddock here with a surprise on your face. You didn't expect to be here?
No, I didn't, to be honest. I got third at Brands in my last event, which then got promoted up to second. But yeah, I wasn't expecting a third here either, to be honest. I think I may have lucked in a little bit. I think Craig Bell had a bit of a problem. But, well, I didn't, so that's fine.
Well, yeah, fine for your side of the garage, for sure. I mean, podium for you today. How are you feeling? How was the track out there?
It wasn't too bad, actually. I thought it might have been a bit damper than it was, but it wasn't. It was actually quite dry, so it was, yeah, good.
I can just see from the smile on your face, you're just happy to be here. Fantastic.
Yeah, really happy, to be honest.
Well, Vaughan, I'll let you celebrate this moment. Enjoy the podium.
Thank you very much.
And with that, then, we come to a little bit of a break. But when we come back, we've got a feature featuring the Austin Centenary race, which is a race coming up later today. So make sure you join us for then. Well, here we are in the Snetterton pit lane for a little bit of something different, a little bit of a feature here at Snetterton. And in fact, 100 years ago, the Austin 7 first really rolled off the production line. And to mark that, here at the 750 Motor Club, we have the Austin Centenary race. And what better occasion to really light them up and sort of give you an in-depth detail as to have 4 cars parked behind me right here to take you through the history of what the Austin 7 was and came to be further down the line. A very much a varied, varied technology all the way down the years, from all the way back in 1922 to the current day, 100 years later, to see that progression come forth. And I've actually got someone here who can have a chat to us about the early stages of that in Charlie. Charlie, welcome. Obviously, the Austin 7 has left its legacy worldwide, and it's clear to see from the, what I guess you could say, evolution behind us. I mean, talk to us about the Austin 7 and what it meant for British motorsport.
Well, the Austin 7 was introduced exactly 100 years ago today, but it actually was competing before that, and prototypes had been used in sporting events. So Herbert Austin himself was a very keen motor sport enthusiast, and he wanted to promote his products by going racing. So they had a team put together right from the very start of the Austin 7, and it was used with racing right up to the World War II, which is when the Austin 7 actually ceased production in 1939. But many of us consider that the most exciting part of its history was after the war, when it formed the basis of lots of specials, so-called, that were built to, first of all, replicate the pre-war cars, and that's where the 750 Motor Club actually started the 750 formula in 1949, which makes it one of the world's oldest continuously contested formula, all based on the Austin 7. In fact, the club takes its name from the 750cc engine of the Austin 7.
A great bit of history there, and of course it has left its mark, its legacy, not only in Europe but worldwide as well. For example, the United States and in Japan as well. I mean, isn't that just a demonstration of how influential this car has been over the past 100 years?
Well, there is a direct line that says that Lewis Hamilton is where he is today because of the Austin 7. Several world champions actually started their racing careers in Austin 7s. Bruce McLaren, Graham Hill, and in fact Nigel Mansell was the last world champion to actually start his racing career in an Austin 7.
Fantastic stuff. So a clear bit of British heritage through and through, absolutely. I mean, as well as the evolution as well. I mean, we've come to the Greased Weasel here. I'm told it's not called the Greased. Well, it is called the Greased Weasel now. It wasn't before. But we've got the tyres here, these sort of control tyres, you can see, the Dunlop tyres. So we will have the Slicks and Wings racing car all the way at the end. I mean, it's amazing how technology has also progressed through with the Austin 7 as well, or the premonition of it.
Well, it did, and in fact, developing 750 formula cars, as these were in 1949, 1950, proved a training ground for some of the best designers we've ever produced. So the Austin 7 started out being raced by Austin 7 enthusiasts, but gradually it became the test bed for people who wanted to design race cars, and they used the Austin 7 as a basis. So you'll see the cars progressively adopting things like independent suspension, but still with the basic 100-year-old technology engine under the bonnet.
Fantastic, and we'll have a chat to some of these drivers then who are basically commandeering these vehicles further down the line. And of course today we have the Greased Weasel here. I think that's your machine, is it, Peter? Peter, talk to us about the Greased Weasel. What's it like to drive, and I mean, what brought you to the Greased Weasel?
Well, I bought it last November after racing Caterhams for about 13 years. I wanted something a little bit less frenetic, but I think this is just the same, really. It's easy to drive, it's great. It's a bit slower than the Caterham. It's quite easy to handle. It goes well around corners, so I'm still learning to drive it, really.
And of course, you said you're racing Caterhams. I mean, what's the biggest difference between a Caterham and your Greased Weasel?
Probably about 50 miles an hour.
I mean, as well, the technology as well, the technology difference between these two. I mean, the tyres as well, I've already mentioned there, they're a lot thinner and they've got a lot more tread on them than modern day cars.
Yeah, well, these are cross pliers. These are Dunlop racing tyres. They're fairly thin. The other tyres we use on the Caterhams are Yokohamas, which are quite a bit thicker. Although this is only second race with this one, I'm still to sort of find the limit of their capabilities. In other words, I haven't spun off yet.
And of course, 100 years since the Austin 7, this is quite a key bit of history here. What's it like to drive out there?
Well, it's marginally agricultural, but it's good fun to drive. It's okay. You've just got to realise you're in a 1931 car with drum brakes, and as long as you sort of make a braking point about 400 yards before you usually do, it's okay. It goes round the corners.
As long as you follow all of that, you'll be absolutely fine. That's what you're telling us.
Absolutely.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, Peter, it's been a pleasure to talk to you. Good luck in the Grease Weasel out there this weekend, and well, keep an eye out for you as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Fantastic. So that's the Grease Weasel there, the number 8, and in fact we've got the next step, if you like. I've got James Miles here. James, talk to us about your lovely machine.
Well, my lovely machine, yes. Built and developed it over the last sort of 7 years. Race it in France, race it with the VSCC, and obviously mainly with the historic 750. Great fun to drive, always something to do. It is now competitive, which is great, and seat of your pants racing, really, literally seat of your pants racing. Yeah, very, very pleased indeed. Yeah.
You say seat of your pants racing there. Great analogy, I have to say. But what's it like to drive out there? It's quite a stark difference to modern machinery now.
It is, 100%. It's very raw. You feel everything. You know, we're one of the only series that race without belts, so you are literally just sitting in the car, which you're obviously wary of, and we're open wheel, so you've got a lot to think about. On these big tracks, you know, we're hitting over 100 mile an hour on the back straight, so there's a lot to go through your mind on 7-inch drum brakes at the end of it. So it does concentrate you, yes.
And of course as well the Snetterton 300, which is a fairly modern circuit layout. It's not what these cars maybe would have driven all those years ago. So how does it handle this newer circuit?
Well, I've done some handling changes for this weekend only. I mean, usually you're like to your Mallory Park, you know, which is like predominantly a bike circuit. These cars suit it fantastically well. But this sort of circuit, you know, you've got high-speed corners, then you've got a mixture of heavy on the brakes for hairpins and left and right. So you're making the car do a lot of things it's not normally doing. But all in all, you know, with a bit of thought and a bit of work, it does handle it very well. Considering, you know, it's our centenary this year. These cars are, and the whole technology is 100 years old. You know, we're not far off lap times of some lot newer cars, and you know, quite surprising.
Absolutely, and just one last question for you. Of course, it's, as you said, very raw in technology, but I guess that gives you a closer mechanical feel to the car.
It does indeed, yes. Literally, the engine is bolted, solid mounted to the chassis, so you feel everything. You know, going down the straight there, you can know whether there's something wrong. You're on the limit at about 7,000 RPM. Which is a lot for something that was made in 1920, the mid-1920s, the engine block. But for whatever reason, they hold together. So it's amazing. It is amazing. It's great technology. Great technology.
And what's it like to drive what is essentially a quintessential part of British motorsport and worldwide motorsport history? Well,
that is the good thing. I mean, wherever I take it, you know, to Bugatti meets in southwest France, and the Bugatti guys get out of their 250,000, half a million plus cars, and they love the car. They just say, this is what it's all about. You know, they just love the look, the whole ethos of racing old cars, and it's exactly what it is.
James, it's been a pleasure to have a chat to you with your car. Good luck this weekend, and have fun out there.
We will do. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Let's have a chat now to the next iteration, our third car in the queue. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hi there. Yeah, really well, thank you.
Please introduce yourself and your beautiful machine here.
So I'm Lyndon. I actually, with a couple of others, coordinate the historic 750 series. I've been racing for 12 years now. Not with that much luck, it has to be said, but with a lot of fun. So we have a great time, but don't go very quickly. This car is the HCS. It was built in 1969, so it's an original Formula car. And it's been raced in the 750 pretty much since then, bar an excursion hill climbing. I actually had it, ironically, off Simon, and you can see the two cars here in the same colours. That's because Simon put them both together, you see. So yeah.
I mean, what's it like to drive one of these cars? Of course, I've already mentioned about the sort of technology, but we've got to this third iteration. What sort of time period are we talking about here?
So these are, when the Austin 7 went through a period from the 50s to the 70s, where we relaxed the regulations in the 750 Club to develop into what this is now. So the regulations fundamentally adapted in the formula to allow different chassis rails, and then the Reliant engine, which was the original Reliant side valve, was based on the Austin 7 side valve. Until we got to something like this. So there was if you like, a hybrid in the middle where you had a Formula car like this with an Austin 7 engine in, and then we're now at the 850 Reliant or Coventry Climax, or you could run a 750 race Reliant engine in these. In terms of driving, 40 mil off the ground. The series is quite competitive, so you're not going tremendously quick, 90, maybe 95 and something like this. You're probably actually going quicker in James's supercharged machine there, but he's braver than me. But that's plenty quick enough when you're 6 or 8 inches side by side from somebody going into a corner. Yeah. That's when the fun begins.
That does sound like when the fun would begin. I mean, I was talking to James as well about how originally these cars would have probably been lapping around the older Snetterton layout. The 300 is a relatively new circuit layout, so how do these cars size up?
This circuit, actually, I really like. Before I came here, a couple of people said it's a little bit quick. But in these, you've got these really fast corners where you can balance on the throttle, particularly around the bomb hole, where they're absolutely flat, but just. So you're right on the limit of what the car can do. And that's when it's really fun. So Snetterton's actually, I quite like this circuit. It's really, really good time.
And of course, it is pretty much a key and essential part of motorsport history. What's that feeling like driving this?
Well, I guess it's fantastic, isn't it? I mean, the club have got a real place in motorsport history, which I think isn't maybe celebrated as much. I know Charlie touched on it with you earlier, but I guess it's the crudeness of the technology in these. You know, they are very basic, simple cars, fundamentally made with bits from cars that were on the road in the 60s and 70s. And the other thing with these is you can make a new period car. So you can say, I'm going to design a chassis like this, I'm going to go to the scrapyard or wherever I may and get some period parts, and you can build one. There is one here today, which is really interesting, which was actually been stored since the 70s, and it was never built from the day it came out of the factory, if you like. And it's just done its first race today, but it's a brand new period car from about 1972.
And so obviously it's quite a close-knit grid as well in the historic Formula Classics. Tell us what the atmosphere is like and the sort of array of cars you can find there.
Well, I think you'll find the atmosphere. We were always known in the paddock as the friendly series. Everyone helps each other out. And I'll give you a little example. Last night, a fellow racer who's actually put it on second today, Richard Pryor, you'll see in the results, he rang me about 2 o'clock and said, Lyndon, I've got a problem. My car is not good. He'd done a little bit of a mischief on a test day. And I said, can you get to me? He said, yes. I said, I've got someone here who can weld. And he came up with 3/4 of the car because he'd broken a little bit of the front. And we all span it on, and we span it on till 9 o'clock last night and both got to the track. And that's the spirit of the formula. Everybody helps. Everybody wants everyone on the track. It doesn't matter whether it's on race day or in between. They're all good mates, and we always try and get each other out.
Absolutely. It sounds like we're losing our lovely 2 machines over there as they head off and get themselves ready for the racing later on. I suppose, Lyndon, that means it's your time to go as well.
Join them. That means I've got to join them. We've got about 2 or 3 minutes and we leave the grid. Yeah, so I will be joining them. So I'll have to leave you with friends of mine, Simon and Steve.
Have to is a very strong word, Lyndon.
Racing is addictive. We don't want to miss a lap. It's too much fun to miss any.
Lyndon, it's been a pleasure to have a chat to you, but I bet you best be on your way to head out to the track. Thank you very much, Lyndon. Yes, so that means we're not got a lot of time left, but what we do have is a bit of time for what is now becoming our modern slicks and wings racing. We have one of the most modern iterations currently competing in the 750 Motor Series. I've got Simon and Steve here. Don't know if I've got that in the right order. I have. Oh, fantastic. I love it when that happens. Yeah. Simon, talk to us a little bit about your machine.
So this is a Darby. This was built in the early 80s. They used to run the same as the historic cars. but now we've moved to the modern Fiat 1100 engine. Like you said, we've got slicks and wings. This is the next step up from the historics. This is very, very competitive, close racing. Fast car. I mean, that's why I moved. I used to race in the historics. I've come to the Formula to test myself. So, and it's very competitive. And to be honest, I think we're the best kept secret out of all the 750 Motor Club. It's, yeah, I don't want to
keep it under wraps. Keep it under wraps.
Yeah. No, fantastic to drive cars, really lively, and a great series.
And how does it compare then to the historic series? It must be a stark difference, especially on the slick tyres.
I'm going to say the historics is like a more gentlemanly, shall we say. So there is close racing by all means, but this is the next level. These are much faster, they corner much faster, and the competition is a different level completely. There's no give in this formula. If you're not on it right from the word go, you can forget it. It's quick.
And it's quite amazing how we've got 100 years later, we've now got this, you know, the carcass of the Alston 7 has now led us to this. It's a fantastic bit of history.
Oh, exactly. I mean, this car originally ran with the Reliant 850 engine in it. So when it was first made, and I shouldn't say unfortunately, we needed to find a more modern engine for the Formula, and the Fiat was the one that we chose. So here we are with a great motor.
Here we are. And, I mean, well, you'll be driving it this weekend, I heard you say it as well.
Yeah. I qualified 7th on the grid. I don't know where I am for all the races. We've got 3 this weekend, so just looking forward to it. It's going to be fantastic.
Fantastic. And I'll just have a chat with you as well, Steve. Sorry to cut across you there, Simon. I mean, talk to us about the car. I mean, have you driven it, first of all?
Well, I've actually got the sister car to this one. Okay. So I've got the Derby Mark 5. This is a 4/5. Mine's painted in the same colours, so we decided to go back to the original Derby colours. So I haven't driven this one, but as Simon said, I think the handling of these cars is absolutely fantastic. These aren't new. I mean, that's an early 80s chassis and that, but it's been modified and developed over the years to keep it competitive. And in fact, a Derby in the hands of Peter Bove, our current champion, is still winning races today. So very competitive, and they last the test of time.
They definitely have. I mean, it's one of the longest open Formula series out there in the world. I mean, what's it like to drive in the series?
Absolutely fantastic. I think the people that we've got in the Formula, there's a great family atmosphere to it. Everyone is willing to help each other. There's people right now out there with their sleeves rolled up, helping someone change a head gasket and what have you. So actually racing this Formula is brilliant. I raced in it first in 1999, did 2 seasons back in 99 and 2000. I had a 20-year break where I was doing some hill climbing, and I just thought, I want to go back to 750 Formula. I mean, it's where I started, and it's kind of where I'll probably finish with my motor racing fun. So yeah, I think there's a huge attraction to it. As Simon said, it's a best kept secret, and we don't want it to be a best kept secret. This Slicks and Wings Formula, I think, is value for money and incredibly good fun. So we want to get as many people as we can out with us.
I mean, you've sold me, that's for sure. One last question. I mean, it's 100 years we've seen plenty of cars just on this little feature alone. I mean, it's an amazing feat of technology that we've now got this 100 years later.
Absolutely right. And this is, I mean, there's much more modern 750 cars now. So there are the Falcons, which are kind of like the newest cars that are around, that are the manufacturer built. But people are still designing and building their own cars as well, which is brilliant, because that keeps the Formula alive. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Simon, Steve, thank you so much for having a chat, and good luck this weekend in the beautiful machine you've got here. And that's going to be it then for our little feature then. Hopefully you've enjoyed this history and this trip through time of 100 years ago. Well, that's all to come here at Snetterton. Hope you enjoy the racing action, and we'll see you soon.
We're here at Snetterton, ahead of the club Enduro 3-hour race with Colin Gillespie. Colin, a new car for you at Croft, which went quite well.
Yes, it's been very well. First time testing here today. Just getting used to the car. The guys have done a fantastic job of setting the car up. So we're hoping to be a bit closer to Caro and Rob, for the race on tomorrow and Sunday.
It's obviously a 3-hour race on Sunday. I think you're doing it by yourself, so how are you looking?
I'm going to the race with Phil Dryborough, so I'll do the first stint, then Phil will jump into the car, then we'll play it by safety cars and just see how it goes. So, yep.
Yeah, some people, I think, do it by 3 hours by themselves, which would be quite hard work, I should think.
Very, yeah, especially in the heat. You need to have your drinks bag, obviously, and if you can get some kind of cold air in, it would be good. It would be really good. So we'll just have to wait and see.
You've obviously raced lots of different cars in this championship, and
Yes.
what's now attracted you to the Seat?
Well, Will gave me the phone call to say the drive was available. He gave me like a free test at Oulton Park. Couldn't believe it. The car was fantastic. So yeah, then we just went from there. So I'll be with the team probably until I retire. So we've got 10 years before that's going to happen. So I love it. I absolutely love it. They're just great guys to be around, especially the engineers. They've got your back, and to have that, that's people don't realise if you've not got them, you've not got a team at all.
What's attracted you to this particular championship?
Well, we did 330 challenge first, then we developed that car to do Class B. Then we went to get, then we bought a 1 Series and developed that to as far as it went. And yeah, it's just been a progression. The guys at the 750 are same again. They treat you like family, and I just love it. I absolutely love it. It's a big haul for me. It's like 10 hours. Most journeys are 7, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It's like one big family coming down here. You can ask anybody for anything, and they'll help you out.
And you mentioned you're doing road sports as well, so I guess having that on the whole weekend really adds to it when you have a big long trip.
Yeah, testing today, road sports tomorrow, and the big finale on Sunday. And we'll just have to be patient, and hopefully we can bring it across the line again. It'd be nice to be ahead of Carol again. That'd be a really special moment.
Well, best of luck. Hope all goes well.
Okay, thank you very much. Cheers.
We're here at Snetterton for the Carmel Porsche Trophy with Roger Coy and Callum Lockheed. Roger, start with you. Your car, what have you got for us this weekend?
Well, this is our second day race. We're still learning. I'm still learning the circuit here, so we're here today to test, to try and see if I can polish up my skills, really.
And what car are you in this weekend?
We're in this one, the Porsche 968.
Tell us a bit about when you purchased it and any modifications that's been done to the car.
Yeah, well, the car belongs to Callum, so we've worked together to build the car over the winter, and we've been sort of developing it slowly between us to make it as reliable as we can. Had a few difficulties at the beginning of the year, but we're getting there now, we think.
So, Callum, how long have you had this car for?
For 4 or 5 years, and originally I used it just as a track day car, you know, corporate events, track days, so on. But then Roger said he fancied going racing again after a long break and asked whether we could race this. So I thought, hey, here we go, let's have some fun. And we had to do a bit to it. We had to obviously put in all the time-sensitive things like seat belts, fire extinguisher system, and just make sure it was, as Roger said, as reliable as possible. So far it's been okay. We just keep the fingers crossed. You know what race cars are like.
Obviously, this car's one of the older cars, front-engine car. How do you like driving that against some of the more modern Porsches?
Well, it's really good. It's a little bit lighter than them, and it's got less power. But it was Colin Chapman said you don't need a lot of power if you don't have much weight. So, and it just handles really, really well. We spent a lot of time on the rear suspension, which is really critical on these, and I think we've got that really nicely. So. It's just a great fun car to drive and gives you confidence because it's very communicative. It tells you everything you want to know.
Yeah. Obviously, you've been about in all sorts of championships in your history. How do you find like this sort of real club level racing we've got here this weekend?
I love it. It's really friendly. You can actually just get on with racing instead of all sorts of other stuff that goes on. So yeah, great fun. Lovely people.
And Roger, Callum was saying there you come back after a while away. What's your history in racing before now?
Well, I finished up sort of racing in the Pirelli Porsche Championship for about 5 years. I was runner-up 2 years running. Just missed out on the last race at Donington. Was my last outing, basically. and I've been relearning. Snetterton's different to when I last raced here. There's a lot more technical aspects to the circuit now, and it's just taken me quite a bit of time today to sort of understand those.
What do you think to the change? You say it's a really different track now.
I think they're a great improvement. It's a fantastic track to drive on. Lots of challenges, but the old track was pretty boring, really, I think. But this is really good.
And you obviously said about racing the Pirelli Porsche Championship. Was that similar type of car to this one?
And I was in a Porsche 911, which I raced with Mike Pickup in London, and then I did a couple of years with Eurotech. At the time they were racing the Porsches.
So are you a real Porsche fan? Is that why you come back here?
I am a Porsche fan, yes, yeah. We have a lot in common when it comes to Porsches.
And you like the front engine cars compared to the rear ones?
Yeah, this is great. I think it's different technique altogether. The old 911s were an acquired art, I think, and this is a lovely car to drive, very forgiving. You just have to keep working at it, but it's, you know, you can afford to push it hard. For me, as a relative amateur at the moment, you know, I feel very comfortable in it.
And this way you can share the car with Callum and he can coach you. Is that a really good way to go racing?
And it's an excellent way to go racing. You know, I thought I was good in the past, but, you know, I'm learning a lot more now with Callum. The technical information that we're getting from the V-Box system is superb.
Callum mentions V-Box, so obviously that's something that's quite new, I guess, to your coaching career, is it?
Well, it's been around a few years now, but it's a massive benefit to coaching because you can show things factually. Video, but also data. Data doesn't lie. So really, really useful for showing positioning of car, for expanding bits of the track to see exactly where the car is being placed, and actual sheer lap time, and also longitudinal lateral G to see how much of the grip you're actually using or how heavy you're braking, and all that sort of stuff. It's fantastic.
So is that something you sort of, when you coached driver and that came in, is that something you think you had to sort of learn a different way of coaching drivers?
Well, not really. It's an addition too. Yeah. Before it was all descriptive, and now you can actually show through data and film to back up your descriptive, if you like.
So I guess, does that mean you don't have to be in the passenger seat as much as perhaps in the past?
You don't have to be, but I'm a great proponent of being in the passenger seat because you can see what's actually happening real time, and that's always better.
And obviously motor racing's changed quite a lot over the years, so different, not necessarily with this car, but with more modern cars, lots of different driver aids, I guess, and that's something different drivers have to learn, I guess.
Well, yeah, driver aids tend to make it simpler. And, you know, doing a flappy paddle, you just do this, and it's quite easy. With this, you still have to do heel and toe and change manually. And I think that's great because there's a whole generation of young drivers who don't know how to heel and toe, and I think that's a bit of a shame, honestly. But, hey, it is what it is. I love the older cars. I do a lot of historic racing just now. And while this isn't historic, it's classic, it's still great fun, and it's very immediate. You know, it's great fun to drive. You have to do everything.
And I understand, Roger, there's some plans to do some longer races in the future?
Yeah, we're looking to do the Enduro at Silverstone in August. That's our first Enduro. And we're tentatively looking at next year and sort of trying to figure out how we feel we're going to fit together and what we're going to try and compete in. I think it'll be a much tougher task, of course, than the Calm Porsche Trophy. But, yeah, we're looking forward to that. It's our home circuit as well.
Yeah. And obviously racing against loads of different types of cars, you can see how the probably much lighter Porsche compared to the older cars races against the more modern things.
Yeah, you know, and there's 2 hours there, isn't there? So, you know, it's a race of attrition as well as results, and, you know, we just got to try and keep ourselves honest and just sort of, you know, keep consistent, really. I think we'll sort of know what we can do, and we just got to make sure we do it.
And endurance racing, Callum, has really come on, hasn't it, over the last 20 or so years?
Absolutely, it's become very, very popular. I absolutely love it. It gives you lots of seat time, which is what we're all after in the first place. And, you know, tactics come into it and all that sort of thing. So I find it very engaging. I enjoy it.
And do you like being, like we said earlier, with the club racing scene? Because you were British GT champion. That championship is very different now to what it was back then.
It certainly is. Certainly in terms of cost, my goodness, it's rocketed. But, you know, all fantastic championships. Yeah, I'm just really enjoying the historic scene just now. And if someone asked me to do something modern, I'd be delighted. Yeah. But just now it just happens to be all historic and classic stuff. So having a ball, really.
Any particular aims this weekend for the pair of you?
Well, we always want to try and win, and we're that sort of people, but we've got to be realistic about what we can achieve. I think let's wait and see.
Alan, you did well at Donington, I think you got right in the front row, didn't you? Is that right?
Yeah, that was a bit of a surprise, I have to say, but I think it'll be a bit tougher here. It's a real power circuit here. But, yeah, it actually doesn't really matter where you qualify so much, within reason. And I like to think we'll be up somewhere around the top of our class. We'll see. But it'll be a lot of fun anyway.
Hope you both enjoy your weekend and best of luck for the race.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Good
very
to see
much.
you.
Yes, good to see you. Yeah, thank you.
So we're here at Snetterton ahead of the Club Enduro 3-hour race, and we've got John Munro here who's out in his Mazda MX-5. A longer race this weekend. John, looking forward to that?
I am actually, yeah. 3 hours is always interesting. I think it takes reliability into account a bit more than usual, so it's not just going to be about speed, it's about who can get to the finish. And yeah, it also creates some interesting strategy decisions as well, because we've got 2 stops. You know, where do we how long do we fill up for? What do we do with driver strategy? So lots to think about, but it's always good fun.
And there's rain forecast for Sunday afternoon, so that I'm guessing is going to really mix up the things like you talked about there, the strategy.
I didn't know that, so thank you for that. Yeah, we actually had our first go in the wet during testing for Spa last time out, and the car felt pretty good on new tyres. So, yeah, if it rains, it might be all right. But yeah, it's going to be, if it rains mid-race as well, it's do you take the time hit, change the tyres over? It creates a lot more variation in the field. So I think that could probably suit us, because I'm not sure the Mazda is really going to be the quickest around here with the big straights and some fast competition. So maybe a bit of rain will actually help us.
You mentioned Spa there, obviously we didn't see that on Alpha Live, so tell us about how your weekend went in Belgium.
Oh, tale of two halves, really. I mean, we got the pole position comfortably, which was really good. Built up a really nice lead about 40 seconds before the pit stops, but unfortunately there was a clutch issue coming out the pits for Nick. So basically, as soon as he touched the car, it broke. So I blame it all on him. I was doing fine beforehand. So unfortunately, yeah, that put us in the pits for the rest of the race. And then the second half was okay. We had a few other issues, but it's a shame we could have won the race. But you know, it is what it is, and it was just nice to be over there. To be honest, it's been a good few years since we've been at Spa, so it was definitely worthwhile for the sun.
Back here to Snetterton, and sun here at the moment anyway. Tell us a bit about the car and team you're racing with in Club Enduro.
Yeah, so TWP Racing, supported by Traction as well, which is who I work for, making video content. So I've been with the team now since probably about 2017, did my first race with them, and I've been full-time with them ever since in the Mazda MX-5. So we've been racing in Class C, obviously the slowest class in Club Enduro, so there's a lot of dealing with traffic coming through, faster cars, and we try and pick off as many of the higher class cars as we can by being quick in the corners. But normally it's a bit of straight line performance that holds us back. But the team are great, a lot of students involved as well, so we have student engineers, student media people, all sorts of people from the university at Wrexham that help out in different ways. So it's a real family unit, great team to be part of, and yeah, it's been a fantastic number of years with them.
Obviously there you mentioned you're in the bottom class, but before you get that, you get road sports where you're in a Class A car. Tell us a bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm jumping in this Lotus that's behind me right now, unfortunately not working yet, so hopefully we'll get that going by the end of the testing. But I made my debut in this car last year here at Snetterton in Road Sports and took the win, so it's nice to be able to do something a bit different and actually jump in, you know, the top class and be overtaking other cars rather than being lapped the whole time. It allows you to kind of have a different perspective, and it's just a really nice, good fun car to drive. So big variation with the Mazda, but a nice thing to do.
And you raced this car here last year, which went quite well?
I did, yeah, yes. We got the pole, lap record, win and everything, so it was nice as a confidence booster as well. You know, jumping in a high-class car and putting in a good performance was nice. Unfortunately, last time I drove this car again at Silverstone this year, and we were leading and then had a black flag with 10 minutes to go for an exhaust problem. So that was a shame, so we'll try and get some redemption. But really thankful. I'm sharing the car with Sam McKee as well this time for the first time. He was a good friend of mine. We've raced against each other in Class C, so this is the first time he's going to be racing in Class A. So we're just hoping to get out in testing so he can get some laps under his belt. And basically, we're just doing it for some fun, and yeah, we'll see if we can pick up a win on the Saturday as well.
How do you enjoy sort of this multi-class, multi-type of car formula compared to, I know you started off in one-make Mazda racing?
Yeah, I've done a weird route because I started in hill climbs and sprints in a single-seater, then went to sprint racing in Mazdas, which felt like endurance at the time, and now I'm doing endurance stuff. So I've kind of done the full circle, but I love it, to be honest. Especially when it comes to endurance racing, the team aspect, you know, being able to enjoy a race with other people as well. So when you do well, your teammate's happy. When your teammate does well, you're happy. And it means when you get to the end of the race, it's not just you against the world. It's like, you know, it's a big family effort, and obviously a bigger team required because of pit stops and everything like that. So I personally absolutely love it. I also love the fact that the racing is not quite as gung-ho all the time. You can kind of get into a rhythm and try and focus on looking after the car. And I love the David and Goliath stuff with multi-class as well, right? You know, trying to overtake the BMWs around the outside in the corners and then get really annoyed when they drive away from you on the straights. So yeah, I absolutely love it, and I wouldn't change it. I'd love to be doing Club Enduro in the future as well.
I know you've done a lot of sim racing in the past. How's that compared to going into real life racing?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that do carry over. I learned a lot about, when I first did sprints and hill climbs in the single-seater, I did learn a lot about downforce and how to actually get the most out of a car through sim racing, and also racecraft, to be honest, because you learn defending, overtaking and technique, so a lot of it does carry over. Obviously you don't get that fear, the seat of the pants adrenaline feeling that you get in real life. But I think, you know, if you have a good sim setup and someone's set up for you that knows how to get it running realistically, you can actually learn quite a lot. And, you know, I enjoy both. It's a bit of a merging world a lot of the time. I use the sim to learn some of the tracks. I use my real life experience to help me in sim racing as well. And setup and stuff like that transfers over too. So, yeah, it's a very cool thing to be involved in. And now I'm working in it full time. So I just get a lot of racing in my life, whether it's sim racing or real racing. So I can't really complain.
Best of luck this weekend. Hope all goes well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We're here at Snetterton ahead of the historic 750 Formula races, and Graham Wilson's here. Graham, tell us a bit about your car you're racing in the historic 750 Formula to start with.
Yeah, on Saturday I'll be racing the silver car, which is a Time 3B. It's a 1970s car, so Reliant 850. So we're looking forward to it. I've just rebuilt the engine based on the wobble at Pembury. The crankshaft broke at Pembury, so we had a wet race there. Looks like it's going to be dry this weekend, so really looking forward to it.
It's a really big grid. I think over 35 cars were on the entry list, which is amazing to see how much the Formula has grown over the last few years.
I think it's great. I think the club's so friendly, it invites everyone in, and the cars are fantastic to race as well. So I think it combines to make a really fantastic experience for everyone. So I think that's why it's so popular. Everyone helps each other out and supports each other. We've got a good social scene as well. There's great support when we're racing and off racing as well to get the cars on the grid as well. So it's fantastic.
What's your background in motorsport before this year?
I also race a TR6 in the Classic Sports Car Club, but I found racing when I was 8 actually. My uncle used to race in Formula 750, and I was at Alton Park about 4 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, and I saw a car that I worked on when I was 8 years old racing. It's still racing. It's probably here this weekend as well, raced by Richard Pryor, and it just inspired me to get back into it. So that was a few years ago now, and I'm loving it, getting back into it now. The kids are gone, so it's time for me to get back into some racing, have some fun really. So.
Seeing these types of cars racing, does it take you back to them when you were watching your uncle race back then?
It does, yeah. I mean, obviously they're slightly different. Regulations have changed, but it's still great fun, isn't it? And what I like about the 750 Club is, a lot of their owners, their drivers, mechanics, so it's all in really. So and they're great cars to work on as well. You can still get parts of them as well. So I think that adds to the experience. Really makes it great fun.
And this weekend we're celebrating 100 years of Austin 7, and you've got a car out this weekend?
Yeah, I've actually borrowed an Austin 7. I've never driven one before. I picked it up last night, and my biggest fear is whether I was going to fit into it or not. So I can just about get into it. So you can see the green car now. I think it's 1952. I think it was made, or 52, 54. I can't remember, but. Really looking forward to racing it. We're a couple of guys. We're going to have a go at getting it going on Saturday evening with a few beers and check it all over, get it all ready, and hopefully race it on Sunday. So we're looking forward to it.
Obviously, it's a very different type of car to drive to anything else, really. So quite a lot of learning to do on Sunday.
I don't know yet. we'll see. I think it's going to be great fun. I think obviously the braking distance will be different. I think obviously there's a lot slower car, but it's going to be great fun. And I've never driven a racing car without any seatbelts on before, so that's going to be a new experience. And I was just having a little sort of play with the suspension last night, and you got to turn the wheel quite a bit before anything happens. So it's going to be quite good fun, and I know I'll be well looked after with the club, and they'll give me a wide berth, and we'll just have some fun and celebrate 100 years really. Yeah.
It's great to be here at Snetterton, which is a great British club racing. So it's changed a lot, but it's got a really long history as well.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, I mean, I've raced obviously with the TR6 here as well, and obviously a lot more power in that car. But I think these cars just about cope with the long straight. But it's a great circuit, and it's well organised, well run by the club as well. And it's a fantastic circuit to race around as well. So got got lots of different parts to it as well. Some tricky bits, some technical bits, some fast bits, some slow bits. So looking forward to it. Yeah.
Best of luck this weekend. Hope all goes well.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thank you much.
We're here at Snetterton, head of the Sports Specials Championship with Stuart Much. Stuart, 2022 is a new year where the Class C cars, the cars that you have a lot of involvement with, are part of the full championship.
Yes, that's right, finally. We've been pushing for a few years now to try and get championship status, and we assured the organiser that we'd get the numbers out this season, so they said, yes, we can score some points for the championship this season.
So tell us a bit about what the cars are.
So the cars are all Mazda MX-5 based kit cars, space frame chassis, running all the standard running gear from the Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 and Mark 2. We then bolt a turbo on the side of it and map them up to about 270 horsepower. So they run at 340 bhp per tonne.
And what are they like to drive?
A lot of fun. They can be a bit of a handful in the wet, as turbo rear-wheel drive cars can be. But no, they're quick, they handle really well. Because it's an MX-5 underneath, it drives like an MX-5, just lighter and more powerful.
Like you say, that the grids for the Mez this year are bigger, so what are you doing to try and attract even more people perhaps as time goes by?
Because we are the manufacturer as well, we try and do a bit of an incentive to get races out there. I think there's 3 or 4 more in build, and we've got 6 at this weekend. So yeah, we're getting close to having some decent, proper numbers for a grid now.
And how long has the manufacturer been going for?
MEV as a manufacturer has been going for about 25, 26 years now. We've been racing these cars since 2011, so we're in the sort of 11th year now, and we just keep increasing the numbers, 1 or 2 a year, and unfortunately, yeah, the odd one drops off the end and goes and races something else, but yeah, we're trying to get more cars to get the numbers.
And what are people's backgrounds? Are they people that have done track days, had your cars in the past on the road, or what are they, where they come from?
Bit of everything, really. So we've got a guy driving this season with us who raced Formula V for a couple of seasons and did really well. A couple of the guys are just track day guys who have stepped up. Some have done sprints and hill climbs, wanted to get into circuit racing. So yeah, a varied mix of everything.
And for yourself, how has the season gone so far?
Pretty well. I'm level on points with the Arrive and Drive driver, our customer, which is always good for the customer. He knows he's competitive then. We're having a couple of issues with gearboxes because of the more torque. Putting through the standard gearbox is causing a few issues, but we can change a gearbox in an hour now trackside, so we've got on top of that one.
And like you say, you've been racing them for 10 years now. I guess there's been lots of development all the way through that time to get to where we are now.
Yes, we started out normally aspirated, 150 horsepower. When we joined the Sports Specials grid, we realised we weren't quite quick enough, so we went supercharged. Still not quick enough, so then we said, right, let's do some turbos. We worked with another race team called BS Motorsport, who run in the Mark 1s, to develop an engine, and we think we're on top of the engines now as well.
So if somebody wants to get one, obviously they can come to you, or could they run it as well themselves if they wish to?
Yeah, both. We run a factory team, so under this awning is all Exocet Racing, which is the factory team for MEV. But yes, there's a couple of guys out there that are building them, doing their own thing as a private entry. And as a manufacturer, we'll support them wherever we can.
We look forward to seeing more of them out on track, and good luck for yourself this weekend.
Thanks a lot.
A very warm welcome back to Snetterton and the final afternoon of racing organised by the 750 Motor Club. We've got 5 more races to come for you this afternoon. This is the 8th event of the season for the 750 Motor Club in 2022. Josh Barrett is alongside myself, Ian Soman, in the commentary box today. We'll also be hearing again from Kieran McGinley. We'll be getting interviews post-race and during the race for the long-distance races that we have this afternoon. And you can see there we're on the Snetterton 300 circuit, just under 3 miles in length. This venue been racing for nearly 70 years, but this layout only 10 years or so. Forecast for this afternoon, we've just had another light shower over the lunch break. It's going to stay overcast, I think, and a bit muggy as well, but I'm not sure that we're expecting too much more rain, fingers crossed. Just before the cars come out for the first race of the afternoon, though, some sad news overnight that one of the vice presidents of the 750 Motor Club, Ken Cook, passed away peacefully last night with his family around him. Ken Cook and his wife Eileen joined the 750 Motor Club in 1952, 70 years ago, and it was a major part of their lives. Eileen is still proud to be a member of the 750 Motor Club, and Ken even more proud to be vice president as well. During the 1970s, Ken worked hard to get Austin 7 racing off the ground. Originally, his idea was for X750 Formula cars, but eventually, when it got off the ground in 1977, it was for more standard-based cars, and he even raced in his beloved 1930 Chummy Dingo to get the numbers up in those early days. And that car commemorated in the Dingo Challenge Trophy that's still presented today. Snetterton in particular held a special memory for Ken. He was given the Driver of the Day award here in 1980 by the commentator Brian Harvey in the slowest car at the race meeting, one more suited to driving over the Alps and storming through Rich's Corner. And we have, of course, the Austin 7 centenary race here today, and I'm sure that will be an appropriate race in memory of Ken Cook, who sadly passed away last night. But we turn our attention now to the first race of the afternoon, and that's for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship. And so we see the cars lining up on the grid for this one, second and final race of the weekend for these cars. It's Clive Hudson on pole position, number 15, but missing from the front row is Andy Hiley, number 53, so he's not there. On the second row of the grid, it's number 17, Paul Boyd, besides number 11, Paul Collingwood. Lewis Ward, number 4, and Anton Landon, number 64, are both there on the third row of the grid. There's a car missing from row 4, and that's Gary Goodyear, number 56, but David Hughes in the first of the Mev Exercets, number 76, he is there. Row 5 is Adam Cottrell, I should say, number 80, and Stuart Much, number 7. Row 6 at number 52, Andrew Grant is missing, but 42, Darren Griffin is there. On row 7, it's 27, Andrew Hayward, and 30, Stuart Thompson. Row 8 is number 10, Nigel Brown, and Warren Vesey, and number 46. The 9th row, number 77, Brad Snow, and 65, Martin Hayward. The 10th row, well, that is going to be the number 26 car of Alan Robinson, with Sylvia Much beside him, number 79. Row 11, 88, Martin Buckland, and 60, Mark Callahan. Row 12, 70, Trevor Harbour, and 199, Nigel Liddell. And then at the back, it's 69, Gerard O'Donoghue, and 38, Bridget Smart on row 13, and Derek Hambley, number 16, on row 14 of the grid. We're already close to the start of this race. Yesterday, it was a win from Paul Collingwood, from Clive Hudson and Paul Boyd. In all Eclipse top 3, we may well see the same again, with Andy Hiley missing from the grid for this second race of the weekend for the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championships. 5-second board is shown then, the first race of the afternoon about to get underway here at Snetterton, and the lights are on. Bit of creeping maybe from the second row, lights go out and away we go, and a good start there by Paul Collingwood then from the outside of the second row of the grid, and Paul Boyd also gets away nicely as well. It's Clive Hudson that's lost out. Lewis Ward in the Westfield, the SE Wide, also gets away. He's up to second place, I think, around the outside in car number 4, with the track having dried out despite a brief shower of rain over the lunch break. It's a fully dry track now, so similar conditions to those that they had yesterday. And it's Paul Collingwood leading, number 11, from number 4, Lewis Ward in second. And then the two Eclipses side by side for third, with Clive Hudson getting that place back from Paul Boyd.
A great start from Paul Collingwood then from the second row. He just got that one quick lap in qualifying yesterday, but a start has put him straight into the lead of this race. Lewis Ward coming through into second, and then Hudson and Boyd, then Anton Landon is up next. Then the Mevs come through, and there's our Class B leader, Stuart Thompson. He's also the championship leader in the championship race on 92 points, and he's got a good championship lead now. But for the race, it's Collingwood versus Ward, down in towards Oggies, the right-handed corner that then takes them up towards Williams and onto the back straight. But Lewis Ward going quickly here in the front-engine car against the mid and rear-engine cars around him.
Absolutely right. So, good start to the race here. Of course, this championship runs in 3 different classes. Class A for the more powerful cars, Class B slightly less powerful, and Class C is specifically for the MEV X sets running to their own set of regulations. And there's got a number of those out this season, which is good to see. Stuart Murch doing a lot of work to get more and more cars out onto the grid, and Class C for the first time this season can also score points towards the overall championship title as well. But in this race, it is still Paul Collingwood who ran out a fairly convincing winner yesterday by more than 2 seconds that leads. Lewis Ward, he finished 4th in yesterday's race, currently trying to fend off those other 2 Eclipses, the motorsports racing style cars of Hudson and Boyd, 2 very experienced racers.
I think these 4 drivers, their lap times yesterday, weren't they, separated by basically nothing, so it'll be interesting to see how this race goes. And Clive Hudson's powering alongside and ahead of Lewis Ward by the time they got to Ritchie's. So the Eclipse, they're going well through the air. It's a lower car, like Ian was saying there, more like a sports racing car compared to the 7 type car of Lewis Ward. And I wonder if the aero on that car, therefore, just not getting in the car enough straight line speed at the end of the straight. And that's what allowed Clive Hudson to power past into second place. But Lewis Ward is fighting back now as they go onto the infield here at Snetterton. And they're at a second behind the race leader, Paul Collingwood, who heads the way from this battle for second place. Now it's Paul Boyd's turn to have a look and a challenge up the inside of Lewis Ward. As Ward's seen him coming, they're running wheel to wheel now as they go for Agostini, and Lewis Ward has to run out wide over the curbs, but he's still there alongside as they turn into the left-hander at Hamilton. But it's the inside line that Paul Boyd has, and that's good enough for him to go through into 3rd position.
Yeah, good little battle between those 2. Let's see if Lewis Ward can try to fight back. He's raced previously in the Toyota MR2 Championship a few seasons ago, and he came close to winning the championship 1 year. But here he is in the Sports Special. Gets a good run out of Williams there, gets back on the rear of Paul Boyd, pulls out alongside him to the right-hand side of the circuit. That's going to be the outside line for Brundle. Watch Paul Collingwood, though, in the lead of the race, number 11, turning his way through Brundle and then Nelson. How did it work out for 3rd? Well, it stayed the same order. Paul Boyd still ahead of Lewis Ward for the moment. Class C, that's being led by Dave Hughes at the moment, and Class B being led by Stuart Thompson, who's also the overall championship leader coming into this weekend.
Yeah, he's got quite a big lead now in the championship, something like 22 points over Stuart Much, I reckon. And with Andy Hiley not racing here, he's going to fall even further out of championship contention. We'll probably lose the Class A championship lead to Lewis Ward as long as Lewis Ward finishes this race. And he's there, still challenging for 3rd position. Paul Collingwood, and Collingwood, I think, is going to hang on. He is into Ritchie's corner. Paul Boyd still in 3rd position.
Yes, the 2:02.22 has as Clive as the race leader there, Paul Collingwood, and that's 0.4 per second faster than he managed yesterday as well. So that's quite something.
Yeah, that's a new record. It was a record yesterday. Yeah. Like you say, it's gone even quicker here. So Paul Collingwood really quick, like he was yesterday at the start of the race.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Clive Hudson there 2nd, Paul Boyd 3rd. They've both won several races between them in their sports specials careers in these Eclipses, and they were the first 2 drivers to bring the Eclipses out. We've seen a couple more, including that Paul Collingwood over the years. Martin Gambling as well has driven one, although we've not seen him, I don't think, at all this season. Oh, we did, didn't we, at the beginning of the year? We saw Martin Gambling out.
Yeah, I think he managed to pick up about a 45-second penalty at Brands Hatch for exceeding track limits, which was quite interesting.
Quite the achievement. Yes, that's just about as far as we can go before you get black flagged. As Lewis Ward now having a look at the inside of Paul Boyd as they go into Oggies on lap 3 of the race and further back. This is for the Class B. That's Stuart Thompson, number 30. He's being passed by Warren Vesey. Brad Snow, number 77 in the Silver Phoenix, just up ahead of him in the white car with the orange roll cage. He's taken the Class B lead as well. So Stuart Thompson now having lost a couple of positions, including to Vesey in that green Fisher Fury, which retired from yesterday's race.
Yeah, that's quite impressive from Brad Snow. He started 17th on the grid, now inside the top 10, but leading Class B, which we haven't seen him do yet this season. He's third within the Class B Championship. He did miss Brands Hatch, but he usually finishes about third. But here, he's taken the lead of the class, which is great to see in the Silver Phoenix. Then, but it's very competitive in Class B, just like yesterday. There's about 5 of them, isn't there, involved in this battle?
Yeah, that's good. And here is the battle for the lead in Class C as well. Stuart Much and Dave Hughes. Then a bit further back, you've got Darren Griffin there in 8th place, number 42. He's just ahead of the kit car and sports special stalwart, number 10, Nigel Brown, who's turning his way through the Coram part of the circuit. There's these two Class C leaders battling their way through Murray's. Out of shape there was Stuart Much in number 7 as he got on the power, but he continues to head that division.
Yep, the supercharged Mazda MX-5 Mark 1 converts, basically, these MEVs that use all the MX-5 running kit, like I say, but are supercharged. The Class B battle for the 5 of them come across the line, so keeping an eye on that. In the air, I think we've got the B-17 bomber, American bomber, that used to fly from here at Snetterton, what's that, 80 years ago now.
Yeah.
So great to have some history on circuit here this weekend and in the air as well.
Absolutely shook the commentary box, that, didn't it, as it flew overhead. And that's for the air show, Old Buckingham, just up the road from here. It's not especially for us, no, but we're getting the benefit from it anyway. So there you see 7 and 76, the 2 leaders in Class C, 6th and 7th overall. They're about 20 seconds now behind the race leader Paul Collingwood, who in turn is 3.5 seconds clear of Clive Hudson. I could see there was only 0.4 per second between the Class B lead as well, Brad Snow and Warren Vesey, so that might be something to look back on again at some point. But there we can see Paul Boyd and the 3 together now ready for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They look like they're catching Clive Hudson.
Yeah, that's right. So Hudson coming under pressure. In the background we saw those 5 Class B cars all involved in their battles. It's so hard here to watch because we've got a battle in all 3 classes. Battle for 2nd in Class A and the battle for the lead in Classes B and C. So we'll try and keep an eye on all of them because this is great stuff from the Sports Specials Championship. Yesterday we got 7 laps in. We might get 8 laps out of this race potentially, so we'll see how we get on. But this battle for 2nd place turns its way down into Murray's. We've Clive Hudson ahead of Paul Boyd, and there's Lewis Ward in the Westfield. They're in 4th position. He's 2nd in the Class A Championship, just 5 points behind Andy Hiley, who we know is a non-starter to this race. Still there, Hudson, still there in 2nd. He's 4th in the Class A Championship, and there's a car off the road. Is that the Class B leader?
Brad Snow, isn't it, that's been off the road, I think. So he has been passed by the 65 car of Martin Hayward, who was down in 15th position. So that's a bit of a shame for him. So that's going to give the lead back, we would think, to Warren Vesey within Class B. There go the 2 Class C leaders over the line to complete lap 4, and here's that scrap for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. They're just going to come up to lap Derek Hambley, aren't they, I think, in the number 16 Hambley Coupe. There he is.
Yeah, the only closed cockpit car out in this this race, and that car is lapped with ease by the Class A front runners up the inside. But there's that battle continuing now. They've got past 3 seconds behind the leader. They were quicker than Paul Collingwood on that last lap. In yesterday's race, Collingwood started to be caught in the 2nd part of the race, so we'll see if that is replicated here on Sunday of the 750 Motor Club race meeting. Lewis Ward there in 4th still as they make their way out. There is Collingwood the leader then, 3 seconds clear at the start of the lap 5 of this race, round 8 of the Freaky Parts Sports Specials Championship for 2022, and it's Eclipses all on the podium at the moment, but Lewis Ward would like to get there by the end of the race.
Yeah, absolutely right. He's still tucked in behind Paul Boyd there. There's about 13 seconds back to Anton Landon, who's in 5th. And Anton won a couple of races last season, didn't he? So we've really got these Eclipses back this year in sort of full numbers. We've not seen so much of them in recent seasons. And also Lewis Ward, a newcomer this year in that Westfield. which looks absolutely magnificent. There you go. Top 4 cars having gone over the line with 4.5 minutes to go. So you probably think we should squeeze 3 more laps out of this, because a lap time is just over 2 minutes in these cars. This is the battle for the class lead, and Warren Vesey has gone off at Nelson there. He's gone straight. That's bizarre. So he must have had a problem with the car, I would think. So he was just ahead of Stuart Thompson in the MK Indy. They can see Stuart Thompson in the foreground, now under pressure from Andrew Hayward in the number 27 car. That's the Silver Clubman, one of the older cars on the grid, ahead of the 2016 championship winning car. It was in the hands of Matthew Booth, albeit it's been somewhat detuned for Class B running this year.
Yeah, it looks like whoever leads Class B has a problem. So Stuart Thompson is there now. But I don't know for how much longer, because Andrew Hayward is pulling up to the left-hand side of the circuit, and they're side by side as they go across the line. And Hayward is nosing ahead in the older car, one of the silvers. He's round the outside and goes through ahead of Stuart Thompson. So Thompson's lead lasted just a couple of corners, and also getting involved in that is Adam Cottrell, who did start on pole in the Class B, didn't make such a good start. He's now going on the inside of the other 7 type car and goes through. So Stuart Thompson led, he's now third. He started the lap in second, inherited the lead, and then dropped back once more.
Yeah, so this is a good scrap today in Class B, as it was yesterday. And one of the more unusual things about Sports Specials is that the cars can use any Motorsport UK List 1A, 1B or 1C tyre, so there's a different choice of tyres. Class A cars, as we watch Thompson try and get the place back, they have to run from 330 to 350 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B is 270 to 280, and then you've got Class C for the MEV exits. But these Class B cars producing a great fight, as we see there the number 38 car, that's Bridget Smart, being lapped in her Silver Phoenix by the cars vying for 2nd, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, that battle continues. They got the gap down to 2.4 seconds on the previous lap to the race leader Paul Collingwood, and with 2 laps to go, the gap is now 2.1 seconds, so they're eking towards him, and Paul Boyd is trying to get himself up ahead of Clive Hudson, but that didn't quite work out for Boyd on the inside line. He wasn't quite close enough to make that move, and now he's challenging down towards the hairpin. The line is covered by Clive Hudson. He'd quite like to stay in 2nd position, but if they battle like this, perhaps they won't be able to catch Paul Collingwood, who they've been getting a little bit closer to during the course of this race. Lap number 7. There is Paul Collingwood, the leader.
Yeah, he is 2.1 seconds the advantage at the start of the lap. And he's going to lap another of the drivers. I think that's the Caterham, isn't it? 199 Nigel Liddell, who's running in 20th position as Paul Boyd goes up the inside of Clive Hudson into Agostini. The two of them overlapping them all the way around that long 180-degree left-hander. And Paul Boyd's try and get that sorted in a minute, so we don't see how that resolves itself, or do we, Josh, out of the window?
Well, they're still side by side, and on the outside line, Paul Boyd is still trying to get through, I think, and he might do it on the outside line through Williams, and yeah, we can see this now, and they almost leaning on one another, and this could give Lewis Ward the run. It's 3 abreast as they go down the Bentley straight. Absolutely fantastic action from the Sports Specials Championship. Who's going to get under the bridge first? Well, Paul Collingwood obviously is the leader, but for 2nd position it's Boyd on the inside, it's Hudson on the outside, and Paul Boyd has finally got through, but that move took a number of corners for it to pay off.
Absolutely, and then Clive Hudson makes a little bit of a mistake there. He's on the curb at Nelson, and Lewis Ward threads his way through a narrow gap there at the bomb hole. So Lewis Ward now goes up to 3rd place. Clive Hudson losing 2 places then in quick succession. Already Paul Boyd just sprinting away by several car lengths away from Lewis Ward. Then we're going to have the last lap board being hung out now to the race leader Paul Collingwood.
Hudson dived back up the inside to get back ahead of Lewis Ward. So that was pretty impressive into Murray's, but whether he's going to have the momentum down the straight we shall see, because Lewis Ward is drawing back alongside. But by the end of the straight, perhaps it's the error of the cars that allowed Clive Hudson back ahead. The lead gap 3.2 seconds going on to the final tour of this Snetterton circuit.
Absolutely right. So I think Paul Collingwood, barring any mechanical issues, has got this one big moment for Clive Hudson there. He recovers it, but not before he loses the position to number 4, Lewis Ward. That was up at the Wilson hairpin. So Lewis Ward goes back through to 3rd position. Hudson losing a bit of momentum there. He's just got to regather himself now to see if he can challenge back for a podium position in this final half a lap.
Class C leaders have just gone through, and it's Stuart Much who heads David Hughes there by a couple of seconds. The Class B cars are up over at Murray's, and Warren Vessey's pulled away in that battle as well.
Andrew Hayward ahead, the 27 car.
Apologies, yeah.
Warren Vessey out of the race, wasn't he? After that, off at Nelson.
Yeah, sorry for that. So yeah, Paul Boyd into second. So potentially the order is set there. Maybe for the third, can Clive Hudson come back? Let's see. But yeah, it's Andrew Hayward heading Class B. They've come across the line now. He's 2 seconds ahead of Stuart Thompson, who's still under pressure from Adam Cottrell in the battle with second there. But the race leader, Paul Collingwood, well, he made that good start and he was able to pull clear. And just another car to lap there towards the end. Another of the Caterans, there's a few out there this weekend. Trevor Harbour and 42's had a moment. That's Darren Griffin.
He was in the sort of middle of that Class B scrap, although he's a Class C car as well. So I don't know if it's compromised or involved anybody else there. So we'll try and pick up on that. But if Andrew Hayward gets the win, I think that could well be his first Class B victory, certainly this season.
Yeah.
As Clive Hudson is going to mount an attack into Murray's for the final time, and it doesn't quite come off, so I think he's going to finish 4th as Paul Collingwood comes up to the line now. Checkered flag is waved there, and it's a double victory in the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship for Paul Collingwood here. He takes the victory from Paul Boyd by 3.2 seconds in number 17. Lewis Ward prevents an all-eclipse podium with third place in car number 4, the Westfield. And he is ahead of number 15, Clive Hudson, in 4th place. And then it's quite a gap back to anybody else. It should still be Anton Landon, who's had a very quiet race in 5th position, I think. And then the next cars through will be those disputing the Class C lead, although I see that now, Josh, has separated itself out somewhat.
Yeah, it looks like Stuart Much is going to take another win there. This will be his 5th win in Class C of the season, which is important because he's battling for the overall championship, really. His second in the championship. He crosses the line there, just ahead of David Hughes, who takes second in the class. The Class B leaders are up at Coram Curve, and I can see Andrew Hayward leading, but it's side by side for second in the class. You've got Nigel Brown's Class A car around here. Adam Cottrell's gone round the outside of the championship leader, Stuart Thompson, but Thompson gets it back on the brakes into Murray, so he knows all the points are crucial here still, and he's held on to second place. Adam Cottrell looks slightly frustrated. He couldn't make the pass, but it's Andrew Hayward, impressively, to win in Class B in the Silver Clubman.
And he got ahead of Nigel Brown's Class A car in the final lap as well, didn't he? So an 8th position finish overall for Andrew Hayward. Very good drive from him to take the Class B win in number 27. From number 30, Stuart Thompson in 2nd place within that class, and number 80, Adam Cottrell, 3rd within Class B. In Class C, it was number 7, Stuart Much, from 76, David Hughes, and 42, Darren Griffin, who recovered after that spin on the final lap of the race. But great entertainment we've had from the Freaky Park Sports Specials Championship this weekend, certainly with Paul Collingwood winning the second race by 3.2 seconds. He won the race yesterday by 2 seconds. Obviously, you know Andy Hiley today after some issues for him yesterday. But good results for Paul Collingwood. I don't think he's really in contention for the championship. Well, so certainly 2 wins will get him set a little bit stronger.
In the Class A championship, it's really open now, isn't it? Because Andy Hiley's had those problems. So that's going to produce Lewis Ward into the championship lead. But those Eclipse drivers, Clive Hudson, Paul Boyd and Paul Collingwood, have all missed a meet in each. So getting quite close, really. So I don't think we're going to have. I don't think the Class A driver is going to win the overall championship this year. That's looking quite unlikely. But for the class title, which the drivers are be keen to battle for, I should think, that's a really wide open. Really, we're between about 6 drivers. Because you've got Anton Landon in there as well, who's just consistently scoring points. It seems like the weather's coming in again. Looking at our Alpha Live pictures over the Ritchie side of the circuit. That's normally where the weather comes from here at Snetterton. So races coming up later, especially those longer races, I'll be keeping an eye perhaps on their weather apps. That I don't think any of them have been particularly reliable over the course of the last 24 hours.
They've also different things, haven't they? So you really just need to take your chances there with regards to that. So 4 more races still to come today here at Snetterton. Next up, it's going to be the Austin 7 centenary race. Then we've got the Carmel Porsche Trophy, which is a 40-minute contest. Race Part 750 Formula Championship have their 3rd and final race of the weekend before we move on to the concluding event, the 180-minute race for the Takiwa Club Enduro Championship. All of that still to come. Let's head down to Kieran McGinley.
So with the race concluded then, only means we get a chance to chat to our class winners, and I'm delighted to say that I've got Paul Collingwood. I've hunted him down. Paul tried to avoid me there, but not quite. But fantastic victory for yourself.
Best to avoid, yeah. Yeah, another one on the start, really. Got at the front and made a gap again, so that was rinse and repeat, really.
Yeah, and we're seeing some really quick lap times being posted out there today, so the track's in good condition at the moment.
It's funny with the rain, but it's a bit cooler, so I think that's the main reason.
Yeah, and how was it? Because, of course, we've got a couple of specs here, but that's more psychological rain, is it?
A bit drizzly on the visor, but it's really no difference in grip when it's like that.
Oh, fair play. Paul, congratulations on the class victory, and I'll leave you to celebrate. Let's see if we can find another class winner. Let's have a look at our Class C winner, Stuart Much. I think Stuart's just here. Stuart, a smile on your face. How was that out there? Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you. Thank you. That was fun. Dave did it again. He kept me keen, kept me going, and he did what I did yesterday and pulled the fifth out of the hairpin. So after all the racing we were doing together, I managed to pull a bit of a gap. But yeah, it was brilliant race.
Yeah, it must be a great feeling to get that position as well.
Yes, yeah. Starting behind him, you can sort of see where his lines are and start to pressure him and push him into a mistake, and that's what he did. And I managed to get past him down the straight and kept him behind for the rest of the race.
And it's another class win for you.
Another class win, some more points, and hopefully just easing that gap away. But yeah, this weekend's been ups and downs. The team has really pulled together. One of the guys blew his engine in testing, and I lost a bonnet, so I borrowed his bonnet. So the awning's been great. With the Freaky Parts and Mev and Exeter awning's been awesome. Got to hand it to him for helping everybody out.
Absolutely, Stuart. Congratulations on the class victory. I'll leave you to celebrate. And let's see if we can have a chat to our another one in, I believe it was Andrew Hayward. Andrew Hayward. Let's see if we can find him. Andrew, class winner. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
It was very exciting. That was brilliant. I'm really chuffed with that. It was great. I've never had a first before in class, so it was really exciting. So yeah.
Yeah, a first class victory then. I mean, how does that sum up for your emotions there?
It's really good because obviously I had a third yesterday and a first today, and it's been really good actually. It's not usually my favourite track, but it was really good. It was it was a bit of a battle with all so like top four, really good battle with all of them. So yeah.
Well, congratulations on the class victory, Andrew. We'll leave you to celebrate. And with that then, it's time for the next race, which is the Austin 7 Centenary race.
Yes, the cars arriving on the grid for this Austin 7 Centenary race. No green flag lap for this. Let's quickly run you through the grid then. On the front row, it's going to be 18 and 22. 18 Timothy Roebuck and 22 Charlie Plain-Jones. The second row is 6 and 12. 6 Richard Verheyden and 12 Ben Mile. Third row, 61 and 11. 61 Simon Gallen and 11 James Miles. On the fourth row, 77 and 26. 77 William Kirk and 26 Mike Whitby. On the fifth row, 69 and 9, that's 69 Hugo Pickup and 9 Thomas Emden. Row 6 is 99 and 13, David Lewis and Ben Bolt. Row 7 is 5 and 75, Michael Harvey and Mike Peck. The 8th row, treble 5 and 7, that's Matthew Edwards and Graham Wilson. And the 9th row is number 60 and number 92, that's Clive Neal and Pete Shepherd. And this race is a special one-off race just for the Austin 7s. We saw several of these out yesterday in historic 750 formula, but they're here today to mark the centenary of the first production of the Austin 7 back in 1922, and it's particularly pertinent that this is being run at a 750 Motor Club race meeting because the 750 Motor Club, when that was created back in 1939, that was based around the Austin 7, and so much development has come from the Austin 7 into 750 formula. That was based around that. We were hearing earlier on about the great work that the late Ken Cook did to get Austin 7, dedicated Austin 7 racing out in the late 1970s as well. I know Ken, who sadly passed away just last night, would have loved to have been here at Snetterton's Day because it was his favourite circuit with a lot of great memories for him as well. See the problem on the grid there for the car on the second row. That is number 12 Ben Mile. I think needs a push start by the marshals. I think the car has fired up, so they're pulling him back into position, but we are getting a start delayed board being shown ahead of that. So yes, the 750 Motor Club and the Austin 7 inextricably linked. and it's fitting that we have this centenary race with the 750 Motor Club here at Snetterton. Problems now for the car on pole position as well. That's the number 18 car of Timothy Roebuck. Again, I think the car's now fired up, and the marshal now pushing him back into his starting position. The 1 minute board is now being shown. The race, which we've held over 15 minutes, is shortly to get underway. And the marshal gracefully clambers over the barrier as we are about to get this race underway. Should be great fun and a great opportunity to appreciate these beautiful Austin 7s in all of their different, well, not sizes, but certainly shapes as well. So 5 second board has been shown, the race about to get underway. Red lights go on and out they go, and away they go up towards Rich's Corner for the first time. Then I think we've got 18 Austin 7s on this grid, pulling away and heading up towards Rich's Corner for the first time. It looks like it's Timothy Roebuck. That's in the John Miles car that's leading the way there. Charlie Plain Jones, you can see there, number 22, going through 69. That's the car being driven by Hugo Pickup, who was successful yesterday in the historic 750 Formula handicap race that we had at the end of yesterday's race. But it's number 18, Timothy Roebuck, that is leading then, and that is from the number 11 car of James Miles in second place, I think. There you can see Thomas Embden, number 9, going through shot in his Sportsman, and one or two of those sportsmen, I think, on the grid today. But certainly great fun, this Austin 7 Centenary race, and good to see not only some of the regulars from the historic 750 Formula Series, but some guest drivers taking part as well.
Yeah, that's right, Ian, and it's amazing to think, isn't it? Something that was originally designed 100 years ago is still racing today around the country, and particularly today at Snetterton. And great to have so many enthusiasts here with a big range of ages of drivers as well, aren't there? Some young drivers out there as well as drivers with more life experience. And as you say, really obvious to see the different types of Austin 7s. You've got some of the single-seaters out there and some of perhaps the more earlier production cars. The grid might not quite resemble everything the pace the cars can do, because it was very wet this morning.
It was.
And particularly in these cars, obviously, the drivers taking quite a lot of cautions. The fastest lap in qualifying, for example, was a 3 minutes 18, went over a minute slower with some cars towards the back. So there'll be drivers making their way through. And there's some cars that are coming out this weekend that haven't raced for a very long time. And there's even cars that were being worked on yesterday, last night, to get them ready to go racing today. So lots of effort being put on by the grid here. And like I say, a good number, 18 cars come here to Snetterton. Circuit that's changed a lot over the years. When Austin 7 raced here back in the 1950s, a very different circuit to what we have today. And
certainly different to what it would have been in 1980 when Ken Cook earned his Driver of the Day award as well. Yeah. So we're watching them as they head through Brundle and Nelson for the first time in this race, and we can see some battling going on down the order as they come through Nelson and towards the bomb hole for the first time. That's the number 5 car you can see of Michael Harvey. Now he started on row 7 of the grid, so I think he's made up some places. He's there in the Austin 7 also, the driver from Milton Keynes already, though the race leader Timothy Roebuck has completed the first lap of the race. That is the car of number 12, Ben Mile. That was the car that was that stalled on the grid, I think, and needed to push back into position, but it's good to see Ben Mile out in the race. Another driver that we've seen in other cars in historic 750 Formula over the seasons as well. Timothy Roebuck's lead at the end of the first lap is 4.5 seconds. That's over the number 61 car in second place of Simon Gallen, number 11 James Miles in third place. But problems there for number 92, I'm afraid, and that's Pete Shepherd heading into the pits.
Yes, that's a real shame, isn't it? One car to the pit lane early on. Sun comes out for the Austin 7s.
It does.
Anyone expected that today? So there is Roebuck, who's been successful in the historic 750 Formula Series races, particularly in the Austin 7 class. He won both races at Pembrey, for example, last month. And is he being caught, though, by Simon Gallen?
I think he is, you know, because it was 4.5 seconds at the end of the first lap. So Simon Gallen, who's retired, he's from Stamford in Lincolnshire, and he started racing in 2018 in historic 750 Formula in this Austin 7 Pigsty Special. is chasing after the race leader, Timothy Roebuck, isn't he? So this is a great charge from Simon then to try to catch the race leader. These are both in the supercharged Austin 7 cars. The majority of them are not supercharged, but these two right together now, the leaders, aren't they?
Very different cars as well, because the Gallon Kite is a single-seater sort of monoposto type car. As you say, though, he's caught quite a lot quickly, has Simon Gallon, who was the winner of the class at Alton Park in the historic 750 Formula race, and he's taken the lead down the Bentley Straight. He's accelerated past Tim Roebuck, who's dropped that position then, and we'll see if he's got anything to fight back now that Gallon is ahead as they turn their way through the S's. And it was around here where the old circuit rejoins. They used to go down the Norwich Straight and then basically on the road into the circuit, brought you back to where the cars are going through now, where Kane Cook would have raced back in 1980, 40 years ago.
And here we see this is Thomas Evans involved here, I think, is it not? In the number 9, he's just behind number 26, Mike Whitby, in the Austin 7 Mason Special. So that's for 10th and 11th. And number 13, I'm afraid, is out of the race. Now that's Ben Bolt. And where was he at the end of the first lap? He was in 15th position. His car was known as the Silver Special, and it's the first car he ever raced in the early 1960s. His mother raced the car in 1964 and 1965, and the car was last raced in 1965, not having turned the wheel on track since then. Before today, it was being kept in storage until it was in a fit state to race again. It was brought back into that condition with the help of Ambrose Butcher, so sadly its return to racing didn't last more than a lap, but hopefully it won't be the last time we see that car out.
Pretty much free abreast there, wasn't it, as Mike Whitby who's gaining a place on Tom Emden, and Emden might lose a couple of positions here as they go up towards Coram. I think he has. And is that David Lewis possibly coming through in 99, or trying to come through anyway?
Yeah. Yes, Lewis was 12th at the beginning of the lap, but he's getting ahead of Emden there, around the outside into Murray's. Yep, he's made that move stick, I think, so that's number 9, nice big bold number on the side of that car, isn't it, for David Lewis. He makes up the position in the Austin 7 Special, and of course it was probably after the war, really, that many Austin 7s were rebuilt as specials, including the first race car built by Bruce McLaren. The first Lotus, the Mark 1, was derived, I think, from an Austin 7 as well. So they've really been quite instrumental in some pretty significant developments in motoring and motorsport history.
And this is the battle for the non-supercharged cars, because Charlie Plain Jones, who couldn't keep up with Richard Verheyden yesterday, have got themselves together as they turn their way down towards Agostinian.
Thomas Emden out of the race, I'm afraid. He's just pulled into the pit lane in that number 9 car. We saw him involved in that battle with David Lewis a moment ago, but he's now out of the race.
And the Austin 7 shape as well, that took pay in people at my age, it's childhood, because Brum, the children's TV programme, that used the Austin 7 type car, didn't it?
Yeah. And the car had a number of different body styles as well. There were Tourers, there were saloons, cabriolets, sports cars. Obviously we've got the Austin 7 single-seaters as well, designed for racing. There was Austin 7 vans built, and certainly the annual Austin 7 Rally at Bewley has a different theme each year, and it will be usually to celebrate some of those different body shapes or some other theme. But good to see that with a big programme of Austin 7 centenary events being planned this year. We've got this race here at Snetterton, organised by the 750 Motor Club, and well supported it is too, and quite entertaining as well. As you say, there's a good little battle here between these two, involving Charlie Plain Jones, number 22, but also Richard Verheyden there, who is, 45 years of age. He's involved in aircraft maintenance. He has done some historic Formula Ford 1600 racing, as well as historic 750 Formula. He travels from Eastern France for each race. He says racing with the 750 Motor Club is worth the trip. His car, which has just got the lead of the non-supercharged class, by the way, from Charlie Plain Jones as they headed into Coram, is a 1934 Badfrog with its Austin side valve engine, putting out a mighty 25 brake horsepower.
Good lap times with that amount of power, isn't it? Because Richard Verheyden's doing sub 3 minutes during the course of this race, and he's just passed Charlie Plain Jones to take the lead of the class as they come.
That's not going to last. It's not going to last. Charlie Plain Jones has got it back again as they came over the line. It's a very entertaining scrap between these two.
Tim Roebuck hasn't come through. The driver who was in second place, who led early on, has not completed lap 3 of this race.
So Simon Gallen now 23 seconds clear in number 61 of James Miles, number 11 in second place. And that means the battle that you can see on screen is now the battle for the final podium position overall as well. Charlie Plain Jones back into third place and back into the Class A lead ahead of Richard Verheyden and Hugo Pickup, who confounded the handicap system yesterday in the historic 754-minute handicap race. He's up into 5th place, and then Ben Mile is a rather distant 6th in car number 12 now.
So this battle is going to continue on, isn't it, between these two. Actually, Charlie Plain Jones perhaps learned a few things yesterday to get this car to go quicker around here so he could take it to Richard Verheyden, which he couldn't do in the historic 750 Formula races that we saw yesterday. So these two cars make their way down into the Agostini hairpin. Really narrow tyres, of course, on these pre-war cars. Such a different type of way to go motor racing compared to what else we see at this meeting. And Charlie Plain Jones, then, who's been racing this car, hasn't he, in this type of racing, in the historic 750 Formula, 750 Trophy before that for a long time.
Absolutely right. So Charlie Plain Jones, number 22, heading around Oggies. I think he thought he might be on too wide a line, though. He was concerned, I reckon, that Richard Verheyden was going to sneak back up the inside on the way to Williams, but it wasn't to be. Verheyden tried to drive all the way around the outside of him, though, Williams instead, and he's done it. Fantastic move that from Richard Verheyden in car number 6. Plain Jones, I think, has a quicker car in a straight line, though. We saw that on the centre straight as well, and he's going to try and out-drag Verheyden all the way up the Bentley straight. There you can see the second place car, number 11, James Miles, going through shot. He's about 10 seconds or so ahead of these two, and it is Charlie Plain Jones that's got back into third, because although Verheyden made that good move around the outside in a straight line, he can't cope with the pace of Charlie Plain Jones.
But through the bend, he's pretty fast, isn't he? And he tried to fight back here at the end of the lap, which is a little bit more twisty than what some of the rest of the Snetterton circuit did. So let's see if Hayden can do what he did a lap ago, really. Here he comes up the inside into Coram Curve, and he flies past. A great move into third position.
Car number 7 is expiring. That's Graham Wilson. The green car is just beneath us, pulling off. He's going to try and pull off, I think, onto the left-hand side of the circuit.
And that was the car that was being sort of put together last night, ready to return to racing. Unfortunately, hasn't quite lasted the full race, but great to have that car returning to racing today.
So we've got 3 minutes of this race left.
I think that's the last lap board that's being shown.
Yes, I think you're right. Last lap board is being shown now.
Hopefully Charlie Plain Jones got it back ahead of Richard Verheyden before the yellow flags there.
Yes, well, he certainly is. Now there you can see Graham Wilson just getting out of his car, which is obscured by the corner marker boards, but the car is there, I can assure you. That's the car of number 75, Mike Peck, another long-time 750 Motor Club member and race the drive from Westerham. He is running in 12th position as things stand at the moment. Simon Gallen now leading this race by more than half a minute from the rest of them. And there, I think that's James Miles in second place, I think, isn't it, that we're just picking up now. And he's been racing historic 750 Formula since 2017. He built this car from the ground up from a 1936 chassis. As we switch our attentions to the race leader, though, that's number 61, Simon Gallen, already out of Williams there and on to the Bentley straight for what we think then is going to be the final time in this race.
Yeah, it looks that way, doesn't it? And that kind of makes sense, because it's going to be pretty much 15 minutes when he gets to the end. But it's really that battle for Class A, for the non-supercharged cars, which could be contested right to the end, because we know Verheyden's got the cornering ability, but Charlie Plain Jones is quicker down the straight, so he could almost have a photo finish there. Although we've got the yellow flag just before the finish line. But for Simon Gallen, he's half a minute ahead of everybody else in this monoposto. It's really a racing car, isn't it, this version of the Austin 7, so it really makes sense for this car to be the one that's leading the race.
Yeah, so Simon Gallen then, it is that's out in front. Good drive from him, had to get the better of Timothy Roebuck in the early stages. Roebuck sadly has gone into retirement since then, but he's out of the final corner. Well, it's just off goes number 26, which is Mike Whitby. He was in the top 10, but here is the race leader about to become race victor. That is number 61, then Simon Gallen takes the checkered flag in this special Austin 7 centenary race. It's going to be a very convincing victory for him. His best lap time, a 2:46.35, and that's about 10 seconds faster than anybody else that's going to finish the race, about 7 seconds faster than Roebuck managed in the early stages. There are some back markers coming through as well, but is this the second place car coming through? No, that's one of the back markers coming through. That's number 60, which is Clive Neal's.
And here, side by side for the Class A lead out of Murray's, Richard Verheyden, I think, had quite an aggressive move up the inside. Charlie Blaine-Jones had to almost gone to the grass to avoid him.
As James Miles just there takes the checkered flag in second position. We've lost number 77, William Kirk, towards the end as well in his Austin 7 model Porsche. But there is the battle for third, and it's Charlie Blaine-Jones that gets the better of Richard Verheyden, also winning Class A then. Verheyden takes fourth position. Fifth place, that's going to go the way of number 69, Hugo Pickup, and then quite a bit further back, I think, is going to be Ben Mile in sixth place, number 12. Obviously, we did lose quite a few cars during the course of that race, unfortunately, including some to the pit lane, some stopping out on circuit. So Pete Shepherd, Ben Bolt, Tom Emden, Timothy Roebuck, Graham Wilson and William Kirk, all I think have failed to make it to the checkered flag. That's, I think, Ben Mile that's just gone through, and he gave a wave there to Graham Wilson as he went past Wilson's stricken car. So Ben Mile, number 12, completes the top 6 in that Austin 7 centenary race, which was a fitting way of marking the 100 years of the Austin 7, particularly given its links for more than 80 of those years with the 750 Motor Club. Good little scrap for the final positions just coming through Brundle and Nelson. And is this number 99 that's going to make a couple of places on the final lap possibly, which would be David Lewis, wouldn't it? Is he going to get up into 7th place? I think he might be, although for the treble 5 car of Matthew Edwards fighting back, the Monoposto much quicker in a straight line, it would seem. So he's going to come through, Matthew Edwards, to take 7th position. 8th place goes the way of number 99, David Lewis. 9th place goes the way of number 5, Michael Harvey. And I think Mike Whitby's going to complete the top 10, although we did see him in strife on that final lap of the race. But that was an entertaining little race for the Austin 7 Centenary, Josh.
Yeah, and despite some cars retiring, like you say, everybody started who entered, so that's great, isn't it? Because quite a few of them had 2 races yesterday, so
that's right.
It's a busy couple of days, really, for these Austin 7s. And it's not just on circuit that they have competition, is it? Because the trials, I think some 50 Motor Clubs have organised some of those. Austin 7s are a big part of those as well. So a versatile car. And already our top 3 have made their way down to Parc Fermé, where Kieran McGinley will chat firstly to our race winner.
Well, twice in a row now, these drivers have avoided the rain. It's just started spitting again in Parc Fermé. However, that's not going to put a smile off the face of our race winner here in Simon Gallen. Simon, winner by more than half a minute, but I suppose this race is more about the cars. But how did you find out there?
It was a joy just to have the car running, because I spent most of yesterday actually taking it apart and putting it back together. So to have a good race today was great. I don't know what happened to Tim Roebuck, because he's normally the one who prays for rain. And he's not come in yet, so I hope he's okay. But yeah, great time.
Yeah, I was going to say, it is starting to come down a little bit more now. Was that something?
That's fine, yeah. The prayers have worked.
Yeah, just a little bit too late, but that's good for you, right?
That's all right, that's great for us, yeah. These tyres don't like the wet.
Well, talk to us just a slight bit about your car then, because it looked like it really was good today.
It's excellent. It's a pigsty special. It's one of Alex Miles, and I love driving it because it tells you everything you need to know. When it starts to go, it goes gradually, so you've got time to do something about it, if you're quick enough. And it's just a joy to drive. I drive better in that car than I would do normally.
Well, Simon, congratulations on the victory today, and go and enjoy the victory. Get yourself out of this rain.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. All right.
Let's see if we can chat to our second place driver, James Miles. James, good to see you back here again. Second place in the centenary race. How did you find that?
It was hard work, but great fun. Really good fun. So that's my two second places in the last 3 weeks on 2 centenary races. So I have to wait another 100 years for a first. But Apart from that, it was really good. At least it stayed dry. We could actually use some power. So qualifying was very difficult, but second place is fantastic. Simon's got a bit more power than I, so there we go.
Yeah, the gap was more than half a minute towards the end there.
I had a safe second, so I could see Charlie in the wing mirrors, but I knew he wasn't going to catch me. So I won't say that in front of him, but yeah, great result, great day. Thank you very much, 750.
And thank you very much as well for the interview.
Great. Indeed, thank you.
Enjoy your second place. And let's see. Oh, we've not got time, so unfortunately, let's throw it on to the next race, which is the Calm All Porsche Trophy.
So the Calm All Porsche Trophy race is up next, and this is a 40-minute race with pit stops, and several of the entries have 2 drivers, and this an occasional series of non-championship races for these Porsches. They have some different formats throughout the season as well. They've been to Donington, Brands and Thruxton so far this year. Let's have a look at how this grid is going to line up though. And on pole position it's going to be the number 60 Porsche 968, and that's going to be Roger Coy taking up pole position there. And beside him you can see the number 80 car, which is the Porsche Boxster S of James Cayley. So those two on the front row of the grid. On the second row it's going to be 91 Stephen Archer, but actually it's Felix Archer that's going to start that car. That's another Porsche Boxster, and besides him is yet another Boxster S. That is John Walker, number 51, going to be starting that one. On to the third row. There we can see a different grid on screen, so we'll get rid of that, and maybe we'll bring the Porsche grid up in a moment, but that's a grid for an earlier race. I'll carry on telling you what I can from my screen though. So on the third row on the inside it's going to be number 44, which is Sam Callahan, another Porsche Boxster S, and Sam Callahan, who was a winner at Thruxton, I think. And besides him, it's 25, which is the car of Jamie McHugh at 944. So a different shape of car from the various Boxsters that have been ahead of him on the grid. The green flag lap gets underway. Fourth row is going to be number 54 on the inside. That's Neil Blakes in the Porsche Boxster, and number 40 James Harvey in a Porsche Boxster S. Row 5, 35 is going to be started by, we don't know actually, we'll go with Daniel Krigo because that's what it says on the grid sheet, shared with Alvaro Krigo. That's the Porsche 968 Club Sport, and beside him is 56, which is Thomas McHugh in the 944 S2. Row 7, that's number 30, the car of Clayton Sampson and Edward Sampson, the Porsche 968 Sport, and 301 is the car alongside. That's Gary Martin starting the Porsche Boxster. The 8th row has number 46, that's going to be started by Michael Goodwin, and 66, that's going to be started by John Westbrook. The 9th row is going to be started by number 26, that's Gabriel Yilmaz, and number 1, Paul Hicks. Row 10 is 62, and that's James Charalambides in the Porsche 924, and 41, which is Carl Rossin in another Porsche 924, and on the back, number 42, Darren Constant, another 924. So I think 5 different classes that we have within the this series. There you can see the grid on screen now, just working right through. We've given you this already. But the different classes, SP1 is for cars of up to 240 brake horsepower per tonne, SP2 for cars of up to 200 brake horsepower per tonne, SP3 for 180 brake horsepower per tonne, SP4 for cars of up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne, and the SPDA class is for cars that were previously running in the Supersport Boxster class of the Porsche Racing Drivers' Championship as well. So 5 different classes. A lot of Boxsters on the grid today, Josh, but some other different shapes of car as well, and it should be an entertaining 40-minute race, especially as we've had a little shower of rain.
Yeah, and I think very different parts of the track of seeing different amounts of rain, watching the cars go around this green flag warming up lap. You say you've got the rear-engined Boxsters, we've got some front-engine cars out there as well, including the car that starts on pole position, the Porsche 968 of Roger Coy. The car's actually owned by Callum Lockie, which he uses for driver coaching usually. But Roger Coy's returning to racing this season and decided he wanted to race the car, so he said to Callum, do you fancy doing that? And he said yes. So Roger Coy, who was a championship contender in the Pirelli Porsche Championship 30 or so years ago, racing against the likes of Pete Chambers, then had a long time out and he's come back. And he's getting back up to speed again. He said now it's raining really hard, by the way, down here, so it's very much going to change the conditions. But he did qualify in the wet, so the grid set by those wet times. Then it's James Cayley alongside, who was racing at Silverstone just yesterday in the Porsche Club Championship, but in a different car. He was in a Cayman there, and he's now out in one of his Boxsters. He was going to race with his dad Bill, but it looks like he's going solo now with James Cayley. And he's a Class 1 car, so should have a bit more power. Roger Coy's is a Class 3 car. You've got some Class 2 cars behind, the Archers and the Walkers, so good to see family outings there as well. But we've had 4 races. We saw them back with the 750 Motor Club at Donington Park, where Matthew Carl-Henny and Toby Barlow were the winners on that occasion. They had 2 sprint races at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit, where Gary Goodwin and Colin Tester shared the victories. And then a longer race again at Thruxton, as you say, Sam Callahan. He was the winner on that occasion. So this is the 5th race of the season. Multiple classes, so we'll try and keep an eye on those as well. So Class 4 at the back there, we see some of the 924s. Class 3 is ready for the other front engine cars. We've got the 968s and the 944s. And then classes 1 and 2 for the Boxsters. And I think we've got one Cayman out there, the Paul Hicks and Trevor Bale car, a little bit further down on the grid. Cars though making their way up to the line. It's a standing start for this race, 40-minute race. We've got pit window obviously in the middle third as well to see quite a lot of driver changes. Most of the cars are shared, aren't they, on this grid, which is good to see. So it'll be very interesting with this track if it does get wetter during the course of it, how everyone adapts.
It certainly is, and certainly quite a heavy shower. It seems to have pretty much blown through, although those wipers are still on, as you can see, on the cars as they're sitting on the grid, but certainly not as heavy as it was at this point of the circuit just a few moments ago. So we await the race getting underway. It looks like last cars are now in position. 5-second board is about to be shown, I reckon. So you've got Roger Coy and James Cayley on the front of the grid, Felix Archer and John Walker on the second row. 5-second board is now displayed. So about to go race. Headed up towards the right-hand route, Riches for the first time.
Yeah, he made a great start. The successful Caterham driver, John Walker, and he was quick at Donington Park earlier in the year, where he finished second on that occasion with, I think it's his son, isn't it, who shares the car, Christian. So the cars make their way in half of the race. So it's Boxsters to the front, and now Roger Coy's gone very sideways, and he's spun, and he's tagged the barriers. So that's, yeah, that's not gone so well, has it,
Yeah,
Roger Coy?
that's on the inside at Palmer. He's not done too much damage, I don't think, so he'll get back into the race. Another car got sideways in sympathy with him as well.
That could have been the McHugh 944.
Yeah, it could be right, couldn't it? So they're heading down to Agostini now, the race leaders for the first time. And Roger Coy's got to go back going again, we can see in the background, but some shuffling going on down the order as well as the cars make their way out of that left-handed hairpin for the first time, then through the quicker left-hander at Hamilton. We await the race, the cars going back into our view at Williams, which they surely will do in a moment or two's time. But at the moment, they are heading down to... Where are we? Heading down to Brunel and Nelson, yes, the race leaders. It is the 51 car of John Walker that is leading the way then, and then it's the car that's on the outside of the front row next, I think, isn't it? So that's James Cayley, number 80.
Yeah, sun's out now, so that brief shower only mildly dampened the circuit, but it doesn't stop John Walker getting very sideways there.
Very cautious, aren't they, through Nelson?
Sam Callahan's up to third. He's made a good start ahead of the Felix Archer car. We've got another of the front engine cars that's gone off the road.
That's McHugh, actually, the 56 car.
Okay.
So it wasn't him that we saw involved with Roger Coy. So we're waiting for the cars to stream back through, but there's no grip at all out there, is there? That's the 42 car that goes spinning around. Darren Constant, Porsche 924. It's really, really hard to find grip at the moment for these drivers.
I think it was the other McHugh that went for the spin, Jamie.
Yeah.
And it's Steve. It's Thomas, isn't it? Who's up there? As you say, over up the order.
Yeah, so there we can see coming through on the inside the number 26 car, which is Gabriel Yilmaz, and his Boxster S, trying to make a move up the inside. 30 car is the one of Clayton and Edward Sampson. We're not sure who's driving that, but there's certainly a bit of shuffling to do. Now the cars have found some grip again as they head along the centre straight.
5 seconds. John Walker is clear up front in his Class 2 Boxster S, ahead of James Cayley. Sam Callahan, we've got to say, is third. But yeah, it's Boxsters in the top 5. The best front engine car is number 35, which is the Craigo 968 Club Sport. Then Thomas McHugh ahead of Jamie McHugh in their 944s in that sort of unofficial front engine division.
Sam Callahan in third place, I thought, was being caught by Felix Archer there in the number 91 car, so we'll keep an eye for that. That's about third overall and second within their class. We'll try and give an update on the class positions as this race goes on as well. So they've got some Boxsters in this race.
Yeah, it's a good sort of budget way to go Porsche racing, isn't it? The Porsche Boxster, not the most expensive Porsche out there, but also still a quick car.
That's John Westbrook making a move up the inside into the hairpin at Agostini.
I guess the 924, that was sort of the original budget way to go Porsche racing, wasn't it? That was a very successful one-make championship for a while.
It was. It was, you know, full grids and reserves and heat qualifying racing, all kinds of things at one point. A few decent drivers as well have gone through that particular championship.
Yeah, Ryan Hooker was the champion, I think, one year, who went on to
right.
race in British GT successfully. But here's our race leader, John Walker, in 51, and he, I think, is continuing to pull clear of the front row man, James Cayley. And in qualifying, the pole time was a 2:51. Well, the standing start lap was quicker than that. Just showing you how much drier it is now, despite that rain we had earlier. And now the track looking in pretty decent nick for our race leader, John Walker, who turns his way out of Murray's and accelerates down the centre straight. You can hear the 6-cylinder engine. If you say there, yeah, Sam Callahan has been caught now, hasn't he, by the car that was started by Felix Archer. 2:32 is the first flying lap in this race from John Walker.
Yeah, 19 seconds faster than qualifying, which was in full wet conditions, of course.
Last year we saw 2:10 in this equivalent race in full dry, so there's still quite a bit of lap time actually to find yet. We'll see how close we can get to that lap record set by Jonathan Evans a year ago.
The number 30 car of Clayton Sampson and Edward Sampson seems to have made up quite a few places on this lap. It was 14th at the beginning of the lap, but where were they going to come through at the end of the lap? Up to 11th place now, so they made up 3 positions on that lap, and they are second within their class as well. Number 30 car, that is in the SP3 class, which is the up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne division.
We just saw there car number 94, which we believe was going to be started by Charlie McCarthy in his 968, although on the timing screens it's only showing Rob Holliman in that car, but he's a quick historic Porsche racer. Rob Holliman, multiple winner in the Aston Martin Owners Club Intermark races over the years. It's good to see him out here with the 751 Club in this all Porsche trophy.
And an all Norfolk team, that as well. Holliman and McCarthy. Oh, a smoky car there. Who was that? It's a little bit bizarre because it was halfway along the straight to Agostini. Was that the 94 car that put that out, which is the Holliman and McCarthy car?
I think McCarthy must be a novice. Roger Coy's been in the pit lane. His car's been taped up and he's heading back out into the race. Looks like we might have lost Thomas McHugh and James Harvey. They've not completed 2 laps of this race. Roger Coy's gone back out, he's a lap down.
Yes, and he's in 21st position, having lost all of that time. So we'll see if any progress at all can be made from there. That's the number 41 car, that's Carl Rossin. He started that car, the drive from Olney, sharing the car with Gary Campbell today.
Yeah, that's the first of the Class 4 cars at the moment, and they haven't won yet this season. So we'll see how they get on. The first of the 924s, and quite a long way ahead. About 20 seconds, I think, already ahead of the rest. 2 minutes 20 now for John Walker. So that's
sort of 12 seconds, wasn't it, that they found, something like that. Third and fourth have gone over the line. There they are, number 44, Sam Callahan, and 91, which is Felix Archer, and there is only 0.4 of a second between them. Archer took another 0.2 out of Callahan that time. Callahan probably still best known for being the former X Factor star, but these days he's trying to make a real go of his motor racing as well.
Yeah, he had a start of the season, Junetto Super Cup, didn't he?
That's right.
I think budget a bit difficult to come by for a full season. But I'm sure he'll keep pushing on for that. But out in this All Porsche Trophy, and had his win at Thruxton, which I think would have been his first win in cars. So
that's right.
A great effort that would have been. He beat Rob Hardy and Daniel Crago on that occasion.
Of course, we saw his father Mark out earlier on in the Sport Specials race as well. And yesterday, they've sometimes shared a car as well in different categories. It's the 91 car, that's the second, the car in 4th position then of Felix Archer, just behind Sam Callahan. So the 2 Boxsters together there as they turn their way out of Oggies and towards Williams then to, well, not to complete, but for the 3rd time, going back onto the Bentley Straight.
Felix Archer with Stephen have had a top 5 finish this year, so they're looking to improve on that. They're currently 4th, and Felix Archer right on terms with Sam Callahan, and right in the toe. He's so close to him, you can hardly see him on the Alpha Live pictures. So close, these two, heading up into Grundle. And then they slow these Porsche boxers down into Nelson, the right-hander. And through there, Sam Callahan perhaps just extends his margin by a couple of car lengths, actually, over his closest rival. So they head under the dark skies there at Coram Curve. I think that's the weather we had at the start of the race. Where the weather's coming from doesn't look so bad at the moment. 51, the leader's in the pit lane. So John Walker is into the pits. I don't think the pit window has opened, has it?
10 minutes. He's getting out of the car. So are we into the pit window for this race now? Yeah, looks like they're doing the driver change. John Walker getting out, and Christian Walker getting into that car. So John, who's retired from Ascot, handing over to his son Christian for the bulk of the race, therefore, the remaining half hour or so, well, 29 minutes or so of the race. So they're into the pits for the first of the stops, but I don't know, possibly we'll be able to hear from John. Kieran McGinley is down there in the pit lane, so if we are able to hear from him, we will do so during the next few moments, but we'll let them carry on with their driver change. So that means it is then the number 80 car of James Cayley that has taken the lead of the race on the road. The battle that's on screen now is 44 Sam Callahan and 91 Felix Archer. That's now the battle for 2nd place. There, though, is our race leader, and he's about 9 seconds clear of everybody else. We're watching now number 62. That's James Charambolides. Is through and out of the pit lane now goes the 51 car of Christian Walker, as it now is. So he has dropped as a result of that back to 11th position.
Yes, I think the pit stop's is meant to be stationary for 60 seconds, so quite a quick pit stop like we saw in Motorsport yesterday. Good battle here, down into Old Agostini. 35 there was under threat for 4th position. So the car shared between Daniel and Alvaro Crago, the 968 Club Sport, just about hanging on, but Neil Blake's in one of the Driver Association's spec boxes really pressurising through there. So that's a real battle for 4th positions. And Jamie McHugh wasn't far back either. Or 26, Gabriel Yilmaz, he's had a good start because he started 17th and is up to 7th. But let's head down into the pit lane.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm here with number 51 car, the John Walker. John, bit of an eventful opening stint, what with rain on the green flag lap. What did you make of that?
Well, it was really slippy. I mean, at least the green flag lap gave you a chance to feel what the circuit was like, and it was very slippy. Having said that, the rain stopped, the sun's out, but within about 2 or 3 laps, the track's totally dry.
And you've made the driver change quite early in the race. Any particular strategic reason behind that?
No, my son fancies having a few more laps today.
That's very generous of you.
Well, that's what dads are for.
Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much for your time, John.
Sure, welcome.
And it's back to you in the coverage box.
Thank you, Kieran. So we've had about 13 minutes of this race now. Sam Callahan has just done the best lap of the race at 2 minutes 20.50. The best lap in his class.
3.2 for Callahan.
3.2, yeah, I was reading the wrong line. There we go. 2:20.32 for Sam Callahan. So just a couple of hundredths faster than James Cayley, who's also done the best lap on that lap as well. So the gap 9.18 seconds between Cayley and Callahan. Of course, they've not yet made their stops, whereas the 51 car has. Christian Walker, it is now that's aboard that. He's still only, 19 years of age. He's at college, and he started racing in 2020, initially in the Mazda RX-8 Trophy alongside his dad, and they won their first ever race at Thruxton despite torrential rain. And the team, Mum, Anne Walker, she works as pit crew and is the team principal, so she will have been in charge of what went on at the pit stop down there as well, I am sure. On screen now you can see number 66, that is the car being driven at the moment by John Westbrook, making up a place. I think that was on the inside. No, it wasn't actually, it was a continuing the battle with the 26 car, wasn't it, of Yilmaz, Gabriel Yilmaz, which is number 26, the silver and blue car. So that is for 7th and 8th positions, and just ahead of them is the number 25 car of Jamie McHugh, the 38-year-old scaffolder from Battle down there in East Sussex.
35's been through the pit lanes as Daniel and Alvaro Crago have changed drivers in their 968 Club Sports. That car heads back into the race now, which is still being headed by James Cayley, who's working his 6th lap of this race.
Or is that him into the pit lane? It is, and Sam Callahan is into the pit lane as well now. So that means that it is Felix Archer who has stayed out and has just done the best lap of the race at 2:18.64. So time's going down all the time. That takes the lead for the moment. So both Cayley and Callahan, the P1 and P2 class leaders respectively, into the pits.
Okay, so it's Felix Archer staying out then, the new leader, like you say, also setting the fastest lap at 2 minutes 18.64, which is now just 4 seconds outside the Class 2 lap record, which went to Matthew Cole Henney here last year. There's Sam Callahan. I think that's his dad, isn't it, Mark, who's time in the 60 seconds down there in the pit lane.
Absolutely right. There's the Christian Walker car, so he was the first of the stoppers. So he'll be gradually rising back up the tyre screens, especially as other cars make their pit stops.
Yeah, so see if Christian Walker can come out ahead of James Cayley, because his last lap Walker was a 2:35 coming out the pit, which is not the quickest out lap, I wouldn't have thought. But he's coming out of Murray's as James Cayley's coming down the pit lane, so a gap which is pretty big is no longer that, and it's going to be very close, I think, as they get up towards Ritchie's. It's going to be Christian Walker ahead, but a much reduced margin now over James Cayley.
And Sam Callahan now heading back out into the race as well. As we see on screen, that's the 301 car. That was Gary Martin who started that. It's Fernando Gattino who is going to take the second part of the race in that 3.4 litre Boxster. 41 you can see going through. I think that's still Carl Rossin that's at the wheel of that car, yet to have the driver change. There's a black and orange flag being flown,
41
the Marshal's post for 41, so that is for Carl Rossin.
Right, so there's obviously a mechanical problem with that car, so I guess they can sort of use that as their pit stop. It depends how much they've got to do to fix the car. Callum Lockheed's 968 doesn't look quite as good as it once did. Roger Coy's still at the wheel, the left-hand drive car.
It's a shame they didn't have any white tape, isn't it, really?
Callum didn't think that one through, did he?
No, obviously not. So there's the black and orange mechanical warning flag being shown to, we think, 41 on Rossin. So, what have we got? We've got 17.5 minutes of the race gone. It's Felix Archer, number 91, who's still out there. He's leading the race from number 54, Neil Blake's in second place. Number 25, Jamie McHugh, is third. The 66 car is in fourth position. That's John Westbrook. Gabriel Yilmaz, 26, is in fifth position. But there is the race leader.
Yeah, so Felix Archer is now making his pit stop to hand over to Stephen. We know he had that good lap on the lap before he came in. So see where that car comes out in relation to the other front runners who have already pitted. We saw Christian Walker ahead of James Cayley. We'll see if it stays that way when they complete their 7th lap. Neil Blake stays out, so he's the new race leader.
46 has been in as well. Michael Goodwin has handed over to Gary Goodwin, who was a long-time racer in the Porsche Boxer Championship, of course.
And he was one of the winners on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit,
Was,
so
yes.
he should be quick at the wheel of that car.
So Neil Blakes has now assumed the lead in the SPDA class, number 54.
And here's potentially where the lead battle is coming from, because James Cayley is making his way out of Murray's, and he's not really catching Christian Walker on that lap. So Christian Walker is the leading stopper from James Cayley, but Sam Callahan is catching both of them, I would suggest.
Yeah, I think he is. And it looks like Callum Lockie's gone out into the race as well, having had their driver change from Roger Coy.
Yeah, Sam Callahan was 5 seconds quicker than James Cayley on that lap, on that out lap. And despite having to get up to speed, Callahan was still pretty much on the same type of lap time as Christian Walker. So Sam Callahan looks like he's got a time mark down the side of his car.
Just thinking the same thing. Sure it wasn't there earlier.
So I wonder if he can replicate what he did at Thruxton.
Stephen Archer's going back out into the race, number 91, having made his stop. So that was the car that was leading the race. It's now being shown 9th on the timing screens.
See the only Porsche Cayman out in the race there, the car that shared between Paul Hicks and Trevor Bale. And they run in 17th position. I think Callum Lockie's possibly got aboard the 60 car now, so
yes,
see how quickly he can go in dry conditions. Despite the car being a bit damaged, the car's not going to be in any contention after that unscheduled stop earlier, so they're in 19th overall, but whether Callum Lockie perhaps can set a fastest lap, that might be his aim in this. There's the Samsung 968 Club Sport, the car that's shared between Clayton and Edward. They're currently 6th, I don't think they've pitted yet, so that'll have to be done soon. We're halfway through the race. A lot of drivers, they're choosing to make an early pit stop in this 40-minute race. We've only had half of the race so far. There's the Archers. They've made their pit stop. So now it's Stephen Archer in that Boxster now. See the sun shining once again at Snetterton, and in the sunshine is Karen McGinley in the pit lane.
So I'm here in the pit lane then with the 301 team and Gary Martin, who's finished his stint. Gary, I've already asked about the first couple of laps to these drivers, and that was an interesting green flag lap.
Yeah, so it was the green flag lap. You know, people were just trying to find grip, and they started to warm their tyres up, but then it started to rain, so you couldn't really lean on them too hard. But the first 2 laps were very dicey because there was just no grip at all, because the tyres are worn and the track was a bit wet. The 944s were just sort of, you know, just understeering, pirouetting, just spinning off. So I just took advantage with the Boxster, you know, being sort of mid-engine. And as it dried out, I got more confidence than the other drivers, and I was just going past loads. I don't know where I was in position on the whole race. I don't know. I know you said I'm 2nd in class, but I just hope my teammate Fern Gattino keeps it in 2nd or gets the 1st. So, but it was very good. It was really, really good.
So is the win a realistic aim then in the class?
Possibly. But I mean, it's the first race we've had with Calm. So it's the first race. We normally race with MSV and Turismo X or the Super Cup, but we want to race with like similar cars. So it's much better, it's much closer racing. So I think we're probably going to stick with Calm for the rest of the season.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we're all the welcome for it.
Okay, thank you very much, Kieran.
Thank you very much, Gary. And that's back to you in the studio.
So just over halfway through this race, 18 minutes left to go now. I think we've got a convert there to the Carmel Porsche Trophy as well, which is excellent news. And Sam Callahan has done the best lap of the race, a 2:17.11. He's sixth on the timing screens at the moment. He's only about 0.3 of a second behind James Cayley, but effectively third overall, because the first three, Neil Blake's, the Westbrook and Kurt Lecombe, the Yilmaz car, those have all yet to make their mandatory pit stop. So really it's Christian Walker effectively in the lead of this race, from James Cayley and Sam Callahan.
I wonder if that might have changed over the course of this lap, because, as you say, Callahan has been lapping quickly around this Snetterton circuit, waiting for them to come into shot here into Coram, where they are now. I think we just lost that shot for a moment. We'll see if we can get that back to see. Yeah, because Sam Callahan is right, I think, there with Christian Walker possibly.
As we're watching on screen, the 66 and the 46 car in dispute. So that's they're actually on different laps, those two cars. 66 is the car being driven by John Westbrook at the moment, and now we're looking a little bit further back down the order as well. Callum Lockie's done the best lap of the race, a 2:15.16, so he's gone 2 seconds faster than Sam Callahan there as well.
And that's 4 seconds under the lap record in Class 3,
wow,
which was set by Daniel Reid last year. But Callum Lockie, it's a shame that car had that problem in the first lap, because that would have been a real interesting comeback story in the second stint. Oh, it's Goodwin's parked up, who we were just watching actually, so that's a shame for the Brands Hatch race winner.
Yeah, so Gary Goodwin out of the race. They were running 13th at the time.
And another one.
And another one as well. That's 40. So that's James Harvey, I'm afraid, that's out of the race now. He was in 12th position, so 12th, 13th in quick succession out of the race.
Haley car's pitted, so we saw that car perhaps struggling a bit after the stop. So James Cayley looks like he might be retiring, which for the driver we just spoke to, Gary Martin, it might mean a Class win comes his way in Class 1.
Yeah, it could be, couldn't it? And that is the top class, in theory, the most powerful class, because it's P2 class cars at the 4.
This is basically the battle for the win here, because Christian Walker's been caught by Sam Callahan. It's for third at the moment, but these are the two leading pit stoppers. And Sam Callahan, who's been lapping about a second a lap quicker than Christian Walker, has caught him now, and they make their way down the Bentley Straight. And this, they've actually just been passed by Callum Lockie there. So Callum Lockie in front, he's not part of their battle because they lost a lap earlier, but the battle behind is, and they're side by side. Sam Callahan goes around the outside through Nelson, trying to get alongside Christian Walker here, which would be the wrong line really for the bomb hole, but it could be an impressive move if he can make it work. He's still on the outside for Coram. If he can hang on around the outside here, he'll finally get an inside line, which would be for Murray's, but Callahan decides the better of that. That would have been a bit too risky, I think. So, but he goes to the outside again, this time for Murray's.
That's not going to work, surely, is it?
But he looks so racy here to try and get past Christian Walker. Great battle for what eventually will be the race lead in this race.
Yep, so they're coming up to the line again to complete their 10th lap of the race. Only a couple of car lengths between them as they went over about 0.4 of a second. And as they go into Rich's corner, Sam Callahan has another look. Meanwhile, Callum Lockie has done another fastest lap of the race, a 2:14.7. On the last lap, these two were lapping in the 2:19s and 2:20s. Now, nose to tail as they head around the Wilton hairpin for the 11th time now in this race. Callahan in the number 44 car, chasing after Christian Walker. So you've got two relatively young drivers here. Christian Walker, 19 years of age, and Sam Callahan in his 20s. As I say, the star of the X Factor, probably the only driver on the grid that's produced his own calendar in the past as well. He's going to have a look around the outside of the number 51 car of Christian Walker at Agostini, but as yet cannot find a way through for what will be the national lead of the race.
There's yellow flags here, so Sam Callahan really shouldn't be trying to make a move. He doesn't go past, so that's a good thing, I would think. So there's a few yellow flag zones out there because there are a few cars that are parked up, but now into the green flag. part of the track. He goes around the outside again. Christian Walker's doing a great job here at defending, isn't he? He's very inexperienced, like you were saying here, but Callaghan right round the outside through Williams. Wheel to wheel now for the lead of this race, and Sam Callaghan is completely alongside now. So these two Boxsters, they've got very similar performance in a straight line. They're both Class 2 cars. Callaghan, though, will have the left-hand side of the circuit for Brundle, which will be the inside line. But for Christian Walker, he doesn't want to give this up easy. Oh, there's a touch between them possibly. And they both saved a bit of a slide there. And round the outside through Nelson, Sam Callaghan finally makes the pass work. It's taken a long time, but he's got through. 44 goes past 51. Sam Callaghan ahead of Christian Walker.
Yeah, so Sam Callaghan takes the lead of the race. It took sort of a lap and a half of tracked action to do it, but finally he's gone through. Now, is he going to be able to pull away in the lead of the race and leading Class SP2 as well, of course, turning their way through Murray's to come through to complete lap number 11 of this race. There's yellow flags that will greet them on the centre straight because there is a car that is stationary. So Christian Walker would be well advised not to try and make the move on Sam Callaghan on the way into Riches. He nevertheless has done so, and that one might need to be sorted out afterwards.
Right. Callaghan now back into the green flag zone. Doesn't want to wait for a call in the official's office. He's trying to go round the outside again. He likes these outside lines, doesn't he, Sam Callaghan? And this time he'll have the inside line for Palmer, and he slots back into the lead of the race.
He does, so it all sort of negates itself, that situation there. I think the car that they were passing at the station was the car that was leading the race, which was the John Westbrook and Mike Kirkler car, because I think that's the car that stopped up at on the approach to Riches. But we're watching these two head through the left-hander at Agostino now. It's Sam Callaghan and Christian Walker in that order, and they're the only two cars to have completed 11 laps at the moment. I think Neil Blake's, he's just come through as well, so he's yet to make his stop, so he's surely running out of time for that as well.
Yeah, we've only got 11 minutes of the race to go.
When did the pit stop window close?
Well, I can't find any official confirmation of when it opened or closed, and unless it's open for the whole race, I'm not sure.
Okay, anyway, he needs to make his stop fairly shortly anyway. So the 44 and 51 cars still nose to tail, aren't they? Christian Walker not allowing Sam Callaghan to get away here as they head down the Bentley Straight towards Brundle and Nelson. Fourth now is the Archer car, Stephen Archer, number 91. And fifth is Fernando Gattino. Do we get a change of lead again into Brundle? Not quite. Sam Callaghan just about holding on through Brundle and Nelson. Yeah, fifth overall is the 301 car, Fernando Gattino, leading Class SP1 as well.
Yep, so, and then the car behind him leads SP3, which is the Daniel and Navarro Craigo machine. Class 4, that's led by Cole Rossin and Gary Campbell, so presumably they fixed whatever the mechanical issue was in their stop. But here come the leaders. It's a great battle, this, between Sam Callaghan and Christian Walker. As you say, both drivers pretty inexperienced, haven't done that much racing, so it's great to see the battle here. And it does seem that Walker's car gets a good tow, and again, like a lap ago, no yellow flags this time though, goes up the inside of Sam Callaghan into Ritchie's. Who's going to come out on top? It's Walker this time, so Christian Walker, with 10 minutes of the race to go, retakes the lead. It's a great battle between these two boxers. They've got some traffic to deal with now, and Sam Callaghan brakes late round the outside, goes back through, so there's two lead changes in the space of 2 corners here on the 13th lap of the race. At Ritchie's, Christian Walker took the lead. At Wilson, Sam Callaghan got back ahead, and he's perhaps doing a better job here through the traffic.
Yeah, that's right. The 42 car is Darren Constant, still a novice driver, Darren, so relatively inexperienced, but he's letting those quicker cars through. Darren from Kimbolton in Cambridgeshire, so relatively local, I guess, not too far, only about an hour or so away from Snetterton. Started racing back in 2018. Let's head down to the pit lane once again. Kieran McGinley's down there.
Well, I'm here in the pit lane with what was the SP1 leaders at the time. Bill Cayley is joining with me. Bill, what happened?
Just had a brake line go, just going into Riches. Sort of think it went down just off the end of Coram and sort of went a little bit wide there, but just going into Riches, just put my foot on the brake and there was nothing there, which is fairly interesting.
Yeah, very interesting indeed. I mean, that's, well, obviously not the result you wanted, but it was a strong bit of pace from you today.
Yeah, no, I can say I really struggled with grip, sort of typically as soon as we went out it started raining and the tyres I got on just terrible in the wet, and then, yeah, just first few laps, the guy in front, fair play to him, he was driving it brilliantly, just I couldn't even keep with him, it was very, very impressive, and then he just got away, and yeah, then I think we had a good pit stop and we came back out behind that car because I kind of want, you're here, you kind of want to win the whole race. So I think there was a good battle on the cars, and they're still battling away now, and it's just a shame I can't be out there and battling with them. But
it is a shame, but at least you're in one piece. But Bill, thank you so much for having a chat to us, and unlucky for today.
Brilliant, cheers mate, thank you.
Thank you.
Another fastest lap of the race for Callum Lockie now, 2-minute 13.64. That car up to 12th position. I mean, there's been a lot of retirements in all of that, but Callum Lockie is now starting to pick through the order as well, Josh.
And that's 6 seconds underneath the class lap record now. It's quicker than the class 2 lap record. It's only 1.5 seconds off the overall race, or a couple of seconds off the overall lap record of the category. So that's really impressive stuff. But what else would you expect, I guess, from the 2000 British GT champion?
Indeed. A long time ago took that GT championship, isn't it? But there we go. Right, leaders are still together here, aren't they? 44 and 51, Sam Callahan and Christian Walker. So only 15/100 separated them at the start of the lap. The best part of a minute now clear of the 54 car of Neil Blake. So we've still not seen come into the pits actually, but he will need to do that. He might nevertheless get the class win in SPDA because I think there's only one other starter in there, and that car, James Harvey, has been a retirement. So it shouldn't affect the class result whenever and if and when he makes his stop.
Well,
So,
as long as he doesn't get excluded.
as long as he doesn't get excluded for not making a stop at all. Exactly.
So this battle continued. I think it's going to go right to the end. They're working lap 14. And I've got 3 laps probably at least at the end of this one.
Yeah, I would think so.
So they make their way down the Bentley Straight. For second now, you say that gap coming down between Neil Blakes and Stephen Archer. And Sam Callahan's a bit loose as he turns through Brundle. The car was moving around and he runs a little wide.
Is there something dragging under the car there as well? He's under threat now, so from Christian Walker, certainly in that 51 car. So the two Boxsters from the same class, the SP2 class, battling away for the lead of the race here. Turning their way through Coram now. And Walker having a look up the inside through the right hand, of course that's the outside from Murray's. Is he going to get the switch back? He does. He gets alongside Sam Callahan, and Christian Walker getting the full length of the car back in front. And with probably 3 laps to go then at the end of this, it is the 51 car now that leads the way. Once again, Christian Walker back ahead of Sam Callahan. So a thrilling race this for the victory.
Yeah, doesn't it just fall off Callahan's car there?
It's still, I can see, dragging underneath. You can just about see on the sort of silhouette there's something under the front of the car. Now what that is, I'm not quite sure, but there is something that certainly dropped down underneath it.
Okay, so we'll see how that concludes. We've got 5 minutes of the race to go. And now Christian Walker then back in front. Haven't been able to keep count of the amount of time these two drivers have changed positions during the course of the race. They've been side by side even more than that. But it's 51 then, coming down towards Agostini's the leader, which is Christian Walker. 44 Sam Callahan behind. Rob Hollyman's been in the pit lane, by the way, in the 968 with a problem by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think that's going to be out of the race. Quick rundown on the order possibly. 51 the leader then, Christian Walker. 44 in second place, Sam Callahan. 54 is third, Neil Blakes. 91 in fourth, that's Stephen Archer. 301 in fifth is Fernando Coutinho, and sixth is the 35 car of Daniel Crago and Alvaro Crago. So class SP1 being led by Coutinho, number 301. SP2 by Christian Walker, number 51. SP3 by the Crigos in number 35. SP4 by Carl Rossin and now Gary Campbell aboard that car, I think, number 41 in 11th place overall. And SPDA by Neil Blakes in 3rd place overall.
And yeah, Callahan's dropped a long way back on this lap, hasn't he? So if that is a problem, let's see if Callahan can get it to the end. There is Gary Campbell, isn't it? Former classic stock catcher.
Yeah, that's right.
Who leads class 4, sharing with Cole Rossin. And Gary was a good mate of Ryan Lowry, wasn't he, who we remember in this championship. He sadly died a few years ago.
Yes, Ryan was very much involved, wasn't he, in Porsche racing and setting this particular competition up as well, and is much missed.
Of course, also we support the Calm charity here as well, don't we, with the All Porsche Trophy?
Yeah, the campaign against living miserably, for focusing on men's mental health in particular. Whose car was that we saw in problem a moment ago?
Well,
was that the 26 car, the Yilmaz car?
Yeah, and also it looked like Callahan was going to come into the pit and then decided not to. But the gap is now 8 seconds. Sounds like he might be struggling for gears, Sam Callahan. But yeah, here's 26 in trouble from 7th position.
Of course, if Sam Callahan can maintain the pace that he's doing, he should still finish in 2nd place, such is the gap back to 3rd. There is the Yilmaz car, so that is now going to be Metin Yilmaz that's driving that car, but sadly it's a retirement from 7th place. And problems there for Sam Callahan. I was going to say, if he can keep going at that pace, he'll take 2nd. If he keeps going at that pace, he won't take 2nd, because he is pulling off onto the grass, and that's a great shame for Sam Callahan, who has driven so strongly in this race. A great battle he was having with Christian Walker, but now on the penultimate lap is out of the race.
A real shame. It sounded as he passed us here that it could have been a gearbox issue, but whatever it is, the car is no longer running.
So that's the 301 car now, which is Fernando Coutinho, the SP1 leader. So that is a car with Callahan being a non-finisher by the looks of it. Neil Blake's still, we think, to make a stop, or possibly have some time added or something at the end of the race. That would promote that car to 3rd overall, as well as leading its class.
So Neil Blake's is going the same pace as the car behind him, isn't he? So we're sure that didn't make a stop.
Well, perhaps we missed it. I'm not quite sure how he's done that then.
Because the Archer car's fallen a long way back, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It was sort of close to Callahan and such in the first stint.
Just a bit puzzled, because I don't think I've not seen Neil Blake's drop down the timing screen at any point during the course of that race. I'd actually stopped right at the beginning or something. I don't know.
There is Sam Callahan out of his car, frustrated, I think.
Yes, he's not looking at the happiest Sam Callahan we've ever seen.
There's Callum Lockie, the driver with the fastest lap. He's 8th now.
They did have some white tank tape as well. I've just spotted that. There's some white as well as some red on there.
Perhaps they run out.
Yes. So yes, where did you say he was up to? 8th place. Yeah, that's a good effort, and 3rd within the SP3 class. Last laps board is being shown now to Christian Larson. He's just lapped the number 1 car, which is Trevor Bale now, having taken over from Paul Hicks. That's the car running in 9th position. That's one of the SP1 class cars, and 2nd actually within SP1 today. With a few retirements actually within that class. Jamie McHugh, the Cayley car as well.
Callum Lockie, by the way, with Roger Coy, they're planning to do the Silverstone Club Enduro race. So that's going to be up against a lot more modern and bigger machinery in that race. I don't think they've got their entry in, so Callum Lockie showing good pace here. It's going to be a different kettle of fish, I think, at Silverstone in that championship.
Yeah, just sort of one more conventional race for the Calm All Porsche Trophy this season. That's going to be on the Anglesey weekend, the 10th and the 11th of September. It's going to be a double header event with 2 20-minute races on that occasion. And then, of course, many of the drivers will gather together to create teams to race in the Burkitt 6-hour relay race in October as well.
Yeah, that'd be good to see some Porsches out there, won't it? We still haven't had Neil Blakes across the line for 2nd. Whoa, Callum Lockie is locking up and he's hitting another car, so he's now had an accident. Oh dear, Callum.
Yeah, well, I suspect something probably broke on the car there, because very young Callum Lockie liked to get involved with, I think that was the 35 car, wasn't it? The Craigo car?
Possibly, but it's smoking, smoking badly, isn't it?
And there's some fluid, I think, coming from underneath. Is that something dragging underneath anyway? But the car not looking particularly happy anyway, so Callum's certainly been pushing it hard, hasn't he? Anyway, the checkered flag is being made ready, and it should shortly be going out there to Christian Walker in the number 51 car. Just wait for him to come through. There's the Lockie machine.
Looks like it's going quickly again now. Oh, yeah, it's going quite quickly anyway.
Yeah, relatively so. Just trying to spot where the race leading car is now. out.
Yeah, coming just behind Callum Lockie, just coming up towards Murray's now.
Okay, right.
And on our screen. So here comes John Walker, who started the race well, and Christian Walker's had a good second stint too, involved in some battling.
Yeah, great battle with Sam Callaghan, who sadly not made it to the end of the race, but the checker flag now goes out, and it's Christian Walker with his father John that win the Carmel Porsche Trophy race here at Snetterton. So that's their first win of the season, and it's going to be a relatively convincing win as well. In the end, Neil Blakes, we think, is going to take second place. The one car coming through next, that's a lap down. That's the car that's going to take second with an SP1. Trevor Bale completing the race there. And we'll see who's going to be the next car across the line and which lap they are on. But we did lose quite a few in that race, didn't we?
Most we've only got 11 cars running, haven't we?
Yeah, possibly so. So more than, or nearly half of them have expired, unfortunately.
Here's Gary Campbell to win Class 4 with Cole Rossin. So they'll be pleased with that. And a good chunk, I think, ahead of the other 924s.
Yeah, so it should be James Chalambides and Darren Constant second and third within that class.
They all got to the end, so the 924's proven to be reliable.
Absolutely right. And then the next car through is going to be the 30 car. So that's the Sampson's car. So that takes 6th position. And that's a lap down on the race winning car. A couple more cars coming through, including for second and third. That's Neil Blakes and the Stephen Archer car taken over from Felix Archer. They were separated only by 0.3 of a second at the end. 3 different classes represented on the podium then. The SP2 car of Christian Walker, the SPDA car of Neil Blakes, and the SP2 car of the Archers. At which point we should hum the theme tune, I suppose.
And the cars are not going to Parc Ferme, so Kieran might not be catching up with anybody.
Well, that's a shame. We were hoping to hear from all of our different class winners, but none of them clearly want to talk to Kieran McGinley, but we did hear from a few drivers during the course of the race as well.
There's our Class 1 winner going through. So Fernando Gattino with Gary Martin. I think they said they enjoyed that first outing even more now, I should think, as a Class winner. And who else have we got to come through? The Craigos there in 5th position. So 5 cars, I think, finished on the lead lap. And Callum Lockie did get the car to the end, but that car might need a little bit more work before it goes to Silverstone next month.
Yes, absolutely. To take a couple of biffs during the course of that race, unfortunately. One with Callum at the wheel, and one with his teammate as well, so Roger Coy. So that brings to an end the Carmel Porsche Trophy race for this weekend. 40-minute race won by number 51, John and Christian Walker. From number 54, Neil Blakes in 2nd place. 3rd place went the way of number 91, that's Stephen and Felix Archer. 4th to number 301, that's Fernando Gattino and Gary Martin. In 5th place, number 35, Daniel Craigo and Alvaro Craigo. 6th to number 30, Clayton Sampson and Edward Sampson. 7th to number 60, Roger Coy and Callum Lockie. 8th, classified on screen 8th, but it won't be in the final results, number 44, Sam Callaghan, because he stopped towards the end of the race. So up into 8th place will be number 1, that's the Paul Hicks Trevor Bale car. 9th will be 41, Carl Rossin and Gary Campbell. 10th will be 62, James Chalambides. And in 11th place will be number 42, Darren Constant. And then I'm afraid 10 non-finishers, which is quite a high proportion of those cars that started. So it'll be a little bit of time, I think, before we can get the next race underway. Sam Callaghan's car about to be recovered from where it came to rest at the exit of Wilson Hairpin. So he's going to be towed away. I can see, I think, the 26 car. That's going to be connected up as well to be, not the 26 car, the 66 car, the Westbrook and Kirtler car. That's going to be towed away as well. So it'll be a few moments before we can get the next race underway. Sadly, Kieran McGinley, well, he has found somebody to talk to in the end, so possibly we'll be able to hear from Kieran in just a moment. But we will head down there as and when we can. But don't forget, still 2 more races to come this afternoon. We've got the final sprint race of the weekend, the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, their 3rd and final race of the 2 days here, and then the 3-hour Jaguar Club Enduro Championship race. But let's now head down to the pit lane and see who Kieran McGinley has managed to catch up with.
Yeah, I don't really know what I said, but they all started to run away from me. But I have managed to grab the winners of the SP1 class, the 301, and Fernando Gattino. Fernando, well, what a race that was. You were battling, and then the retirements came, and it became a race of attrition.
Yes, I did notice 1 or 2 at the side, and I was thinking, oh, I must be moving up the grid slowly. But yeah, good race, tough race.
You seem surprised that I dragged you in here for an interview, though.
Well, because at that time, when I got in the car, I think we were P9, so I just thought, well, I'm going to go backwards now. But no, it was a good hard race.
Yeah, congratulations on the class win. Obviously, it was mixed conditions throughout, but how was the track out there?
No, the track was good. It really dried out by the time that I had my stint, so yeah, very grippy. And yeah, the only thing that was a little bit of a worry was the brakes. You know, I think I was leaving it too late, you know, to really slow the car down. But no, kept it in one piece.
Well, congratulations on the class victory, and I'll leave you to go and celebrate with Gary.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fernando. And with that, my only interview, it's time to size up the next race, which is the Race Part 750 Formula Championship.
Yes, third and final race of the weekend for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. So far this weekend, we've had wins for Mark Glover and for Oliver Collett. Actually, Collett won both of them on the roads, but he got a penalty from yesterday's race, a 10-second penalty that dropped him back to fourth position. That was after a collision with Peter Bove at Rich's Corner as they were disputing the lead of the race. Both managed to continue, though. I know Collett was upset, I think, that he was not involved in that incident, but he was very pleased and relieved to get a good, clean win this morning in challenging conditions as the circuit was drying out, and he took the win by 16 seconds from Mark Glover. And we think possibly, though, it's starting to rain again at the hairpin. So all of those 750 Formula cars that are on slick tyres. Well, we might be considering whether that was the right decision or not to do that. Josh, have you had a chance yet to look at how the earlier results have impacted on the championship standings in 750 Formula?
Yeah, Peter Bove still leads on 134 points, but he's now only 13 clear of Oliver Collett on 121. Richard Rothery's third on 103. Mark Glover fourth on 99. Fifth is Chris Goff on 85. And then the rest were a bit further back. Simon Bolter and Conway Dorr equal sixth as it stands. But yeah, be slicks for now. We're surprised well, I was surprised anyway to hear that drivers were on slicks earlier, weren't they?
Yeah.
So
they'll certainly be on slicks in this one then, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. But if it does rain to any kind of significance, that could get pretty tricky. The sky doesn't look too bad, I don't think, compared to what we've seen earlier. So let's have a look at the grid for this third 750 Formula race of the weekend.
And it's based on the finishing order from the race this morning. So on pole position is number 31, that's Oliver Collett, and beside him is number 4, Mark Glover. The second row is number 17, Richard Rothery, and 1, Peter Bove is next to him. Third row is 2, Chris Goff, and 12, which is Conway Dorr. On to row 4, that's where you find number 39, Matthew Unwin, and 42, Martin Kemp, both in Race Kits Falcons. Then on the fifth row, it's number 21, Hugh Davis, and yesterday's second place man, number 38, Christopher Johnson. Row 6 has number 11, Simon Bolter, number 6, I should say, Simon Bolter, and number 28, which is Alan Bunter. On the seventh row, it's 8, William Smith, and 70, Martin Depper. Number 9, Richard Jenkins, lines upon the inside of row 8. It looks like he's actually the last car out there, though, because we've got no Bill Cowley, Ulrich Hilliam, or Paul Mason. So I think we just have the 15 starters, but nevertheless that's not a bad turnout after 2 busy races already this weekend for these 750 Formula cars, which have never done 3 races in a weekend. I'm going to correct myself. I think there was a time at Cadwell Park where they did do 3 races in a weekend, but one was a race that they were catching up for one that had been lost at an earlier event. So
pre-planned race.
Yeah, exactly, a planned triple header. I certainly have a thought there. I'm sure they have done that in the past. Anyway, cars heading off on their green flag lap just to see exactly what the conditions are like now. But although there were those reports for shower of rain up at the Wilson hairpin, it's looking pretty good. And as Josh says, they were on slicks, certainly some of them in the earlier race. And therefore, I'm sure these conditions are absolutely fine for the slick tyres.
Yesterday, when it was dry, we had a really good race. So hopefully we can have another one of those. Be interesting to see if Christopher Johnson now, perhaps with a bit more confidence on a full dry track, can come through there from row 5 of the grid. Richard Jenkins, 2 from the back, should be gaining position, as I would think. So an interesting racing prospect. Ollie Collett from pole. I wonder if Peter Bowes had to do much repair to his car after he had that incident.
That's right, he was off at Murray's, wasn't he, towards the end of the race this morning, and as he tried to rejoin, there was a sort of dip in the ground there behind the curb, which he was trying to get back over. And I think in trying to sort of get out of that dip, he just dislodged the front wing assembly. So that was dragging, wasn't it, towards the end of the race? So, and hopefully it wasn't too much work that Peter Bove needed to do. Looks like it's all shipshape and Bristol fashion there, as we see the number 1 Derby heading towards us.
That car's got a bit of history as well, hasn't it? It's raced in the championship with a few different drivers.
Yeah.
And very successfully.
Yeah, Peter Bove sort of lent it out to other drivers, didn't he, for a while he was racing another car, and it was successful in the championship in the hands of Robin Gearing. What was it, 2016, I think, Robin Gearing won the championship. So it's not just Peter Bove that's won titles with that car. Derby, of course, the name of the Derby coming from its constructor, the late Dick Harvey, I should say, and he was a great sort of inspiration and mentor to many drivers who came into 750 Formula down the years, and a few Derby chassis on the grid. Although I sort of think these days it's the Race Kits Falcons that sort of numerically dominate. We've got 5 or 6 of them on the grid here today, so certainly out in good numbers. There's the number 9 car, local man Richard Jenkins, and the Shepherd RR01B as it is now designated. It was the car originally designed and built by Max Shepherd. Richard Jenkins bought that car with Richard Dixon in 2018. They shared it in 2019, and Richard Dixon started building a second car. The original engine layout designed by Max has been replaced this year with a transverse layout, and they're now using the Race Kits Falcon rear end on the car, so it's an 01B designation now for that particular car. And the driver of that number 9 car, Richard Jenkins, he was a multiple low-cost race winner. He was 3rd in the championship on 2 occasions as well, between 2006 and 2019. Conway Dawes' car you could just see going through, the 12 car in the background, but that's number 2, Chris Goff, the driver from Telford in the CGR2 Evo, and this a car of Chris's build. And that's the great thing about 750 Formula. It's always been designed at the amateur designer and constructor and engineer, the person that likes tinkering with the cars themselves and preparing them to the best of their ability, as well as driving them, of course. And that's something of a dying art in motorsport these days, as you have more and more spec championships, less room for innovation and creativity in modern motorsport. And of course, cars are inherently more difficult to work on these days. I think very few people now would know where to start with their own road car if they're having to do any work on it. Whereas back in the 1940s, when 750 Formula was originated, that was very much the norm. Anyway, cars back on the grid now at the end of this green flag lap. 15-minute race ahead of us for this Race Part 750 Formula Championship race, the penultimate event of the weekend here. Revs are starting to rise. Red lights go on. Out they go, and a good start by both of the drivers on the front row. Those 2 full enclosed bodywork Race Kits Falcons of Ollie Collett in number 31 and Mark Glover in number 4. They are heading into, which is the first time, it's Glover that's made the best of the starts. He swept around the outside of Collett to take the lead of the race there into Riches for the first time. Has he managed to hold that on the run up to the Wilson hairpin? He has, and Collett in danger of losing out. Second place to Peter Bove there. Chris Goff is in 4th position. Richard Rothery is in 5th place as they turn their way out of the Wilson hairpin towards Palmer, the left hand for the first time. Mark Glover it is leading, and Peter Bove indeed has made it up to 2nd place as he seeks his 50th win in 750 Formula.
3rd go at getting that feed. It's been problematic so far this weekend trying to win number 50. But the cars work their way here down into Agostini. Richard Jenkins has already gained about 5 places, so he's going through well in that Shepherd, and as I say, gained some positions already. Is that Martin Kemp's car that's a bit smoky and lost positions?
Might be.
Yeah, 42
Yeah,
Martin Kemp, yeah. Because he had it one time. We're starting a bit further up the order. He's starting on row 4, but this time he's lost positions at the start. That's a good battle though further back, which so involves Matthew Unwin. You see him in there. And then, yeah, there's Kemp. Yeah, the car is smoking, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not looking too healthy at all. Why the smoke's emanating from it's not quite certain.
There's Glover, the leader.
Both catching him, I reckon.
Yeah, I think we've got a race on here, haven't we? Between at least a couple of them, maybe more. You think Ollie Collett will get involved too?
That's right. So as they head down to Brundle and Nelson, we can see Kemp now under pressure from Alan Bunter towards the end, and also I think William Smith as well in the SZT. Number 8, yep, he goes through. So no, Bunter doesn't quite make it through, but I think Kemp will probably be from the pits at the end of this lap.
Kind of expect it. There's Christopher Johnson. He's getting himself ahead of Matthew Unwin.
And Richard Jenkins has had a good opening lap as well. Not so much for Hugh Davis though. In the number 21 Phoenix Fire, he's been off the road and rejoins.
The lead gap's big now, 2 seconds across the line between Mark Glover and Peter Bove. So it's the end of the lap wasn't so successful for both. There's Kemp for the pits.
Richard Jenkins came through in 6th place at the end of the first lap, so that's not bad from 15th on the grid. So he's made up 9 positions. So a good start from him. But as you say, it's Mark Glover, number 4, leading from number 1, Peter Bove in 2nd place. The gap between them a little over 2 seconds. Then 1 second back to Collett in 3rd place. And then these two, 4th and 5th, Chris Goff and Richard Rothery, disputing 4th place.
Yeah, Richard Rothery currently 3rd in the championship. Had 3 podiums, one at each meeting. Once at Silverstone, once at Pembrey, and here this weekend as well. He's chasing after Chris Goff, who's 5th in the championship. He's had a couple of podiums, once at Pembrey, once here yesterday at Snetterton. But Mark Glover is driving off into the distance at this stage on lap 2 of the race, so he's going really well there. Mark Glover, here he comes, only 4th in the championship at this stage. Didn't have a great time at Silverstone. He got 1 second place at Pembrey in round 4. That's really where his championship really kicked off well, because he had a win yesterday, a 2nd place this morning. So Mark Glover trying to get his championship back on track here and pulling clear of Peter Bove on the 2nd lap of this 750 Formula race. And they're both clear of Ollie Collett, who's really been the quick man Beckley today at Snetterton, but it was quick yesterday too, winning on the road. He doesn't seem in race 3 to be able to go with the former champions who are ahead of him.
Yeah, I mean, in this morning's race he did a 2:21.42. Next best lap was for Mark Glover, I think, a 2:25.79. So I wonder if he's just gone the wrong way on setup for this race, or something like that, because he's struggling to stay with the first 2 at the moment, and in danger possibly of being caught by Chris Goff and Richard Rothery here, who are in 4th and 5th, number 2 and 17. And Rothery there in the PRS 1B. A bit further back, you can see the first of the Class B drivers, Christopher Johnson, with Matthew Udwin just behind him. Peter Bove just in the best lap of the race, a 2:13.69.
So where Glover had pulled out in the first half of the lap, Peter Bove caught even more in the second half of the lap, so that's quite interesting. So after Richard Jenkins' really good start on lap 1, he lost a place on lap 2 to Christopher Johnson, but Peter Bove pretty much with Glover now. So the championship leader, Peter Bove, who won the first 4 races of the season, has caught Mark Glover. These are the 2 drivers that have won the last 4 championships.
That's right, yeah, 2018, 2019 for Glover, 2020 and 2021 for Peter Bove. It was a shortened championship in 2020 because of the COVID pandemic and the therefore abbreviation to the season's racing. But nevertheless, that was his 5th title, and this year he's going for number 7. But Glover, looking for his 3rd championship, is not going to be an easy man to beat. Heading their way through Oggies and through Williams again, this on lap 3 of this 15-minute race.
Great big rear wing on the back of the Derby, isn't it? The Peter Bove car.
That's something that's been evolved over the years as well, the aerodynamics on the car. It's not always been like that.
Mark Glover still leads in the car with the bodywork over the wheels, unlike Bo's car, it's just got on the mud guards, hasn't it, over the wheels.
Yeah.
So a fully bodied car, Mark Glover leads from Peter Bow. So this lap, it's Glover who was caught in the first half of the lap, but he's pulled away in the second part of the lap. So on this long circuit, which has got really varied sections, these two drivers seem to be varying on each lap who's quicker on what part of the lap. So it'll be interesting to see if we get a new fastest lap this lap or not. The previous lap was a 2 minutes 13.69 for Peter Bove. This time it's a 2:13.27 for Glover, but faster for Peter Bove, 2 minutes 12.88.
Yeah, gap down to 1.37 seconds between them then on that lap. 0.4 of a second it reduced by. Collett did a 2:14.09, which is actually a bit quicker than the two behind him, Goff and Rothery. Christopher Johnson's now got his way up into the top 6 because he's done a 2:15.90, whereas Richard Jenkins only in the 2:18s that time, so he's dropped a place in car number 9, back down to 7th place.
Then in 8th is Conway Dorr. I don't think he had a good start, but he's fought back well. Simon Bolter is 9th, and Matthew Unwin completes the top 10. But I don't think this race is over for the lead, is it? Because again, Peter Bove is catching that gap back to Mark Glover. So yeah, very little separate the two leaders again as they go down into Oggies. Just a couple of free car lengths between these two cars now. Car number 4, Mark Glover. Car number 1, that Peter Bove. On to the Bentley straight into the second half of this race now. On to lap 4. We are yesterday in the dry race. We got 7 laps in, and Peter Bove's going down the inside into Brundle, braking late and going through. So Peter Bove in car number 1 takes the lead away from Mark Glover, who fights back. So Bove tries to defend, but he can't go really any further because Mark Glover's alongside him. They're side by side. Glover was bouncing over the curbs on the inside of the circuit, and Peter Bove on the outside. He has got the lead. So that move that started into Brundle has seen him take the lead of the race. Here at Snetterton, the 3rd race of the weekend for the 750 Formula Championship.
Certainly means to get that 50th race victory this weekend. He had 45 to his name at the start of the season and won the first 4 races this year as well. And now looking to make it a nice round 50. And at the end of that lap, he's 0.6 of a second clear of Mark Glover now, who is in 2nd place. Peter Bove from Turin is the sales director, 65 years of age. Started racing back in 1985 before he moved to cars. Did the British Motorcycle Enduro Championship as well. And this particular car that he drives was designed by Dick Harvey initially for Ernie Frost. And Peter bought it in 1992. He raced until 2008, then he loaned it out. Robin Gearing used it from 2009 to 2017, winning the championship in 2016. And Peter's been campaigning again since 2018. And at the moment, it's doing him proud. He's out in front of Mark Glover, but Glover I don't think's giving up here.
No, he's right back with Bove. On the last couple of laps, Glover had been quicker at the start of the lap, and yeah, Peter Bove feels the need just to pull a little bit to the left-hand side of the road, going down towards Hamilton, and that means he's able to continue to lead as they work lap 5. But Glover through Oggies is that's a bit quicker. And in fact, he's going to get the toe this time when they go down the Bentley straight. And there they go, on to that part of the track now then. Is Glover close enough to replicate the move that was done on him 1 lap ago?
So down this Bentley straight, Glover I don't think is close enough, is he, at the moment? He's got a few car lengths behind Peter Bove. He turns his way through Brundle and then to the right-hander at Nelson. They are about 5 seconds clear of Ollie Collett in 3rd place, who is sort of holding station now in that final podium position. He's just edging away, I think, from Chris Goff. And well, Richard Rothery actually was quicker on the previous lap, wasn't he? So Rothery was closing in on Goff for 4th position on the previous lap, so keep an eye on that battle for 4th and 5th.
Yeah, Rothery did a 2:13, which was really good. That was a couple of seconds quicker than he did yesterday in yesterday's dry race.
So coming to the end of lap number 5 of this race, we've got 4 minutes to go, so 2 more laps to go here to make it a 7-lap race for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship. And it's Bove leading Glover by just about 0.6 of a second at the moment, still 5 seconds clear of Ollie Collett, who's done a personal best lap now, 2:13.55.
Yeah, that's quicker than he went yesterday. I think this race has just been a bit faster because we went to the 2:12s today, where yesterday we were only in the 2:13s.
Collett in 3rd, Goff 4th, Rothery 5th, and Christopher Johnson still 6th, and the best of the Class B drivers.
He hasn't got that pace that he had yesterday. He said it was being able to chase the leaders really helped him, whereas today, started a bit further back, he didn't have that privilege, and I think that's just hurt him a little bit not to go as quick as the 5 in front. But 0.6 of a second is what it was that separated Peter Bove and Mark Glover at the start of the lap. There is Glover. They're 5 seconds ahead of Oliver Collett. And oh, Glover, great exit there to Oggies. He was up alongside Peter Bove, and he goes through. So sort of unexpected that was. I don't know if Bove made a mistake, but he's going to try and fight back here as they go on to the Bentley Straight. He's right underneath the rear wing of Mark Glover, getting the toe. He pulls to the right-hand side of the circuit. That'll be the outside line for Brundle, but has he got a good enough momentum to clear Glover? He has. Good straight line speed there for Peter Bove. He retakes the lead, so he only wasn't leading there for about 1 corner, Ian.
That's right, so Bove back in front with just 1 and a bit more laps to go. We saw on the live stream as well in the middle of all that, William Smith in problems. He lost a position on that lap, dropped down to 12th place behind Alan Bunter's Shark in number 11. I think William Smith's been having some gearbox issues possibly as the race has gone on. But last lap board will be shown this time. It looks like it's going to be Peter Bove that's going to see it first. Avoids a mistake at Burris, which caught him out in the previous race. That's where he sustained that damage to his front wing assembly as well. So up to the line they come. The last lap board you can see is being shown there, and 0.4 of a second the gap between them at the end of the lap. Glover actually has done a personal best on that lap, a 2:13.17, despite the fact they both gained and lost the lead during the course of it.
Yeah, they're pushing each other on here, aren't they? Peter Bove and Mark Glover, who turn their way into Wilson, the hairpin, for the final time. No way through there for Mark Glover. He's going to have to think how he's going to get back ahead of Peter Bove here. Because it did seem when Bove was behind going onto the Bentley Straight, that wasn't a bad place for him to be. But on this, the 7th and final lap of the race, over the first 3 corners in, he's stretched the margin out.
That's right, so Peter Bove looking to notch up his half century in the 750 Formula Championship here. 49 wins so far. But Mark Glover, he was quick in this sort of next section of the circuit a lap ago. Can he try and repeat that move on Peter Bove and get through into the lead and hold on to it this time? Sending their way through Oggies now.
Again, he's got closer there, hasn't he, through this part of the track?
He has, and heading on to Bentley State through Williams this time. He's not been able to make it through. He's got about 6 car lengths to make up as they head down the Bentley Straight.
Yeah, well, Bove was really quick through Williams there, wasn't he? Which is such an important corner, particularly in these small-engined cars. Because it's a long stretch, a long haul down towards Brundle, and that quick run through there might be what gives Peter Bove that 50th win. It keeps him at bay. From Mark Glover, who goes out wide, trying to kind of re-catch him, pops up over the grass onto the tarmac once again, but surely that would have lost him even more time.
Absolutely right. So I don't think he can catch Bove now. He's got a decent enough advantage back to Ollie Collett in 3rd place, though, fortunately. So I think Mark Glover will have to settle for P2 here. So we're going to have 3 different winners from our Race Part 750 Formula Championship races this weekend. Peter Bove coming out of the final corner, heading up towards the line. The last lap board is about to be replaced by the checkered flag, and it's Peter Bove that wins the Race Part 750 Formula Championship, round 7 of the season, and that is his 50th victory in 750 Formula, a landmark race there for Peter Bove, but pushed hard all the way by Mark Glover. There was just 1.57 seconds between them at the end, so number 1 the winner, Peter Bowe from number 4, Mark Glover in second place. Third place to number 31, that's Ollie Collett. Fourth place number 2, Chris Goff, who just about kept number 17, Richard Rothery, behind him. And we're still waiting for our 6th place finisher to come through. Just coming up to the line now, in actual fact. There you can see him on screen. Those of you watching on the live stream, it's Christopher Johnson, number 38, that takes the 6th position. And also another Class B victory for him as well. So he'll be climbing up the Class B point standings as well, with the success he's had this weekend. 7th place goes to number 12, that's Conway Dorr. 8th and 9th are together over the line, but that's Simon Bolter, number 6, ahead of Richard Jenkins. So Jenkins having some more problems there towards the end, losing another place on the last lap. So Jenkins takes 9th place in car number 9, and it's number 39, Matthew Unwin, that rounds out the top 10. So 3 different race winners on the first scheduled triple header for the Race Part 750 Formula Championship.
Yeah, considering we've only had one winner before we got here, Peter Bowe won all the races, or both the races at Silverstone and Pembrey. That's much more like it, isn't it? 3 different winners in 3 races. Great to see, and that all bodes well as the season continues at Silverstone next month on the international circuit. We've already been to the national circuit. Cadwell Park in September and Mallory Park in October. And Peter Bowe will lead the championship, go into the next race by 18 points, I think, over Oliver Collett. So getting back to pretty much where we were before the weekend. And that is halfway through the season. 7 races done, 7 races still to go. I think it's 3 at Cadwell and then 2 at the other 2 at Silverstone first, and then at the end of the season at Mallory Park. And Peter Bowe has already got his way down to Park Ferme, so very shortly, I think now actually, we can hear from him with Kieran McGinley.
Well, the final race of the Race Part 750 Formula Championship here at Snetterton comes to a close, and I'm delighted to be joined by our race winner in Peter Bowe. Peter, you've had a challenging weekend, that's for sure, but you finally ended it with your 50th win. Tell us how you're feeling.
Well, it's good that normal order is restored. Yeah, it's been a dreadful weekend. I don't know what's happened. But yeah, really, really happy. Had a good race with, well, Ollie at the start and then Mark, who kept me very honest. So it's quite tiring, but yeah, it was good.
And it must be able to, it's good to end on a high at least for this weekend.
Yeah, I had to do a lot of work on the car to get it ready for this race. So I was relieved when it felt good and it went well. So yeah.
Well, Peter, congratulations on the victory. We'll let you to enjoy the moment for you. Congratulations on number 50.
Thank you very much.
Let's have a chat to our second place driver. We've got to go all the way around the cars to find our Mark Glover. Let's see if we can tap him on the shoulder and ask him for a couple of chat. Mark, second place for you. How was that out there? You had a good battle wherever you were.
It was hot. And yeah, the car was not behaving too well. It was overheating and I hadn't got 5th gear, so I was quite pleased with second in the end.
And obviously you were battling away with Peter towards the end there. I mean, what was going through your minds there?
Just where I could overtake him. I had to go into the S's in the last lap and just overcooked it a bit, went wide, and then I couldn't have a go into the last chicane. But it was a good race.
A good race indeed. Congratulations on second place, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And we'll just have a quick chat to our third place driver in Oliver Collett. Ollie, sorry to interrupt here. Ollie, third place for you today. It's a bit of a mixed bag for a weekend, but podiums most of the time.
Yeah, I couldn't keep up with the top 2 this afternoon, but you know, I think all things considered, it's still a good weekend.
Another podium to add to your championship tally. How do you find it's going so far?
Yeah, it's okay. We're still, we're a long way off Peter, I think. But I think it's pretty close between me and Mark. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting last few races to the end of the season.
Well, Ollie, a beaming smile on your face. We'll leave you to it then. Congratulations on your podium.
Thank you very much, mate. Cheers.
And with that, then, it's time for our last race of the day, which is the Takeaway Club Enduro Championship.
Yes, the 3-hour race for the Takeaway Club Enduro Championship coming up next to round out our weekend's racing here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, organised by the 750 Motor Club. Just a quick chance while we have a moment to thank all of the marshals for being here this weekend, and all the sterling work that they have done. Another visitor from the air show just down the road. I'm not sufficiently an aviation expert to tell you what plane that is, but I'm sure any of you that are aficionados will be able to tell me exactly what that is. But it's been good to see the planes heading over the circuit during the course of this weekend as well. But we'll shortly have the cars out on circuit for the Club Enduro Championship. It's another big field that we have. A few drivers will have to start from the pit lane after various technical indiscretions after qualifying. So I think we're going to have 43 cars starting from the grid. And well, actually maybe 42 because I think one has withdrawn subsequently, and 4 starting from the pit lane. I can see that the safety car is just coming down into position beneath our commentary box, and that's because this race is a rolling start, as you'd expect for a 3-hour endurance race. Club Enduro so far this season, we've had 3 points scoring events, and so far it is the number 1 car, Rob Baker and Carl Swift, that leads the championship on 42 points. From on 40 points in second place, Luke Handley, and then I think the next car on 31 points is the Class C leader, Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani. We'll see if we can bring you the grid for this race, because it is certainly a big old field to get through, and we'll try and keep you updated on the start drivers as well, as the cars do now get released out of the assembly area and onto the circuit for this Club Enduro Championship race. So let's take a look at the grid then, and we'll see that on pole position it is the number 27 car, and that's going to be started by Mark Grice. Besides him is number 2, which is going to be started by Ben Rushworth. The second row on the inside. Okay, so we've got the actual, it's an amended grid, so the grid that you can see on screen is not right. So I'm going to read from my screen. That grid has been amended, so we'll go from what's on the official amended grid. So it's 27 William Beach and Mark Grice on the front row. Next to them is the number 1 car, which is going to be Carl Swift starting that one. The second row is going to be 117. That's going to be started by Ian Jones. That's the BMW Compact, a modified BMW Compact. And next to them is going to be number 92, and that is Phil Knibb. The third row on the inside, that's number 49. It's going to be started by William Stacey, and beside him it's going to be the 14 car of Chris Freeman, driving solo in this 3-hour race. The fourth row is number 5. That's Jonathan Packer, another solo driver, and 32 is Leon Bidgeway. On the 5th row, it's number 13, Matt Fazy starting that one, and 51, that's going to be Luke Handley, again going solo as usual. 6th row on the inside, you have number 8, that's Chris Webster, going to start that car, and 43, Steve Cheetham beside him in the Porsche Boxster. Row 7 is 235, which is now going to be started by Charlie Dart. Michael Dart not in that car at all now. Andrew Jebson with a second driver in that car. And besides car 235 is going to be number 11. That's the car that's going to be started by Ryan Parkin. Row 8 on the inside is number 6. That's Matthew Wallace. And 881, Lewis Rose is next to him. On the 9th row, it's 120, which is Matthias Rudderstock, and alongside him is going to be number 22, Paul Brow, starting that one. The 10th row is 112, that's Manoj Patel, driving solo, and 87, that's going to be started by Simon Mason. On the 11th row, that's 111, Ben Short starting that car, and besides him is number 37, that's Andy Marston. On the 12th row, car 53, that's going to be started by Joel Oswick. Steve Hutchinson no longer in that car. And 67, Julia McBride is alongside. On the 13th row, 44 is going to be started by Stuart Dayburn. And 278 by Rowan Lundy. On the 14th row, it's 69 and 99. 69 is going to be started by Andy Schultz. And 99 by Joe Williams. Then on to row 15. That's going to be car 4 on the inside, but I think Reese Lysett, don't think he's going to be there. I think that car has been withdrawn. So 76, Michael Downey will be on the outside of row 15 on his own. Then on row 16, it's 45. That's going to be Arthur McMahon beside number 3, John Munro. On the 17th row, it's going to be 63, John Maudsley. Actually, it's Stuart Mead, I think, starting that car, I beg your pardon. And the treble 8 car, which is going to be started by Jason Hennifer. On the 18th row, 98 is going to be started by Rory Baptiste, and 121 by Ed McKean. On the 19th row, 66 is going to be started by Paul Subiani, as the green flag lap's now getting underway, and 10 by Rob Fennick starting that car. On the 20th row, it's number 28, which is Andrew Stewart, and the treble 9 car, Ricky Coomber. On the 21st row, 481 will be started by Edward Christie, and 102, which is the car of Matthew Hickins, is alongside. And then the final car on the grid is going to be the number 88 car, started by Nicola Gillett. And there's 4 cars that will start from the pit lane after disqualifications in qualifying. They are going to be number 2, Ben Rushworth, number 12, Scott Parkin, number 15, Colin Gillespie, and finally number 46, which is going to be Will Ashmore. So we should therefore have, I think we said 42 cars on the grid for the pit lane, so 46 cars we reckon going to take the start of this race, Josh.
Yeah, and it should be fantastic, shouldn't it? A great looking grid. A bit of a mixed up grid because of the wet qualifying session we had this morning, so some quick cars further down the grid than what we might expect to see in now these dry conditions. And a first pole for an Audi in Club Enduro with the RS3 there on the pole position with Mark Grice starting it, and then alongside the championship leaders and the reigning champion Cole Swift in the Sayat, and then that really impressive qualifying from Ian Jones in the BMW Compact. See there, the clouds are gathering around Snetterton again, so whether we're going to get some showers during the course of this 3-hour race, that's going to mix the strategy up, I'm sure, because you've got 2 pit stops to make during the course of this race. No pit stops or mandatory stops can be made in the first half an hour still though, so we shouldn't see any early stops unless there are problems. And after that, the teams are going to be working hard in the garages on the pit wall to work out when the best time to stop is.
Yeah.
And obviously if your fuel runs out, you've got to come into the pits anyway, so at that point your strategy is made for you.
Yep, and any pit stop that involves refuelling has to be 3 minutes in length, and 2 mandatory 3-minute stops required as well. You can't make a stop even in the last 15 minutes of the race. The plane, by the way, Catalina seaplane apparently.
Okay.
Steve Jones with the information on that one. So 3 hours ahead of us, the cars with about a third of a lap left to go before we get the race underway.
The other strategy call is whether you do a double stint if you're in a 2-driver team and then let your second driver finish, or whether you do 2 driver changes. You go from driver 1 to driver 2 back to driver 1 again.
Yeah, that's a possibility as well. We do see that executed sometimes, don't we? In other categories. So a 3-hour race. And there's a few drivers doing this solo, which will be a tough challenge. It's a warm day, not as hot as it was yesterday. We've had the showers, we've got the breeze as well.
Just saw a car there that's going to be one to watch. Andy Marston is outside the top 20 on the grid, but he was one of the quickest drivers yesterday, wasn't he, in that road sports race, so watch out for him.
And watch out for the 4 cars that are below us in the pit lane as well. Some quick drivers there. Ben Rushworth, the 12 car as well of Scott Parkin, Colin Gillespie in 15, and also the Holes and Commodore as well of Will Ashmore. So they'll be fighting their way up the order as well when the race gets underway, which it should be any moment now, because the safety car, I think, has peeled in. Yes, it is. So it's down to the drivers out on track to control the pace. Red lights are still on at the moment. They go out and the race gets underway then. So 3 hours of Tagiwa Club Enduro action underway, and it's I think Carl Swift from the outside of the front row that swept into the lead of the race. And the Compact's up to second as well as they turn their way through Riches for the first time. So that car having made a good start, but some dramas there. There are the cars being released from the pit lane as well.
Yeah, there was a touch for Will Stacey with the Audi. They've both got away with it, haven't they? Which might be more luck involved than anything else in all of that, but that's good to see. Everyone's got down to the hairpin then, it looks like, and it's Cole Swift in the leader. Ian Jones is second in the compact. It's side by side for fourth. Steve Hewson is up next, is it? Or Matt Fazy in Steve Hewson's cars. That's made a good start, one of the Class B cars. But it's Sayat from BMW, from Audi, from Lotus. Now as Will Stacey dives up the inside of Phil Knibb, locks up, runs wide, and he's going to lose the place again, I think.
Yes, about braked himself, didn't he? So I think Phil Knibb in the Sayat lane, TCR going back through on the exit of the Agostini hairpin. They're turning their way out of Agostini through the left-hander at Hamilton, down towards the double right-hander at Oggies, and then it's up to Williams. Lots of shuffling of positions to be done in the early laps, because the qualifying session, the conditions were different. There's that bit of smoke actually from the Matt Fazy car as well that we need to watch out for. That's the 11 car we can see going through shot now. That's the Audi of Ryan Parkin starting that car, showing it with Dan Sylvester now, who we saw have some success yesterday in the MR2s.
Yeah, that's right. Here's the Capture Motorsport Audi there of Mark Grice, who didn't make the best of starts from pole position. The two Lotuses have got themselves together, Will Stacey and Leon Bidgeway. And Stacey's out wide there over the curve, but sideways, it's back on again. That car's really quick. Rob Boston drove that car yesterday to win the Road Sports race, and kind of wonder if it might have that pace again today. Rob Boston will be in it later. And that's Steve Cheetham gaining positions there on the inside in his Porsche Boxster. There's Andy Schultz, who unusually is starting this race in Matthew Hampson's M3, so he's again going to be somebody to watch coming through the field from much further back on the grid.
These cars just making a fantastic sound as they go underneath our commentary box to complete the first lap. Carl Swift it is that's leading by a second and a half from Ian Jones, clinging on in that BMW Compact at the moment. Will Beach in third place, Mark Grice, isn't it, in the 27 car in third place, and then Phil Knibb in fourth, number 92 in the Sayat. So it's Sayat leading, BMW second, Audi third, and Sayat fourth, but with the Will Stacey Lotus right behind him as they went through Palmer that time. Then it's another Lotus of Liam Bidgeway just behind him in sixth.
He was almost in the boot of the Sayat there, wasn't he, as he went through Palmer?
Probably fit, wouldn't it?
Pretty much. But he couldn't get past, importantly. I think he's got the speed, or certainly through the corners, of these touring cars. It's tiny, isn't it, the Lotus behind the Sayat there? But at this point, Will Stacey can't get through. So down towards Oggies. Is he going to have another go here, perhaps, up the inside? Yes, I think Phil Knibb's letting him have the line this time, isn't he? He could see what was coming, so Will Stacey's gone through, finally, into fourth position. But down the straight, will he be able to hold on?
Yeah, we'll see about that. Leon Bidgeway there is going to be next to Badger Phil Knibb in that number 92 car, which is making its way along the Bentley Straight. There's quite a gap back, isn't there, from Bidgeway to Matt Fazy in 7th place in the number 13 Porsche. And is it Jonathan Packer that's still there in 8th place in the number 5 VW Golf? We can see the 49 car of Stacey then. It is still ahead of the Knibb car, and it's now sort of challenging Mark Grice for third position. He's right with Grice. Again, much bigger Audi, much bigger presence on the circuit. Heading into Moes. Stacey up the inside, absolutely alongside the Audi now, but I think in a straight line the Audi's just got a little bit more grunt, but actually Stacey, with that, I think it's a Rover engined Lotus, trying to cling on, can't quite do it though, but nevertheless, gamely trying, and up to fourth place on that lap. But the best lap of the race so far goes to Carl Swift at 2:05.24.
Yeah, that's right. Full of fuel, of course, at this point of the race. Only a couple of seconds off of lap record speed in Club Enduro. Ian Jones still there in second, and Grice has run wide here into the Wilson hairpin. So Will Stacey tries to slot the Lotus up the inside, but can't do it. So we'll have to try again. Then Phil Knibb, who's having a good stint. He went well in Road Sports at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago. Then Leon Bidgeway there in 6th position, but here comes Will Stacey up the inside, possibly into the hairpin, but that's covered, I think, in the end by Mark Grice. So Grice in the Audi hangs on, but through the infield, this is where the Lotus Elite is really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Very much favours the twisty bits of the circuit. The Rob Boston Racing Lotus. They're ahead of the Philip Libb car, just tucked in behind that Capture Motorsport car. There's the 49 of Stacey then, heading down the straight ahead of number 27.
Ben Rushworth is inside the top 20 from the pit lane, so he's been pushing on. Andy Schulz and Andy Martin have only got 14th and 15th from sort of outside the top 20, so that's not quite the progress I was expecting from them.
No.
But Ben Rushworth doing a great job. Okay, he's overtaking cars that perhaps aren't so quick, but he's done a much more effective job than Colin Gillespie, who's 25th. At this stage and a further 10 seconds behind, but problem is already.
That's Paul Browse's car, isn't it, that's into the pit, I think?
Yeah.
The number 22 is that Stowmarket Glass entered car for the Browse family, the E46 M3 GTR. Who's that making a mistake there at Nelson? That is Rushworth, isn't it, who was up into the top 20 after just 2 laps, having effectively started 43rd, I think, from the pit lane. Was Ben Rushworth the former Hot Hatch champion, Metro champion as well before that. So lots of experience under his belt, very rapid racer, getting his chance this season in something even more spectacular.
There's Steve Cheetham, where's he got 11th.
Yeah.
Saw that car with the gearbox out in the lunch breaks, so they've been busy. 28 here, that's the car of Andrew Stewart. And he's outside the top 20, isn't he? A little bit further down the order, I think, but good to see him out there. Great, varied grid. There's the Mazda that was on pole in Class C. John Munro at the wheel of that car, who had their best result this season, has been second, which came across another car for the pit lane. I think that's the M2. The Charlie Dark driven car, so that's another car in strife in the really early stages of this race.
Yeah, what have we had? 7.5 minutes of the race so far, so yep, obviously too early for a compulsory stop. Those can't be made until 30 minutes into the race, so some mechanical or electrical issue maybe needing to be resolved. That is the another MX-5 going through. That's Rowan Lundy starting in the Mark III, driving from Essex. And the Holton Commodores, another car that's had to come through the order. Where's that got up to? That's got up to 27th place. But let's head down to Kieran McGinley. Let's see what Kieran's got to tell us in the pit lane.
Yes, thank you. Down here in the pit lane with the number 22, just off to my left-hand side. Issue with the fan belt, which is why they've had to come in. They've made a bit of a fix of it, using a mop to keep the bonnet up, but they're looking to try and get back out there. I was given a thumbs up, so all signs lead to they're going to get this thing back out there.
Thanks, Kieran. Good to hear. That's what you can do in these longer races, of course, is get the car back out. Here's the Ginetta G40, which was in strife yesterday, the Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster car. You can see it's got its boot and rear wing back. That car had a best result so far this year of 4th in Class B, and then the Andrew Stewart car's got issues now. A little bit of, is it fuel leaking perhaps out the car? It's obviously full of fuel at the moment, but that's something the officials might be keeping an eye on. There's certainly some kind of fluid leaking as it went onto the Bentley straight. 99 here, that's the Joe Williams Volkswagen Golf, who's involved in a battle with 53, which I think is the car started by Joel Oswick.
Ben Rushworth's up to 17th now, and he's done a 206.67, which I think is about the 3rd fastest lap that anybody's done so far in this race. So Carl's just gone faster, and also having gone faster is Andy Schultz, who's now up to 8th place, by the way. But then the next fastest car out there is Ben Rushworth in 17th.
Yeah, so that's impressive. So two competitors that didn't start where they would have liked, making their way through the order. There is the Ginetta, the car that's owned by Chris Webster. Matthew Tidmarsh is the driver who shares it with him, but it is Webster that's starting. Some side-by-side action here. That's the Lotus Exige, I think, that's gone through nice. He didn't have a good grid position. The car shared between David Trigg and Stuart Dayburn, the Cup R specification of car. Here's the leader though. That is Rob Baker and Cole Swift. They took wins at Donington Park and last time out at Spa-Francorchamps, and they lead by 8 seconds. Great battle so in the Class B. And we're just hearing actually that the Browns have realised they can't fix it. The 22 car, we believe, is retiring the car into the garage. But the Class B battles continue, including from the 999 car, Ricky Kumba out in his Honda Civic. Good to see that car that's done 24-hour races in the past with us this weekend. It's a very noisy place at the moment with the aerial displays here, but on the circuit there's been a change for third position because Will Stacey off camera has got himself up ahead of Mark Grice finally, so we're seeing now he's clear what kind of lap times he can do.
Yeah, he's got about 4 seconds or so to catch Ian Jones in the mighty BMW Compact, the number 117 car, which has got a 3.2 litre engine. At the moment we've got on screen there the number 20 car going through, which 120 should say. That's the car that is in 29th position, the Radstock car. Black and white driving standards flag going out to car 28 now, and that's Andrew Stewart. Okay, that's interesting. I could imagine the mechanical warning flag going out to that car with the fluid we saw leaking from it, but actually he's getting a driver warning flag.
That's very early for that to be happening as well, isn't it? So you've got to be careful with that. So that battle continues. The Matthias Radstock Lotus, he shares with Jason McNulty, two very quick Lotus drivers sharing that car. We also got in that battle 76, which is Michael Downey's Porsche Boxster. I think went well yesterday in the Road Sports race. So that's a real battle to watch out there on the circuit, down into the hairpin. You've also got 53 in there, which is the Class C car of Joel Oswick, and he leads Class C, I think.
Yes, I think you're right.
So John Munro's dropped back a bit. There's quite a few places in that class, I think.
He's 1, 2, 3, 4th in class at the moment. Some of the Class B cars mixed in as well.
Class B leader, by the way, is now dropped to 10th. Matt Fazy and Steve Hewson's Porsche Cayman that's been rebuilt since Spa. The McNulty Lotus has spun. Second in Class B is Jonathan Packer, and third is Luke Handley in the Volkswagen Golfs from Area Motorsport. But for McNulty,
Matthias Radstock.
Yeah, Radstock in the car that he shares with McNulty is off. Here's the other BMW that had to pit early in.
Yeah, it would be interesting if Kieran can give us an update on what's going on with the 235 car there, because it was an unscheduled stop for Charlie Dark. Andrew Jebson, it should be taking the second stint in the race, but at the moment the car's going nowhere. It's been in there for 3 or 4 minutes now, hasn't it? So it looks like a real problem for that team, I'm afraid to say. Especially we've only had 13 minutes of a 3-hour race.
So we've got more cars going a bit quicker now. So Will Stacey has got into the 205, so he's starting to catch Ian Jones, but also into the 205. Now in 6th overall is Andy Shawls, and Ben Rushworth's also in that time bracket. He's 13th, so they're all progressing up the order and lapping not dissimilar pace to the overall race leader.
Yeah, which last time did a 205.26, that being Carl Swift in the lead of the race. 11.25 seconds clear in car number 1 of 117, which is Ian Jones, Will Stacey number 49 third, Mark Rice number 27 in 4th.
Interesting car here, the Volkswagen Sirocco 63, the John Maudsley and Stuart Mead car. That car was built in 2009 by Volkswagen to race in the 24-hour race. So that's great to see that car out. It's Stuart Mead who has started the car that's prepared by Saxon Motorsport. And there's Will Stacey going through past the traffic. He's there in 3rd position. He started the lap 3 seconds behind Ian Jones. And there's the leader though across the line. That's Cole Swift to complete 7 laps of this race. So we're going to say the traffic has begun now, and that's going to be a common factor for the remainder of the race. But Ian Jones are through in 2nd place. A new fast, that's earlier, wasn't it? The fastest lap was done by Cole Swift, who's 12 seconds ahead of Ian Jones, but who's being caught by about a second a lap now by Will Stacey, who's really a championship contender this year. He's second in the Class A points. He was the race winner at Croft, and now sharing with team owner Rob Boston this weekend. That's going to be a quick car. Andy Schall's through. He's in the 2.5s again, so he's nearly caught Phil Nibb for 5th now, as the M2 is making its way out of the pit lane. I think the Charlie Dark car. So that's will have lost a number of laps. Penalties now already for track limits, and that is that 28 car. So Andrew Stewart has got himself in a bit of strife in his Honda Civic, already exceeding track limits and getting penalties just 7 laps into the race.
Yes, and of course if you do it again, it's another 10 seconds, then a 30-second penalty, then drive through, and then exclusion if he or anyone else continues to repeat offend on track limits infringements.
He's a solo driver as well. But yeah, that's not good, really, is it? The Clio out there, good to see a Clio Cup car. The Chris Byallen and Simon Mason car, the 4th generation Clio 1600cc turbo car, prepared by MLP Developments. There's Joe Williams, who's out there in his Golf, battling with Michael Downey, and they come through. Where are they battling for? 29th position, I think. That's going to get really busy when Cole Swift is coming up to lap them, which won't be too much longer.
No, it won't. It's worth mentioning we have a Clubman Cup as well for cars that are more than sort of 10 years old, and Leon Bridgeway it is that's leading that, I think, at the moment in the 32, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be right, I think, the first of those cars.
TCR battle going on because Ben Rushworth has caught the Matthew Wallace Sayat. And this is a battle for 10th position, and Rushworth's been lapping a couple of seconds quicker. But how easy is it now going to be to make a pass on a very similar type of car?
Yeah, should be sort of very similar speed in a straight line, you would think. Ben's extra racecraft might tell, and he might be able to make a move through the corners.
Ben Rushworth with James Ramsden. They were on the podium at Spa last time out there, side by side now as they lap an MX-5, and Rushworth round the outside into Ritchie's, goes through, so he's into the top 10. And actually it's Andy Marston who's in front of him, who's perhaps not made the progress I was anticipating.
Yeah, so the 2 car there of Rushworth into the top 10 now, and they're one of a few cars that were caught out by post-race ride height, post-qualification ride height checks.
Yes, it's better to get it checked and then get excluded then and sort it out for the race.
Absolutely.
But they have lost sort of 40 seconds to the leader. There's the Boxster there of Michael Downey. He's just starting to get away from that battle that he's been involved in. Some great battles all the way through the field here.
It's worth mentioning as well, when we get to the pit stops, and those can start in about 11.5 minutes time now, that some drivers will have to have success penalties that they have to serve after having good results in previous races. The 28 car is in of Stewart now. They've got that up on the jacks as well. So we saw him get the track limits penalty, but also some checks on the cars and a non-mandatory stop here. But yeah, pit stop penalties. In particular, 30-second penalty. As we see the 235 car going slowly again. Carl Swift and Rob Baker, they have a 30-second penalty to serve. I won't give you the full list at the moment, but the ones with 30 seconds penalties are Luke Handley and also the Joel Oswick and Dan Asano car, and also Paul Sibiani and Jonathan Hayes. They all have 30-second penalties to serve. There's several with 20 or 10 seconds they've accumulated in previous races.
They only need to serve at the first pit stop, I believe, so they don't need to do that twice. So you have to then try and make time up later. There's one of the front runners in Class B, Jonathan Packer. He's 3rd in his Golf, and he's been chased by the similar car of Chris Freeman. So the area motorsport Golf's high up. Here's a battle in Class A, but that was, I think, a bit further down the overall order. Sliding the car around is Jonathan Packer. These Class B area Golfs are solo driven, aren't they? Luke Handley, Jonathan Packer and Christopher Freeman. So we'll see how they get on. But it's Matt Fazy who leads Class B in the Porsche Cayman that he shares with Steve Hewson. He's 6 seconds ahead. And they're just being passed by Colin Gillespie right now. He started from the pit lane in his Sayat. that he shares with Phil Dryborough. And here's a challenge down the inside for Chris Freeman. Breaks late, goes through ahead of Jonathan Packer. So that's Chris Freeman through. He finished third earlier in the season at Croft. Jonathan Packer behind. He was class winner at the first round at Donington Park.
Car 45 now getting driving standard track. That's Arthur McMahon in the Honda Civic Type R. The driver from Letterkenny over in Ireland.
It's the Irish drivers, isn't it?
It is.
That are being instructed by the Motorsport UK track limit regulations at the moment. 15 seconds is Cole Swift's lead. He's halfway there, isn't he, to pulling out this 30-second margin. But for second place, Ian Jones has now been caught by Will Stacey. Class B battles continue out on the circuit. Andy Schulz is fifth now, by the way, so he's got past Phil Nib and he has caught Mark Grice, the poleman. So Andy Schulz continuing to make progress. But there's Christopher Freeman then, and he's running now third in class after making that pass at the beginning of the lap.
The Charlie Dark car we saw in the pits and then back out on circuit, I think that originally came in because the car was, as they described it, hesitating. Wasn't sure why the car was behaving in that way, but they did send it out to see how it panned out. But it didn't look like that was a complete success, potentially, when the car did go back out. So we'll see if they're able to continue in the race.
This Class B battle continues in the Volkswagen Golf. So as Colin Gillespie dives up the inside of Luke Handley's version, which probably wouldn't have done Luke Handley's pace on the exit corner much good, but Gillespie wants to get through, he wants to make up places, and that position will be 13th, won't it, for him? He's got decent paces in the sixes, so a similar type of time to what Mark Bryson has been doing. He started from pole.
Yeah, he's just carving his way through some of the Class B runners, isn't he, and getting onto the terms with the top 11, which are all Class A cars now. The only Class B car still ahead is about 5 seconds up the road, and that's the Fazy and Hewson car.
Car 10 into the pit lane. That's the car that was started by Rob Fennick, that he shares with Andy Shepherd, the Lotus Elise, in Strife. So that's a shame there. Looks like they're looking into the engine department. So that car is another early pit visitor before the window opens with a mechanical issue.
That's one of the British Sports Car Services entries, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the only one in this race.
Yeah.
Here's for second first. He in traffic. This is exciting. Will Stacey tried to go right round the outside, around the back marker as well. Can he get past Ian Jones? It'll be a mighty move if he can pull it off as they come into shot. Where are they going to work out? Well, it's Stacey down the inside. Fantastic move that to get himself up ahead of Ian Jones. But can he keep it on the exit? How much power has that BMW got? Well, I think it's got quite a lot because he's drawing back alongside Stacey. They're side by side in the traffic, and he goes back through, does Ian Jones, the front runner in the BMW Compact Cup for a number of years. But he's driving this modified version car. It's probably about 20 seconds a lap faster than the car in original form. The car that's owned by Martin Gadsby. He's driving it really well, and he's back into second place. It's a fantastic battle in the traffic. This is what endurance racing is all about.
Absolutely, and they were just lapping a moment or so ago the BMW of car 53, that's the 328i BMW of Joel Oswick, who is still leading in Class C in 32nd place overall, ahead of Baptiste and Tim Hartman in number 98, and the number 121 car, which is that of David Russell and Ed McKean in their 3 Series that we often see out in the Armed Forces races.
This battle for second is being caught by Andy Schulz, who was 2 seconds quicker on the last lap. He's up to 4th now, and Andy Schulz started way down the grid. Outside the top 20, row 14 actually, did Andy Schulz. He's up to 4th place now and catching this man, Will Stacey, in his Lotus Elite, which has got a great big rear diffuser on the car that you can see there, the car that's won yesterday's Road Sports race in the hands of Rob Boston.
120, by the way, now getting the track limits warning flag as well. That's Matthias Radstock in the invitation class Lotus Elise.
So Ian Jones has got away in the traffic, you can see here in his compact from Stacey's Elise, and then here comes Andy Schulz through the traffic with Mark Grice's Audi in there as well. And Andy Schulz, the former Brit car champ in the Talkspeed M3 here today, is lapping that Volkswagen Sirocco that I mentioned, the John Maudsley and Stuart Mead car. This car that runs the 2-litre turbo engine that was built for the Nürburgring 24 hours 13 years ago now. And he's now about to be lapped by the Capture Motorsport Audi of Mark Grice. He's there in 5th position. And there you can see the Class C leader in all of this as well, that Ian just mentioned. 53, the car share, or driven now even by Joel Oswick, the BMW 328i, who finished as the race winner at Croft earlier in the season, hence why they got that penalty.
So we can see there the 49 car in 3rd place of Will Stacey, heading down towards the left-hander at Palmer. There's the car he's chasing, and more than 2 seconds between them now. Quite a long gap back then to Schultz at the moment, but he is closing slightly on those cars ahead of him. The lap times have dropped away a little bit as more traffic is now being encountered by the front runners.
Yeah, there's a lot of it on the previous lap, wasn't it? They've dealt with that now. Liam Bidray, he's there in 6th. He's got himself up ahead of Phil Nib now.
3 Lotus is almost side by side there down into Agostini, but Bidray, the one that's on the lead lap there.
And it looks like now behind him is Andy Marston, who gets a bit sideways, but he's got himself up ahead of Phil Nib, who in turn has Ben Rushworth to deal with. So Ben Rushworth has caught this battle, which really, you got 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th and 10th, not separated by very much, because you've got Ryan Parkins' Audi TT in there too, and Ben Rushworth dives up the inside of Phil Nib and a back marker. They went either side of the back marker. Rushworth chose the right way. He's learning all the time this year, isn't he, about lap traffic. He didn't really have to deal with that in his previous sprint race in Exploits, and that was a real thing for him to get used to early on in the season.
I think the interesting thing as well is he's still only about 40 seconds behind the leader, so he's not really lost any more time, has he, over the last sort of 10 or 15 minutes or so. Let's head down to the pit lane. Kieran.
I'm down here then at the garages at the number 10 car, and I'm here with Andrew. Andrew, what's going on with the car then?
Well, we had a loose alternator connection which was causing a voltage drop and a misfire, so it was only in 4th and 5th on full power. We're getting intermittent power delivery, so we weren't be able to get the straights. And of course, at Snetterton 300, especially in a Lotus, you need that speed. So hopefully, fingers crossed, we've sorted the connection, and Rob's circulating now. So hopefully, we've sorted it.
Hopefully, those gremlins won't get the best of you.
Hopefully, well, 3 hours, so we'll see.
Long way to go. Thank you, Andrew, for that one. Andrew Shepherd there with that update. It's back to you.
Thanks, Kieran. Yes, still more than 2.5 hours of this race left to go. Confirmation of changes on that lap with Andy Marston and Ben Rushworth both making up positions on that lap. So they've gone 7th and 8th, and off the circuit there is number 5. That's Jonathan Packer from 16th position and 3rd in Class B. Briefly off at Murray's there. He's got a little bit in hand over to the next car in that class, which I think is the Ginetta, isn't it, of number 8, being started by Chris Webster.
Yeah, so that wasn't so good for Jonathan Packers. That means he loses more time to Chris Freeman, who took that 3rd position away from him a couple of laps ago in the class. Steve Cheetham there isn't going as well, perhaps with those issues I saw earlier with having to work on the car, what we might expect from Steve. He's 18th here, sharing his car for a change. You've got David Hornsey out in his Boxster, and Ben Rushworth around the outside of Andy Marston gets another place into Williams. So great move there from Ben. He's up to 7th now, so that's what, 45th or whatever it is, basically started from the pit lane up into 7th position within half an hour, and he's not that far behind Liam Bidray here, who's in 6th position in his Lotus Exige.
27, the car of Will Beach and Mark Grice, started by Mark Grice. That's now getting the track limits warning flag as well, so they will need to watch their step for the remaining 150 minutes of the race.
So there's Rushworth through in that Corton Miller run Sayat, who only a couple of laps ago was 7th. He's now, he was 9th. He's now in 7th position. And behind, there's been a change because another place lost by Phil Knibb. This time it's Ryan Parkin that's got ahead of him. Ryan Parkin in the Audi TT that this weekend he shares with Dan Sylvester. Great to have that TT out there. It's a petrol engine car at the moment, but I think the Darkside Developments team are planning to turn that to a diesel engine car at some stage, because that's their business, diesel engined cars. So we look forward to perhaps seeing that in the future.
So 2.5 hours left to go. So the pit lane window now open, isn't it, for official stops as well. I can see the 28 car going back out into the race. That's the Andrew Stewart car. It's been in there for a while for the Dublin, the 2.4 litre Civic Type R.
You saw they go through that 9th and 10th place cars after they've switched around. Here's 11th, the Sayat. That's Matthew Wallace. And then Colin Gillespie is now 12, so he's passed all the Class B cars, which is still led by Matthew Fazy. He's 3 seconds ahead of Luke Handley, who's been caught by Chris Freeman. So Chris Freeman is the quickest of the Area Motorsport Golfs today, or so far in this race. There is a Class B leader just going through. That's Fazy. A good job by Steve Hewson and his team to get that Porsche Cayman back out, because they had a big accident at Spa last time out.
Jonathan Packer now getting a track limits warning flag as well. We saw him off the circuit, didn't we, a lap or so ago, so that explains that.
There's that battle of a second in Class B, because as I was suggesting, Christopher Freeman is catching Luke Handley here. Yeah. Luke Handley, the class championship leader, and here's Ben Rushworth. He wants more positions because he's caught Leon Bidgeway in that Lotus Exige now, who's in 6th. Rushworth is 7th. Wonder if he can make another place here, Ian.
There's a good chance, I would think, isn't he? Ben's best lap time is a 2:05.82. Bidgeway's a 2:07.40. So he's lapping quicker than him. He's also lapping quicker than Mark Rice as well, who is another little way up the road as well.
Notice it's for second, Ian. They've got themselves back together because Ian Jones has been re-caught by William Stacey. 20 seconds behind the leader, but that battle is back on. There's a slippery surface flag out here opposite us, or something on the circuit, not sure quite what.
No, I can't see anything from where we are, but yep, slippery surface flag being shown. There is, I can see, a bit of bodywork. It's about the 200-yard mark. Something on the right-hand side of the circuit. It's red in colour, so I'm not quite sure what it is, but warning for a bit of debris there in any case.
Yeah, very small bit of debris, so hopefully won't cause so much of an issue. And Class B leaders come across the line. Matthew Fazy continues to lead that class, and he is 2.3 seconds now ahead of the Golfs, which are going a little quicker on that last lap. Luke Handley taking Christopher Freeman with him. Here's about of a second, and it's side by side between Stacey and Jones. Ian Jones again using the BMW power to stay ahead of William Stacey's little Lotus. So still, this is remarkable. I think with Ian Jones, although now he's sideways, that's not going to help his cause. But he power slides out of it in the traditional BMW M Sport colours as well.
Absolutely, but is he going to lose the place there? I think he is going to lose the place to William Stacey. Yep, in the first part of quorum, Stacey goes through, so possibly the momentum being sapped there by that moment at Nelson, and Stacey able to go through to second position. Meanwhile, car 45, which is Arthur McMahon in the Class B Honda Civic Type R, he's now getting a 5-second penalty as well. There's the 10 car, I think, back in the pits. I think it did go out again, didn't it? But that's the Fenwick and Shepherd car back in the pit lane.
So Stacey 22 seconds behind Swift, and is Jones in the pit? He hasn't come through. Yes, he's into the pit lane. So this is our first mandatory stop. What I was going to say is Swift's got a 30-second pit stop penalty, and I think Stacey's got a 20, hasn't he?
That's right, I think.
So it might bring some others into contention, potentially including Ian Jones. Now, is it a problem for Ian Jones because he wasn't getting out of the car there? I could see on the brief shot that we had behind the Lotus. So it might be good to go back to the pit lane camera if we can and get a better view of that. Is there a problem for Ian Jones who was driving so well in that BMW Compact. We saw him that big slide. Was that more than just a mistake, perhaps?
Yeah, well, the way then that Will Stacey was able to get through very easily at the next turn suggested that there was something that not quite right with that car. There's the 28 car back out into the race of that Andrew Stewart Civic Type R. That was the car that had the driver warning flag and spent quite a lot of time in the pit lane, so he's a few laps down now. So this is the battle for 6th and 7th. Leon Bidgeway and the 37 car of Andy Marston, showing with Brett Evans. Bidgeway going solo today, and they are just behind. Is that the Rushworth car still just ahead of them on the road? Yes, I think it is.
Ben Rushworth would have got past Leon Bidgeway since we last
yeah,
saw.
absolutely.
We saw that part. There's the diesel Golf, just lapping the Mazda MX-5, the John Munro car. Class C, still headed by 53, Joel Oswick. Second is the Roy Baptiste and Tim Hartland car. Third is David Russell and Eddie McKean. So yeah, John Munro's like 5th in the class. And there is Ian Jones's car. And it does look in trouble. Andy Waters, the preparer. Martin Gadsby, the car owner. Looks like they're pushing the car into the garage, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it looks like it just getting it straightened up to get it back into the garage. So that's a great shame, because that car had a great qualifying session, qualified 4th, was running in 2nd position behind Carl Swift, but sadly now out of the race. So a bit of variety in the top 10 has fallen by the wayside, unfortunately. The race order at the moment is number 1 leading, that's Carl Swift. 2nd is number 49, Will Stacey. In 3rd place is number 69, Andy Schultz. In 4th place, 27, Mark Grice. In 5th is number 2, Ben Rushworth. In 6th is 32, Leon Bidgeway. In 7th is number 37, Andy Marston. 8th is number 11, Ryan Parkin. In 9th place, number 92, Phil Knibb. Rounding out the top 10 is number 6, Matthew Wallace. In Class B, it's number 13, Matt Fazy, that leads. From number 51, Luke Handley in 2nd place. Number 14, Chris Freeman, is in 3rd. And in Class C, it's number 53, Dan Osano, that leads the way. From 98, Rory Baptiste, and 121, David Russell.
So 4 different types of car, or makes of car, in the top 4. You've got the Seat, from the Lotus, from the BMW, and from the Audi. So that's pretty good, isn't it, up front here in this Club Enduro 3-hour race. The longest race really of the season. At Spa they run for a little bit longer, but that was split into 2 sections compared to this running all the way through 3 hours in one go. And Colin Gillespie, how's he getting on? Well, he's 11th now, and lapping quicker than the Matthew Wallace car ahead. That's 7 seconds in front. So some positions perhaps to gain yet for Colin Gillespie in this stint. He shares with Phil Driver, ex-British GT racer.
The Crown Paints M235i of Charlie Dark and Andrew Jepson, that's in the pits again, and it's an overheating issue that car's got, unfortunately. So they're in the garage at the moment, possibly not to return, but there's still 2 hours and 20 minutes or so to go.
Holden goes through, that's another car started from the back, that's into the top 20 now. The car that was started by Will Ashmore, the Holden Commodore. Just saw it go through there. Here's the little Mazda MX-5 that's running in Class A. I think it's a supercharged car that BS Motorsport have put together. Ben Short's currently 21st in the car that he shares with Ben Hansey. There is the Audi. And Mark Grice is 13 seconds ahead of Ben Rushworth at this stage, so he is holding on there in 4th as he goes into Richie's corner there. He's in a 208. Ben Rushworth through is in the 205s, so he was 2.5 seconds quicker than Mark Grice on that lap. Here's Andy Schultz, who's 3rd we're watching. He's in the 207s. He's 5 seconds behind William Stacey, so he's slowly been catching him. I think it was 7 when you mentioned that a few laps ago.
Yeah.
It's coming down, not a great rate. Wonder how much quicker Rob Boston might be able to go in that car, because he was in the 3s, I think, yesterday in the road sports race, which would be quicker than what Cole Smith's managed. Class C battle here, that's 66, which is the car that's shared between Jonathan Hayes and Paul Saviani, the BMW 318Ti that had won at Donington Park and at Spa, battling with the Mazda MX-5 that's shared with by Nick Dougal and John Munro. The car finished 2nd at Croft.
That's for 4th within that class, isn't it? They're disputing with with 40 minutes of this race here now gone. There's Colin Gillespie going through in 11th position. We saw a shot of him going through. The Scottish driver sharing the full drive route. Let's head another look down in the pit lane. Kieran McGinley is there once again.
Well, down here at the 117 garage, Ian has brought the car in. Ian, what's the problem?
One of the front rear bushes has just failed. So we're just swapping it out for a new one, try and get out there and finish the race and enjoy yourself. That's what you're here for, so that's what we're going to do.
And how long do you reckon the repair is going to take?
Hopefully about sort of 15, 20 minutes. Andy at AW Track Sport's brilliant, so he's on it now and get us back out.
We'll see what happens then. We'll want to see you back out there, Ian.
Yeah, it's a shame because I was having a good little battle for second and third with Rob Boston. That little Lotus is amazing on the infield, but he just didn't have straight line legs, so it's kind of like waving at each other every time we overtook each other. But it is what it is, that's racing.
Well, hopefully we'll see you back out there with that repair then, Ian.
Yeah, hopefully.
Perfect, thank you very much. It's back to you.
Thanks, Kieran. And it'd be good to see the compact back out on circuit. Probably we'll expect to see Martin Gadsby perhaps back out in that later on in the race, the owner of the car. AW Track Sport, the preparer. That's the 121 car, that's the David Russell and Eddie McKean BMW 328 that's in third place within Class C at the moment. We get a glimpse of that one going through. Porsche and BMW going through. That's the 98 car, isn't it? Just up ahead of them, Rory Baptiste at the moment, just in behind the 43 car of Steve Cheatham, who's showing with David Hornsey this weekend. He's currently running 17th overall and I think 13th in Class A. It's all top, all Class A top 11 at the moment. In practice this morning, which was wet, had a few of the Class B cars getting inside the top 10, but not so much in the race where the conditions are pretty much perfect now, I think.
And there's 121 you were mentioning high up in Class C. Eddie McKean starting, David Russell his co-driver. 20 laps completed by the race leader Cole Swift. For sixth position there's been a change because Andy Marston has got himself ahead of Liam Bidgwaite, so he's getting himself back up there is Andy Marston in the car that he shares with Brett Evans. I understand Brett Evans went solo yesterday in Road Sports and they're sharing the car today. So here's 98 then, that Tim Hartland and Rory Baptiste BMW Compact high up in Class C. They finished second at Donington Park earlier in the season, just being lapped by the little Ginetta G40, the Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster car. That's fourth in the championship within Class B, and they've had their best result of a fourth at Donington Park and at Croft. Looking for their first podium here this weekend at Snetterton within Class B, but we watch that Class C BMW 330 working its way through the infield.
Yeah, BMW 330s have gone well in Class C. He says, oh, that's the BMW Compact back out already. I thought it was going to take 15 minutes to sort out.
Andy Waters is showing why you use him to repair your car.
Absolutely. So that's gone back out into this. Now, is that Ian Jones that's back out in that car?
He didn't look like it would get him back in, did he? So it makes sense for Martin Gadsby, the owner of the car, to get into it.
Well, they've still got one more mandatory stop to make as well, haven't they? So they can always swap that back round again in the final stages.
Yeah, I wonder if that was sort of the plan to start with, that Ian Jones would start the car and finish. 29 seconds is Cole Swift's lead over Will Stacey, so he's done what he needed to. He's got that 30 seconds gap, and that's over a car that's got a longer pit stop anyway. So that's working out for him. There's the David Russell owned car, I think, but driven by Eddie McKean, the Royal Air Force livery. Car we see out in the Armed Forces Racing Challenge regularly. Just saw Stacey go through there in a second. Andy Schultz still catching him. 4.8 seconds was the gap at the end of the previous lap. And They come up across the line. Will Stacey first. He did a 2:07.4 on that lap. And the gap comes down by almost a full second that time. There's the BMW. Andy Schulz 2:06.5. The lead gap, or the gap between second and third, I should say, is now down to 4 seconds. So it just comes down slightly some more. There's fourth, the Audi. So that's Mark Grice, who's now only 5 seconds ahead of Ben Rushworth. Lights ablaze in the Seat there, and he's just done his best lap of the race, a personal best for Ben Rushworth, 21 laps into the stint. Okay, the fuel's coming down, but sort of the tyres are being worn. 2:05.62 there for Ben Rushworth, and he was 1.6 seconds quicker than Mark Grice, who he's catching.
Just looking at the timer screen at the moment, we can see that Carl Swift is more than half a minute clear now of Will Stacey. Carl Swift has got a 30-second penalty at the first pit stop to serve, but Will Stacey's then got a 20-second penalty at that same pit stop to serve, as we're seeing a black and white driving standards flag go out to number 67, Julian McBride. But there's only 35 seconds between first and third, which is Andy Schulz at the moment. So that could put Schulz in some kind of contention, although we know that he's a much quicker driver than Matthew Hampson, who'll be in the car for the later part of this race. That's for certain. So still looking pretty good here for Carl Swift and Rob Baker, I would think, in terms of their chances of victory, but still a long way to go. 2.25 hours, just under that left to go, and it will be very much all to play for, because there could be some kind of issue with the car. Safety car could come out, and that could play havoc with strategy and so on and so forth. So we'll see how things pan out, but certainly for the overall victory at the minute, looking good for Carl Swift and Rob Baker. There is the 15 car, which is being driven at the moment by Colin Gillespie. That car is going to have a 20-second success penalty to serve, and they are just coming up at the moment to put a lap on the number 66 Paul Subiani BMW 318 Ti, and they've done so.
Will Stacey across the line again. He's now less than 3 seconds ahead of Andy Schulz, who's another second quicker again in that battle for second place. Mark Grice through in fourth. He's in the sevens again, and Ben Rushworth across the line, this time in the sixes. He's 5 seconds behind Mark Grice. They head down towards Ritchie's, where the darkening clouds are coming back again.
Looks like it might be raining over there in that direction.
Cars in the pits. 881 is the Lewis Rose and Aaron Rose Honda Civic, and 888 is the Graham Price and Jason Hennifer Renault Megane.
That's the 112 car being lapped. That's Manoj Patel going full 3 hours all on his own in that road-going Civic. And yeah, he's just being lapped there by Colin Gillespie in the 15 car as well.
And Gillespie's trying to get the better of Matthew Wallace. That's about of a 10, although when Gillespie turned into Ritchie's, the back end of the car got pretty loose, the car got sideways, so Wallace stays ahead. They're actually now in 9th and 10th because Phil Knibb hasn't come through, which makes me wonder if he's come into the pit lane.
I'm going to lean forward, and the problem is there's a building just to our left that means we can't really see. There are some cars in the pit lane certainly, but I can't tell you for certain that the Knibb car is one of them.
Class C, B leaders go through. That gap is coming down. Steve Hewson 2.6 seconds ahead of Luke Handley, who's only 0.8 of a second ahead of Christopher Freeman. And it's side by side now for what is 9th position as Colin Gillespie goes down the inside of Matthew Wallace and he goes through. So that's the Capture Motorsport car ahead of the Area Motorsport car, both Seats. And that's that change then for 9th position. Colin Gillespie was a couple of seconds quicker on the previous lap, but he started from the pits. Only his second race in this car, which he debuted at Croft and actually finished second there, which obviously was a good effort. He went solo on that occasion. He's got former British GT driver Phil Dryborough with him this weekend, ex-Aston Martin man. There you see the sky over Snetterton. It looks pretty menacing, doesn't it?
That's dramatic, isn't it? That shot. Very artistic. But yes, you would be expecting that some rain may be starting to fall here at Snetterton in the next few minutes.
Less than 2 seconds in it for second now. So William Stacey versus Andy Schulz. The gap continues to be reduced. particularly on these last couple of laps. Andy Schultz has been catching the Lotus driver, Stacey. Will Stacey has had a lot of success in one make racing before, Masters and Lotuses, but he's focusing into endurance racing with Club Enduro over the last couple of seasons. And the Class B car that was a class winner last year, now out in this Class A machine. There's 88, which is the car shared by father and daughter, Peter and Nicola Gillett, the Honda Civic.
Yeah, I think Nicola started the car there. The pairing from Leicestershire. Peter were on the board of the 750 Motor Club as well. The 888 cars just going back out into the race, conceivably for our commentary box. That was started by Jason Henner for the Renault Megane. So it may well be Graham Price aboard that car now, although they could have left the same driver in it, of course.
Cole Swift's lapped everybody up to 14th now, I think. He's gone through to complete 24 laps. And I see the M2 is trying to come back out the pits again. But the second place battle's up at Murray's. Oh, and off is Rushworth. Ben Rushworth is off the road at Hamilton. Looks like he might have pulled off. He's so far off the circuit.
I would say so. No, he was in 5th position, wasn't he? Having fought his way through from a pit lane start. 92, by the way, going back out into the race. So that had been into the pits. That's the Phil Knibb and Andrew Rath car. But yeah, Ben getting out of the Corton Miller prepared Seat Leon car out of the race. That's at the sort of straight on at Hamilton, isn't it, really, where that car's coming to a stop.
Here's second and third. Just the Ginetta G40 between the battle now. Will Stacey versus Andy Schultz. The gap was 1.1 seconds at the start of the lap. And remember, Schultz started way back on the grid. So he continues to progress up there. Over half a minute now, though, behind the race leader, Cole Swift.
Just looking at the lap times, I'm told it has started raining now at the hairpin. The times don't appear to have dropped off very much yet from the best lap times drivers have done. So there's the 66 car, which is the Hayes and Subiani car, and that is a lap ahead of the Nicola Gillett, Peter Gillett Honda Civic, just behind it already.
And Cole Swift, I think, is in this group, just lapping the Class B leaders. And Class B gap there, 1.9 seconds now between Matt Fazy and Luke Handley, then 2 seconds back to Chris Freeman. So top three in Class B are separated by very little as they make their way to complete 24 laps of racing. It's 25 for the overall leader. And the two area gulfs now are right together, actually, as they cross the line. Handley ahead of Freeman by 0.4 of a second as they head into Ritchie's corner in that group of cars that are turned their way through. So that's quite the battle. And you see there, Jonathan Packer's dropped a long way behind. He was in that battle at one time, but he's dropped away from his two teammates.
Yeah, about 9 seconds behind them, actually a bit more than that, 13 seconds behind Chris Freeman.
Out of a second into Ritchie's option outside the commentary box window. Will Stacey versus Andy Schultz, 0.8 of a second. The gap there now. Here are those area gulfs though, battling for second and third in Class B. And good effort there from Luke Handley, just put a back marker between himself and the chasing car of Chris Freeman, so that's just going to help out. And just up the road you can see the Porsche Cayman that leads Class B, Matt Fazy in Steve Hewson's machine. Just going past the Ben Rushworth car. He's out the car, Ben Rushworth out of the race after what was a very good stint up to that point. Don't know obviously what the problem was, but that's a retirement, which is obviously a real shame for him, for the team, and for his co-driver James Ramsden as well. He didn't get a go in the race.
Chris Freeman there on screen, third in class, just about half a second behind his area motorsport teammate Luke Handley, though, to number 51. They're both about 3 seconds behind the Houston.
Ooh, and Stacey's off.
Oh wow!
Same part of the track, up at Hamilton.
So that's 2 for runners. It looks like he's going to get back onto the circuit though. So it looked like that was an off rather than a sort of pull off for Stacey.
Is that car leaking something, or was it just a load of dust coming out of the car?
Not sure. Just try and get a view of it as it comes through Williams.
It doesn't look like it's handling well.
It doesn't, does it? So
again, could just be dust on the tyres.
Yeah, it could be cause or effect, couldn't it, as a result of the off there at Hamilton. But nevertheless, that's delayed that car. So Schultz would have got through then to second place, and it's a question of then how far ahead Will Stacey is of Mark Grice in the number 27 Audi RS3 TCR car.
Yeah, just saw that still behind, so he's still in third. The car does look up to speed now. Andy Schultz had got quite close to him, so whoever he was trying to go through, and that's what caused all that, we don't know, we didn't see it at the time. But there is Will Stacey, now in third position. Does he stay out? Does he pit? I suppose this is not a bad time to pit if he doesn't think all is well with the car, but he stays out, which says to me he thinks the car's okay. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have headed into the pit lane and used it as one of their mandatory stops.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, but yeah, it cost him 12 seconds. Slow lap as well, actually, from Mark Grice in the 209s that time, so still 4 seconds behind Stacey.
Fifth and sixth, we saw they were quite close. Andy Marston and Liam Bidway. Bidway in the Lotus Exige coming back at the M3 that passed him earlier.
This is the 44 car on screen. That's Stuart Dayburn in the Lotus Exige Cup R car. That's in 19th position at the moment. Stuart Dayburn, who we've seen racing TVR Tuscans in the past.
Yeah, it's a really nice looking Exige, that car as well, that they've got out this weekend. I think we saw that car debut about here a year ago, I think.
Yeah. That's another Exige, 32 Leon Bidway, still running in 6th position. So going pretty well here. The driver from Blackwood, 1.8 litre engine in that car.
They both just lapped Scott Parkin, who's not going as well as we've seen earlier in the season for his Golf. I wonder if he's made a pit stop because he's... Oh no, sorry, he's 18th. I've seen where he is on the screen. So he's what, 5th in class, something like that?
Yeah, 5th in Class B, yeah. So, but I don't think he's made a stop yet though.
He finished 2nd last time out at Spa in Class B. And he's 3rd in the Class B Championship.
Has he got a problem though? I just thought he might be looking like he was about to pull off there.
Now the rain's reached here because there's spots of rain on our window, but is it just small spots this time rather than the heavier rain we had, what, an hour, 2 hours ago, whenever that was?
Looks that way at the moment, doesn't it? So I don't think that's going to be too much of a concern for the teams at this stage of the race. We come up to the 1 hour gone mark in the race. So teams that are possibly looking to split the race into 3 even chunks will be putting around about now. Not had too much in the way of pit lane activity in terms of scheduled stops so far though.
38 seconds is Cole Swift's lead now over Andy Schultz, and there's 18 seconds back to Mark Grice. So well as Will Stacey got to, and he pit in his Lotus Elise because he hasn't come through. Yes, Will Stacey for the pit lane after that off 1 lap ago.
And the 120 car is out of the race, I think. That is the Matthias Radstock, Jason McNulty Lotus Elise. It's just pulled into the paddock. You can see it parked over there in Parc Ferme actually at the moment.
Okay, so a bit of drama. And here's the battle for what is now 4th position. Liam Bidway goes right round the outside of Andy Marston. They can't dip down there as he aggressively changed gear, but the BMW's got the power. Liam Bidway's got the line though as they go into Palmer, but he can't go through. Andy Marston holds on for now.
William Stacey getting the track limits warning flag, the black and white flag. We saw him go off the circuit at Hamilton a couple of laps ago.
And now in the pit lane, so whether all is well with that car, perhaps Kieran will be able to find out.
Yeah, it'd be good to find out what's going on with the Rob Boston Racing Lotus down there, which William Stacey has started. 66 has been in, so that's one of the front-running cars in Class C. Hayes and Subiani, so they have made the first of their stops. So Class C now being led by Baptiste and by Oswick and O'Sullivan, up to 26 with all the cars having made their stops. Second Baptiste and Hartland, and third is still is now actually Dougal and Munro. No, big one. Muslim Lakina still there in third within that class.
Battle for 4th into the S's here. Andy Marston still ahead of Liam Bidgeway. An hour into the contest, they're working the 28th lap of the race. A little breathe of a look up the inside from Liam Bidgeway. It comes to nothing though, but he's good on the exit up towards Coram. The BMW sits there on the apex, has to tap the brakes a couple of times just to bring the speed down as they go through that long Coram curve. But for Liam Bidgeway, can he find some space? I don't think he can to get ahead of Andy Marston. The car in second place though, Andy Schultz, had a slow last lap, 2 minutes 13. Wonder what that might have been all about. That means the lead gap's up to over 45 seconds.
Yeah, and we've just gone past the 1 hour mark in this race, so let's give you a quick rundown on the order as things stand. It's being led by number 1, that's Carl Swift and Rob Baker. From number 69 in second, Matthew Harrison and Andy Schultz. In third place, number 27, William Beach and Mark Rice. Fourth, 37, Andy Marston and Brett Evans. Fifth, number 32, Leon Bidgeway. Sixth, number 11, Ryan Parkin and Daniel Sylvester. Seventh, number 15, Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver. Eighth, number 6, Matthew and Simon Wallace. Ninth, number 13, the Class B leaders, Steve Houston and Matt Fazy. And 10th, number 51, Luke Handley. Second in Class B. Third in Class B, in 11th overall is number 14, Chris Freeman. As far as Class C is concerned, that's being led by number 53, Joel Oswick and Dan Asano. From 98, Roy Baptiste and Tim Hartland. And third, the 1-2-1 car, David Russell and Ed McKee. And that's the order with an hour of the race gone.
Looks like we might have lost the BS Motorsport Mazda MX-5. That hasn't done a lap for a little while. Ben Short started the car that he shares with Ben Hansey, which will be a shame. That supercharged MX-5. There's Liam Bidgeway still battling away with Andy Marston, and Will Stacey's at least comes out the pit lane. Not sure if Rob Boston's got into it or Will Stacey's staying out to letting Rob do the final stint. But that car has done its pit stop then and has gone back out of the race in 20th position. Now that was a 6-minute lap, which would suggest to me maybe it's slightly over 3 minutes of a pit stop.
Yeah, I mean that's...
but then they've got that 20-second penalty though as well, haven't
69, he's got the black and orange mechanical warning flag now. That's significant, that's the second place car. Andy Schultz at the wheel at the moment, it's shared with Matt Hampson, but the BMW, the orange car, now getting the big orange spot on the black and orange flag. So a mechanical issue for that car the driver may not be aware of. He's going to have to come into the pits to get that checked over by one of the scrutineers.
And they had that slow lap a lap ago. Meanwhile, across the line for fourth place, Andy Marston and Liam Bidgeway squeezed between two back markers, which was quite the moment. But I think Marston's been able to hang on ahead of Bidgeway in all of that. But that was all quite spectacular stuff. Almost 4 cars abreast for a moment.
Yeah, they're heading up towards the Wilson hairpin now to battling for fourth, and the car behind, which is the Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster Ginetta G40 that was also involved yesterday. Obviously it's bootlid and the rear wing assembly in the road sports race. It's all fixed up today, and the other car that was involved in that exciting moment was the Nicola Gillett Honda Civic Type R. But there's the 37 car, Marston and Evans, the BMW ahead of 32, Liam Bidgeway, one of the drivers going solo in this 3-hour race, a gruelling 3-hour race for those drivers that are doing the whole thing on their own.
Yep, and Bidgeway, was he slow in there out of Hamilton? Ginetta's re-caught him, which shouldn't really have happened. So has Liam Bidgeway got an issue? The car's back up to speed now, I think, so perhaps all is okay. But Ginetta's just really quick through the infield.
It could well be, actually. I mean, it's the number 8 car, it's a Class B car, so not quite so well equipped on a power to weight ratio basis, but nevertheless some of these Class B cars can be pretty nimble, can't they, through the more technical sections. 44 car I can see going back out into the race. That's David Trigg and Stuart Dayburn. Stuart Dayburn started the car, but it may well be now David Trigg that's at the wheel.
And Liam Bidgeway back up to speed, I think, although a little bit further behind Andy Marston than what he once was. So they're not 100% confident that all is well there. The Audi's into the pits. Mark Grice is pitting the car out for third position.
I think we could be about to see something that could trigger a few pit stops. I'm just keeping an eye on what's going on out of the window beneath me. But we possibly have some cars that need recovering. Into the pits comes Bidgeway there, 32. So that was the car from 5th position.
So whatever all is well, like I questioned that, not sure.
And the safety car is being called. Safety car boards are being shown from the start line gantry beneath me. Yellow flags being waved all around the circuit then, and the safety car is being brought into action for the first time in this race with an hour and 55 minutes to go. And I'm sure this will trigger, Josh, quite a few pit stops.
Yeah, everybody will be pitting who hasn't pitted.
Possibly some of those that have, but you do be confident that you can get to the end on fuel, I suppose.
Yeah, if you think you can do 2 hours on a tank. There's the Andy Schulz car that's been getting the black and orange flag. Race leader into the pits, by the way. Not sure yet what the problem there was. Not convinced either to have any knowledge of why the safety cars come out.
No. So we'll see if we can pick up on. We know obviously there's the Ben Rushworth car, but that's been there for about 10 laps now or something, hasn't it? Certainly a good few laps. I don't think there's any other cars that have stopped out on circuit. I don't know if our producer can see if he can find any. 121 car is in. That's from 3rd within Class C. So that's David Russell for their mandatory stop.
All the Class B leaders coming in all together. Now, which ones of them have got success penalties? Because they lose out here. Jonathan Packer's got 10. Christopher Freeman's got 10, but Luke Handley's got 30. So Luke Handley's going to lose positions here. There's debris, quite a lot of it, down at Murray's. So whether that's triggered anything. Now, is that part of Andy Schulz's car?
Could be, couldn't it? And that might explain why we also saw the black and orange flag then, if there's bits falling off it.
See Cole Swift sprinting down the pit lane. I know onto the pit wall, I think. That's Cole. I'm not sure what that was all about.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on there, but lots of activity in the pit lane at the moment.
Is he keeping an eye on the time, the official time? There, yeah, there is Schulz's car. It's very damaged. The front left corner of that car is gone. So I think that perhaps is why the safety car.
I did see some trim hanging off that car in the early stages of the race, but I didn't think too much of it at the time. But possibly that was more serious than I initially thought, and the whole of that power has come away.
It might be rubbing on the tyre as well. We saw that slow lap, so perhaps that's when it happened.
Yeah.
Your Will Stacey's back in, so this is the second stop then for the Rob Boston Racing team. So are they going to try and do 2 hours on a tank?
Yeah.
Or is there a problem?
Well, there's no immediate move to do any work on the car, is there? Or to do a driver change or anything like that. But
the safety car's not going to have a very long train of cars, because obviously most of the cars are in the pits.
Yeah, very busy pit lane, running out of space. The area motorsport team, sorry, not the area motorsport, the Dark Side Development team, trying to find a spot for number 12 to get into. That's the Scott Parkin Golf, the Yorkshire driver.
But there's no fuel gone into the Lotus yet, and now the rear engine cover comes off, so maybe not all well there for Will Stacey. Remember, he did have that off-track excursion earlier.
27 cars gone back out into the race. That's the Grice and Beach Audi TCR, the RS3. That's gone back out into the race, and Leon Bidgeway too is heading back out onto the circuit, just in front of the safety car train, which is coming back round.
One car that hasn't pitted is Ryan Parkin, so he's taken the lead of the race.
Safety car lights are out, so it looks like it's... Is that going to be it? Is the safety car coming back in? Is the race going to get back underway? Yeah, green flag's waved. So a very brief safety car interlude, and the race getting back underway then here at Snetterton with an hour and 51 minutes to go. I think the safety car was only out for about 4 minutes there, so I think it's about a lap that it has done. And the race getting back underway. So anyone that was thinking, well, I'll do my safety car pit stop on the next lap is going to be disappointed, because it's back out into the race.
Yeah, so Ryan Parkin, the leader, and I don't think he ever got caught up behind the safety car. Second is number 6, Matthew Wallace, who did. Then third is 67, Julian McBride. And now, out of the pit lane, the first of the stoppers is Rob Baker in the car that Cole Swift started.
Yeah, 6 minutes off, so that's interesting, because that was only sort of 3 minutes 56 seconds longer than a normal lap for them, and they had to be stationary for 3.5 minutes, didn't they? So
they didn't lose much time.
They didn't lose much time at all. Very, very efficiently done.
There's a huge water bottle going into the back of the Lotus Elise, the Rob Boston racing car. I think I can spot, so I don't think that Lotus is as healthy as they'd like it to be.
Yeah, overheating issues perhaps. So, hour and 50 to go. Bit of a different complexion to this race now, with a majority of the teams now having made their first stops. There's the Schultz car that's getting back out into race. Hopefully a scrutineer has checked that he's happy with the tank tape arrangement on that car. Now is that Schultz or Hampson that's back out in that?
I think it would be Hampson. That's an amazing amount of fluid that's been put into the Lotus, because that bottle, more than 2 litres, I would suggest that the mechanics have just put in. Phil Driver's got aboard the Colin Gillespie Seat, I think. So that car is going to go back out.
A bit of congestion there because they're trying to negotiate their way past the Chris Webster, Matthew Tidmarsh, Janetta as well. Very congested pit lane. All the drivers have to pull in at 45 degrees to the pit garages and then be pushed back out and then drive into the live lane of the pit lane again.
A few more spots of rain on the commentary box windows. Again, only very light, I think, which shouldn't make any effect to the track unless it gets harder. So there's Matthew Hampson, and he came out a minute behind Rob Baker, but ahead of probably Will Beach taking over from Mark Rice. That debris still there at Murray's.
Yeah. So there must have been something else that precipitated the safety car.
I wonder if it's something that then got cleared quickly, or it will by itself, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe.
There's the Andy Martin and Brett Evans car. They're behind. Oh, he got very sideways there. You see the big black lines left. The car in front of it is a car that hasn't stopped. Matthew Wallace second in the race.
Yeah. So, and Julian McBride is the other non-stopper, isn't he? So Ryan Parkin, Matthew Wallace, Julian McBride, 3 non-stoppers effectively at this moment. There's Carl Swift and Rob Baker. Rob Baker right now is at the wheel of the car, actually in 4th position, despite the fact that they've made a stop that is effectively the equivalent of pretty much 2 laps.
The Matt Fahey and Steve Hewson car leads Class B now by 11 seconds because of Christopher Freeman's penalties. And Luke Handley's lost even more time, obviously. He's 3rd, though, still in Class B. 4th, Jonathan Packer. And 5th is the Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster Mazda Class C. That's still headed by Joel Oswick and Dan Osano. 2nd, Roy Baptiste and Tim Hartland. And 3rd, Johnny Hayes and Paul Saviani.
Yeah, so they've got ahead of Russell and McKean, haven't they? And Russell and McKean had a long stop, an 8-minute 12 lap. So that's just a longer than scheduled stop for them.
But that could have been stuck behind the safety car as well.
Could have been, yeah. So a safety car and a pit stop on the same lap. Yeah, that would have cost them some time, clearly. Yeah, Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver, that was nearly an 8-minute lap as well. So I think they probably had a similar thing. So it's 11 Ryan Parkin that's leading, 6 Matthew Wallace in 2nd, and 67 Julian McBride in 3rd position for the moment.
So Will Stacey and Rob Boston's car is 23rd. And it has done 2 3-minute pit stops, but whether they need to make another one for some fuel. They didn't even bother to put any fuel into it, which is interesting.
No.
That car has actually just gone through shots. So that's going to be one to watch its lap times. The last lap wasn't very quick, even for an out lap, which is concerning, I would have thought.
Rob Baker's just gone through his first flight lap since the pit stop to the 207.86. It's actually lapping faster than the 3 cars ahead of it, which are as yet unstopped. And Matthew Hampson, I think, has done his first flying lap as well, possibly much slower than what we'd seen by Andy Schultz.
Yes, he's already been passed by Will Beach. So Will Beach 2nd of the stoppers. 3rd of the stoppers, Hampson. 4th, Ridgway, and 5th, Marston and Evans. See here the 888 car. The Renault Megane of Graham Price and Jason Hennifer. The 2-litre RS 250 is prepared by Pure Track, Graham Price, the car owner. And we've pick up in this group? Is that where Rob Baker is, I think, the area motorsport boss?
Yeah, he's there, isn't he, in the number 1 car. Still picking his way through the traffic.
Over a minute ahead of the Will Beach and Mark Bryce Audi.
Yes, so that bodes well for him. That time through, Matthew Hampson's done a 2-minute 13 lap compared to the 2-minute 5s that Andy Schultz was doing. So that's a car that's going to drop down the order, one would suspect, because Leon Bidgeway only about 4 seconds or so behind it and lapping 4 seconds or so a lap faster.
BMW Compact's been in again. The Jones and Gadsby car, they're 39th. And
yeah, that was another long stop as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, 12 minutes that lap, so yeah, I thought that was unusual. Now, carbon wiper on there, 481, so is there a bit more rain out there possibly? That's the Edward Christian Andy Gay BMW M3. Let's find out what's happening down there in the pit lane.
Down here at the 69 garage, and I'm here with Andy Schultz. Andy, you brought in on a mechanical, then the safety car came out. That was a bit perfect timing, wasn't it?
It would have been, yeah. I was a bit concerned because I knew I could see some orange bodywork at the last turn, and I thought, oh no, what's happened? But I think it must have been clipped on the second lap up in turn 2, and that obviously started the thing, and then it just came off later on. But it was a bit awkward, but you know, it was a good time for a pit stop, so that's okay.
Absolutely, and they've taped it up what they can, and they've sent it back out. So what's your target from here?
Well, we're hoping that we can get the car through to the next pit stop, and I'll jump back in again. But we've got a couple of issues. It cut out twice, and had to restart it, and that's a real pain because you lose places again. And then we've got a bit of a vibration appearing again, so we've got to try and see if we can get it through a bit further. It felt like more than an hour, I can tell you out there.
Well, I'll have to keep an eye on you then, Andy. But perfect, thank you for speaking to us.
No problem at all.
It's back to the commentary box.
Thanks, Kieran. And interesting to hear there from Andy Schultz after his stint of an hour or so. Brought to a slightly premature end. Hour and 43 minutes remaining in this race for the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship. It's being led at the moment by number 11 Ryan Parkin, by number 6 Matthew Wallace and 67 Julie McBride, but none of those cars have yet made their stop. The first of the stoppers is number 1 Rob Baker from number 27 Mark Grice and number 69 Matthew Hampson. As Class A cars now fill the first 8 places. Best of the Class B cars is the Porsche, Steve Houston and Matt Fazy. Chris Freeman in 10th position overall, second in Class B in the Golf. Black and white driving standards flag just being shown now to car number 99. That's Joe Williams, the driver of the Golf.
I've got a bit confused, and I've wondered if I've worked it out without needing assistance. 120 you saw in Park Ferme, didn't you?
Yes.
Well, they're doing 23rd. I wonder if that's a relay car, right?
Yes.
Why it's in the invitational class.
That would make sense. So Jason McNulty possibly out in a separate car. Yeah, that's a good call.
I did wonder why they were in the invitational class, but that now makes more sense. See the diesel Golf going through there, the Dark Side Developments car. Scott Parker is 18th now in that car that finished second last time out at Spa. It's currently third in the class championship. Car with 270 brake horsepower, 2-litre TDI engine. The ex-Volkswagen Cup car that's been converted to a diesel by those diesel experts at Dark Side Developments. The driver, Scott Parker, is 32 years of age from Barnsley. A race winner with the MSVT All Good series, and now stepping up into the Club Enduro Championship for this year. And there is his brother's car that leads the race. That's Ryan Parkin, the Audi TT that runs the 2-litre TFSI engine, 2017 car. Also obviously run by Dark Side Development. Ryan's 32 years old because he's Scott's twin brother, and he's been racing since 2018.
And he's sharing with Daniel Sylvester today. It's Ryan Parkin. Previously he's been sharing with Adam Blair, the British Formula 3 Championship driver. But Daniel Sylvester, who raced yesterday in the MR2s with some podium finishes for the first time. So he'll be buoyed by that success, I'm sure, when he gets into the car for the second part of the race.
Another place lost for Matthew Hampson. Liam Bidway has moved up into 6th. So Hampton's down to 7th and being caught by Andy Marston and Brett Evans, his car.
Yes, absolutely. So they are all on their 36th lap. The 3 leaders have already completed 36 laps, but they've yet to make a stop. And actually, Carl Swift and Rob Baker out the wheel. They are also now on the same lap as the leaders, 36 laps in the book, but about 3/4 of a lap behind Parkin. But that will soon get overturned when those 3 cars have to make their mandatory stops. First of 2 mandatory stops.
There's car number 15. That's Colin Gillespie, now Phil Dryborough. They're in 14th. Phil Dryborough, who raced in British GT and Aston Martin in the past. But nowadays been racing Club Enduro, and he's had a number of cars out in this, but now he's sharing with Colin Gillespie in this Sayat 14th position, half a minute behind Jonathan Packer. So some time to find. I think they've been a bit unlucky because obviously started from the pit lane, but then they got caught up behind the safety car before they made their pit stop. They lost some time, where most others don't think lost too much.
Yeah, I think you're right there.
There's Matthew Wallace,
second place, just going past the 999 Honda, isn't it?
Yeah, just 8 seconds ahead of Julian McBride, who's going quite well. The 54-year-old from Oxfordshire, in 3rd position in his M3. The Jeff Steele racing car, 2nd for the Wallaces in their area motorsport Sayat. And the Mazda's in the garage.
Okay, so that's a retirement by the looks of it for John Munro and Nick Dougal.
So both the TWP cars you can see in there. You said the Lotus didn't even make the start.
I think they've been there for a while because they've only completed 26 laps. The leaders have now completed 37 laps. So yeah, TWP come out of the race, unfortunately. There's the 117. That's the BMW Compact. That's running in 38th position after 2 stops. They've completed 29 laps, so 8 laps behind the leaders now.
There's a green flag waving in the background. How is that Murray's or is it further around the circuit? Oh, that's potentially white. It's a Jason McAnulty Lotus that's off. That's on the exit of Nelson. So yeah, that Lotus turned white, and now with a different car. So perhaps down there in the pit lane, they might be needing to get the Matthias Radestock car ready again, because the relayed car was stopped. Jason McAnulty's not really been out there for very long.
It's not, no, not a terribly long amount of time, but it looks like the car has expired on him nevertheless. So yellow flags being waved at that marshal's post at the bomb hole. Marshal's post, I was at some marshalling many years ago. That's the 27 car going through then, the car that's in 5th position, but effectively 2nd once the 3 leaders make their stops. That's Will Beach and Mark Grice. They are 1 minute and 13 seconds behind Carl Swift and Rob Baker, and falling further behind actually because they had a slow lap that time for a 2:08.27. And they are a little way ahead of Leon Bidgeway, so they've got some wriggle room.
Yeah, there's a gap of 22 seconds back to Bidgeway.
He's also done a slow lap actually, 2:11.95. I don't know if that's just the traffic or excuse me, something else.
Behind them there's been a change for 7th because Brett Evans has got ahead of Matthew Hampson. So a change for position there. So Hampson down to 8th. 38 laps done by Ryan Parkin, the race leader. 2nd is Wallace and 3rd is McBride. The 3 cars still yet to make this first stop, showing how long a car can go in a tank of fuel here.
10-second penalty now for car 28. Well, that's one of the Irish drivers, Andrew Stewart, in his Honda Civic Type R. So that'll be to add the 5 seconds he's already picked up. So he's been further infringing the track limits there.
There is Matthew Hampson, about to be lapped, I think, by Matthew Wallace. He did a quick lap last lap, 2:08.0, almost as quick as he's gone during the stint, which shows the pace as the car gets lighter on fuel.
Yeah, absolutely right. That's the 92 car. You can just see going through shot there. That's just ahead of the Beech and Grice car. So that is on its 37th lap. Beech and Grice car is on its 38th. So yeah, that's about to be lapped once again.
Of course, that car lost out because it made an early pit stop, pit in when the safety car wasn't out, so would have lost a bit of time there. The Phil Nib and Andrew Raff car that runs in 12th position, then up with the Seat Leons.
We're not far away from the halfway point of this race now. Only 5 minutes left to go before we get to the 90-minute to go mark. Give you another rundown on the positions at that stage. Patel going through, and the RF Motorsport BMW as well.
Saw Liam Bidgeray there, who you noticed made a slower last lap. Might have been to do with traffic. Let's see what the next lap's like. A 2:11 last time, a 2:07 that time, so much better. So that car's going well, up in 6th position, 5 seconds ahead of Andy Martin and Brett Evans, E46 M3.
Ed McKean and David Russell, they've now got the black and white driving standards flag as well because of track limits infringements. That's the car that's in 3rd place still in Class C. The BMW 328. And there is the black and white flag going out to them to repeat the message on the electronic gantry above the pit lane.
Will Stacey and Rob Boston's car's just gone through. That car is back up to speed, 2:06 on the last lap, which is as quick as anybody else is going out there. Car that has made 2 pit stops, and they're in 21st position overall as it stands. 999 here, that's the Ricky Cumber and Mark Simmons Honda Civic, one of the newer cars, the FK2 I think that is. Car that's raced with the Creventic organisation in Europe. Endurance races, 12 and 24-hour races. Cars done in the past. I think out in Dubai, David Drinkwater raced that, who we've see regularly at 750 Motor Club meetings. And that's about to be passed potentially by the Volkswagen Sirocco, that Nürburgring 24-hour specification car. The John Maudsley and Stuart Mead car that is running in 23rd position. That's actually a battle for position because Cumber and Simmons are 22nd. So you've got John Maudsley there, the 71-year-old from Wirral. He's been racing for 50 years. Former Volkswagen Golf champion. Shown with Stuart Mead, who's a former European Supercar champion out in that car. And trying to get past the Honda. They're side by side now for 22nd position in the race. And the Volkswagen Sirocco goes through. The Saxon Motorsport run car then gains a place.
Certainly does, getting the advantage of the Civic Type R, the drivers from Maidstone. They've got the quicker car behind them now, the 117 of Gadsby and Jones, which is just trying to lap itself, really.
I think the leader might be in the pit lane. Ryan Parkin hasn't completed his latest lap.
He is. It is Ryan Parkin into the pit lane now from the lead of the race. So we'll see where he filters back in after all of this. 3-minute stop that he has to make, of course. He has got actually 3-minute 20-second stop to make, because he's got an extra 20-second penalty as well. Can't quite see from here whether he's handing over to Daniel Sylvester or not, but I can't see anyone with a mullet out there in the pit lane, so presumably that means that Daniel's got his helmet on as he's perhaps getting in the car. Pretty much halfway through the race.
Yeah, that's right. So it's Matthew Wallace now that leads the race by 13 seconds over Julian McBride. There's Ryan's brother, Scott Parkin. He's 18 still. There's the Class B leader, Steve Hewson and Matt Fazy. And they're really being caught by Chris Freeman, because remember that gap went over 10 seconds because of the success penalties, but Freeman's been catching him. The gap was 3.9 seconds after the previous lap. They now complete 39 laps, and Chris Freeman is 3.6 seconds behind, a slightly quicker lap again. There he is, car number 14, second in class.
Absolutely. those threatening skies never really came to anything, did they? It's still grey and overcast out there, but it doesn't look like it's threatening rain imminently. And I think the forecast was to actually get brighter as we got close towards the end of this race as well.
Depends what forecast you looked at, really.
It did, to be fair. So coming up towards the 90-minute mark in this race, the erstwhile leader has gone in, but still Matthew Wallace is out there, still Julian McBride is out there. Of course, Julian McBride is going solo, so he doesn't need to worry about handing over to another driver, but he's still got 2 pit stops to make. Matthew Wallace will hand over to brother Simon. Both of them used to race in the Mar2s and then in Type Rs as well after that in Civics. But racing this Seat these days. Right, we've had 90 minutes of the race now, so let's give you a quick rundown on the order. It's number 6 leading, that's Matthew Wallace and Simon Wallace. Second is number 67, that's Julian McBride. In third place, number 1, Carl Swift and Rob Baker. Fourth, number 27, Will Beach and Mark Rice. As Carl Swift has now gone into the lead of the race, because he's got past Julian McBride, and Matthew Wallace, I think, has come into the pit, so I'll give you that rundown again. Number 1 now leads, Carl Swift and Rob Baker. 67, Julian McBride second. 6, Matthew Wallace and Simon Wallace third. 4th, 27, Will Beach and Mark Rice. 5th, number 32, Leon Bidgeway. 6th, number 37, Andrew Marston and Brett Evans. 7th, number 69, Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz. 8th, number 11, Ryan Parkin and Daniel Sylvester. 9th, number 13, Steve Hewson and Matt Facey. They lead Class B. Second in Class B and 10th overall is number 14, Chris Freeman. Third in Class B and 11th overall is number 51, Luke Handley. And then in Class C, that's being led by Joel Oswick or Dan Osano, as ever does. In number 53, they're 26th overall from number 98, Rory Baptiste and Tim Hartland in their BMW. And third in Class C, still the 1-2-1 car, David Russell and Ed McKean, but they're only about 11 seconds clear of Hayes and Subiani. There's the former leader of the race, number 11, Ryan Parkin and Daniel Sylvester, about to head back out into the race, but the new race leader now, Josh, is Carl Swift and Rob Baker.
Yeah, so that's what we were expecting when the others pitted, as they have done now. Class B leader here, heading into Palmer. Steve Hewson and Matt Fazer, I think, going to lap Scott Parkin's Golf, which is a car they battled with back at Donington Park at the end of the year, but here around Snetterton, the Golf, they're not so fast, but it is Hewson and Fazer that lead the class. They finished second earlier in the season at Donington, had an accident at Spa, so they've had to repair the car over the last 3 weeks or so, but they've done that and the car going well again. The 2017 2-litre turbo Porsche Cayman that's backed by intelligent money. Both the drivers in that car former champions, Matt Fazy and Steve Hewson, driving different machinery in the past.
So 42 laps completed now by our race leaders, Carl Swift and Rob Baker. We see the 13 car of Steve Hewson and Matt Fazy go through, and the 69 car, is that in problems again?
It's a bit slow there.
It was Matthew Hampson. That was just on the exit of Wilson Hairpin.
We heard Andy Schultz was saying the car was cutting out, and in fact it's just done that again. The last lap, Hampson did a pretty good lap at 2:09, but it's not going to be so good if a car slows.
So here's the Class B leagues then, Hewson and Fazy, and that's Intelligent Money sponsored car.
They're second, catching Chris Freeman.
They are. What's the gap between those two at the start of the lap? It was, just trying to look, at 2.4 seconds or something like that. It looks like it's a bit less than that now, doesn't it, as the number 6 car, the Matthew Wallace and Simon Wallace car, gets back into the race, the Area Motorsport run vehicle.
1.4 seconds is the new gap. There's Freeman, a solo driver, halfway through the race. He's got as much to do basically as he already has done, is catch in. What we presume now is Steve Hewson aboard the Cayman. So what can Chris Freeman do here? He's having a really good run in the Area Motorsport Volkswagen Golf. His best result so far this season came at Croft, which was a 3rd place. He raced a Civic in the past and went well in that. Down into Agostini's. Very different cars, these. Well, they're both 2-litre cars. Oh, and a big lose there for the Rob Boston and William Stacey Lotus. Is something broken on the car, perhaps? That was heading up towards Coram. It's awful at the beginning of the Coram, I think the driver's not wanting to continue, so I think something has broken now on the Lotus Elise that was running in 21st position.
So, I wonder if that might need a recovery as well from where it's come to rest. It's on the inside of the approach to Coram, a little way off the edge of the circuit, but nevertheless, the officials might want to do something about that. Here's the Hewson and Fazy car, still being chased for the Class B lead, though, by Chris Freeman.
Coming down ever more, I would suggest.
Yeah, 1.4 seconds, you said it was at the beginning of the lap, looking like a bit less than that now, I'd think. As they head through, they've gone past that incident, and there are yellow flags there waving at the marshal's post before Coram, and green flags then pretty much at the midpoint of that long right-hander. So these cars close together again, 1.4 seconds was the gap between them. Up and over the line they come again.
So close now, you don't need a stopwatch really, do you? So they turn into Ritchie's together. They're now 6th and 7th overall, these two Class B cars.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2:10.37 that time for Chris Freeman, and a 2:11.32 for Hewson and Fazy. Is that Julie McBride, I think, who's been into the pit lane and go back out again?
There's another slow Lotus up at Coram, and that's Liam Bidway, who is running in 3rd position. But Liam Bidway slow, I can see out the commentary box window, heading down towards Murray's. Class B lead battle continues. There's a white flag on the other side of the track as well.
Yeah, there is, just behind us. We've now got a safety car coming out as well, so we'd know we've got the Rob Boston Racing lease off. There's the Bidgeway car that's going slowly as well.
I think that the longest that car's got though, without problems before, so
yeah.
going well.
Yeah, hour and 37 minutes into the race.
The Jonathan Packer's pitted immediately, the driver 3rd in Class B, which could be a shrewd move. Well, this safety car period you'd think might be a touch longer than the last one.
Right, I can see a medical car heading out through the paddock as well, so possibly that's needing to attend to somebody as well. So safety car at the moment here at Snetterton in this Giwa Club Enduro Championship race. There's a slow car that's been, I think it was a slow car, so probably fair enough for the other cars to pass it, but we do have yellow flags and safety car boards all around the circuit now. So what was a decent battle for the Class B lead, that will have to, for the moment, sort of fall back into line. There is the safety car out on circuit, and it's picked up, is that the 28 car? I think it's picked up, hasn't it? The Andrew Stewart Honda. So I should think we'll get a busy pit lane again, Josh.
Yeah, so Jonathan Packer the first person in, but 80 minutes, probably a lot of cars can do that, so I suspect everybody's going to be pitting, as you say.
Including the 12 car, that's in as well.
Those
Scott Parkin.
Rob Baker went through, perhaps that was before the safety car was called.
Yeah, medical car can see is heading up towards Coram as well, so
driver's out.
Driver's out. And I hope all is well up there at that part of the circuit. Bring you any news as we get it.
Tyre change potentially on here for Scott Parkin.
Yeah, that's right. Yellow flags then all around the circuit, and indeed from the start line as well, with the race being neutralised. So those cars that stay out on track will try to form up into Crocodile. 37 car though is in as well. That's the 3rd place car now, Andy Marston and Brett Evans, with a couple of retirements ahead of them. They've moved back up into that 3rd position.
Who did the safety car pick up in terms of the race leaders here?
Yeah, well, I'm not sure I've seen a shot of that.
It is ooh, my goodness.
That was interesting from Chris Freeman. as he came out of Williams that time. Almost looked like he was going to get past the 13 car for a moment.
It looks like Baker's done 44 laps, everybody else has done 43, so I wonder if they've lucked in to the others being caught behind the safety car, or have the others come into the pits?
Well, we know that Marston and Evans had done. Yeah, Beach and Grice are in there as well.
So perhaps they've not lucked into this thing, because they're going to have to do a slow lap behind the safety car. We'll see what happens. Okay.
Yes, and so they may well pit at the end of this lap. I think this safety car might be a bit more long-lived than the previous one.
Yeah, the previous one was really short.
Yeah, it was only one lap, wasn't it, really, behind the safety car?
So it couldn't be shorter, could it? That's
well,
sure.
no. True.
So there goes Jonathan Packer. He might do well here out of Class B, because he came in first. The others are still stuck behind the safety car, and he's come out, has he, on the same lap as them? No, a lap further back, but it could work out well for Jonathan Packer there, I think.
So we've not got to the position yet where the Rob Boston Racing Lotus is being recovered. There is now a recovery truck just pulling up next to it, I think, up there at Coram.
Well, the M2's coming back out the pit lane. That's had all those problems.
Not seen it for a little while, have we, I don't think.
You have a Crown Paints car.
Yeah, with the sort of colour swatches decorating.
Why is one car in the safety car train slowed right down?
That's a good question, Josh. 45 I should say, going back out into the race, so that's Arthur McMahon. Sometime Fiat Punto racer, I think. Also heading back out is 8, but that's nothing too much. And these cars below us in the pit lane now are going to have to wait for the safety car train to go past.
Here comes the race leader, Rob Baker. Is that Cole Swift with the headset on? i.e. not getting back into the car?
Might well be. Rob Baker's getting out.
Yeah, because he has to get out so they can refuel it. No one
That's
can be
true,
in the car.
yeah, so he's getting out, they'll refuel. No sign of him taking his helmet or anything off, though. His helmet going to stand there with the extinguisher.
And the Audi, which is a lap behind at this stage, goes out of the pit lane to unlap itself, isn't it? So that's it could be interesting how it all works out.
Yes, so Matthew Wallace, or someone, so they've now made 2 stops, haven't they? Simon Wallace has gone back out into the race. So they've made 2 stops. Cody Cheng 13th though.
And Rob Baker getting back into that Seat now. Are they going to change the tyres, or are they just checking the pressures? Marston Evans going back out as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They'd stopped a few moments before, hadn't they? Safety car still running here at Snetterton.
Yeah, they're doing a tyre change on the Seat.
Possibly only the fronts.
And the rears don't have too much really, do on a front wheel drive car.
No.
They shouldn't wear too much. And there's the Lotus going onto the back of the flatbed.
Yeah, it's needed a full lift to get there. So that's possibly why we needed the safety car, because it was decided that the car couldn't just be pushed or towed out of the way. So efficient work being done by the recovery crews there to get that car recovered. 76 going back out into the race beneath us as well. So that is Michael Downey, the driver from Hathington, in the Porsche Boxster S. He's in 26th position, one of the Class B drivers. On screen you can see the safety car train heading through Agostini.
Chris Freeman's putting a load of fluid into his car. Is that a drinks bottle, I wonder?
Could be.
Or filling his drinks bottle up, anyway. Should be needing to do the rest of the race.
Now and a quarter still to go. So, safety car is making its way out of the battery. There's a trio of cars coming relatively quickly through Coram.
They cars are pitted.
They are, yeah.
And the Will Stacey car's about to go behind the barriers, I think. So this might be the last lap behind the safety car.
Yeah. So hopefully all is well up there. That's where the safety car is. That's on the Bentley Straight at the moment, heading towards Brundle and Nelson. So it's the 3 cars that are just going beneath us now. The 481 car of Edward Christie, the Colin Gillespie car involved as well.
This could be interesting. Who gets out first in Class B? Because the Steve Hughes and Matt Fazy Porsche is there. Also in the pit lane is Chris Freeman. Rob Baker's about to go back out into the race, still as the leader. completed one more lap than everybody else has done. And he's got some time to catch the pack while they're still behind the safety car. And the safety car sped up now, so I think the lead gap might be reduced potentially, but it's still going to be pretty big.
I think the safety car board's about to be put away.
Yeah, the safety car sped right up, hasn't it?
Yeah, so I think we're going to get the green flag when it comes back through, which it will do any moment.
And the Porsche Cayman's getting out ahead of Chris Freeman. Is there a red light in the pit? No, we can go out.
Yeah.
That gap's gone out. Some cars are coming into the pit, or coming out the pit lane as well. As the race does restart, green flag.
It does. So green flag is waved to get the race back in the way. There's Chris Freeman. So no, that's the Joe Williams car getting back out into the race, number 99. The safety car has peeled back in. The race then getting back underway with an hour and a quarter of the duration left to go.
Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz are now second. Did they not pit?
Don't think they did.
Right. They're only 46 seconds behind, but perhaps they didn't think they could do it on one tank of fuel to the end, presumably. But for Mark Grice and Will Beach, they're 70 seconds behind. I guess that's roughly what it was.
Yeah.
Then Ryan Park and Daniel Sylvester possibly only done one stop.
They've only done one stop so far, haven't they? They're in 4th position. But they're on the lead lap at least, as are Andy Marston and Brett Evans. So all of those 5 within 72 seconds of the race leader. As cars head back into Agostini hairpin at full speed for the first time for 10 minutes or so.
So in Class B, the Porsche is 7 seconds ahead of Chris Freeman. And then Luke Handley jumped Jonathan Packer in the stops, so he's 3rd now. Is that car still leading Class C? 53 it is?
Yeah, it is.
Joel Oswick and Dan Orsano.
Still the same top 3 actually, as it has been pretty much all race. Oswick and Orsano, Baptiste and Hartland. Then a bit of a gap back because there's cars, Class B cars between them, but Russell and McKean still there 3rd in that class. There is the 53 class leading BMW Crown Paints car, which is even more colourful than the 235 sister car.
That car leads Class C by 13 seconds last time across the line.
By no means certain of victory then, with an hour and a quarter or just under that to go. There's the 3rd place car within that class.
That's a lap down then, just right behind.
Yes, you're right, it is a lap down now. 3rd place car.
Well, so the Will Stacey car had the collapsed rear left corner. See that car making its way through the paddock, so that's why it had a dramatic spin.
Yeah, and a full left subsequently as well.
So a suspension failure or something like that. It's the Class C leader then, working their way through. Lead gap 40 seconds between Rob Baker and we think Matthew Hampson.
Yeah, that's right. Different lap times there because it's Rob Baker's first lap out of the pits.
Into Ritchie's 3rd and 4th nose to tail. Mark Grice and Will Beach's Audi. He's got Daniel Sylvester in the Audi TT, really challenging them there.
Yeah, don't forget though that the 11 car's got to make another stop though, hasn't it, we think?
Yeah, good battle to watch anyway on the track.
Absolutely, but probably not ultimately for a realistic reflection of where they'll finish.
Yeah, so we think that probably the Audi's the 2nd stopper. And then the 3rd stopper will be the Marston and Evans car, which is only 5 seconds behind. So that's a gap really to monitor. Yes. Here is that battle on the road for 3rd as it stands. The two Audis, very different cars. The RS3 Audi Sport built car from the factory. And then the Audi TT that's been developed recently by Darkside Developments. Although originally for the Volkswagen Cup by a different team.
Slide Sports car, wasn't it, I think?
But great to see the TT out there. The 2-litre engine machine. Around the outside, Daniel Sylvester committing. And then has to cut back.
Yeah, to get past the McKean and Russell 328i. There's the Darkside Developments car. Absolutely magnificent.
The Gillespie driver team are just on their PB. Personal best 206.65. And that battle for 3rd is now lapping the Class C leader through the S's. Down to Nelson they go. And slotting up with that extra power. The Williams Motor Company backed Audi RS3. Working lap 47 of the race. Minutes to go. So a lot of the drivers now on their last stint of the race, obviously after making 2 stops. So it's going to be a long final slog there. And this battle is lapping 4 seconds a lap slower than the race leader, Rob Baker. Now is Andy Martin and Brett Evans catching? Yes, they're a second and a half quicker.
They were, weren't they, on that lap? And the gap between 4th and 5th is 3.2 seconds now.
I can see Boston down there inspecting the damage. Will Stacey still at the wheel when it happened. And that car's not going to be coming back, I shouldn't think.
No, I wouldn't have thought so.
So second or third, fourth and fifth all in one shot there. 2 Audis and the BMW.
Yeah, Marston and Evans BMW just in the back of shot there, coming out of Agostini. We'll see if the gap comes down again further. 3.12 seconds it was at the beginning of the lap.
At this stage, the Audi RS3 doesn't seem to have the pace, does it? Because now Rob Baker's in the 2 Ford, so he's going as quick as on those new tyres they put on, the new front tyres, going as quick as Cole Swift went in the early stages of the race.
Absolutely, he must have found a bit of clear track as well, you would think, to sort of assist him on his way there.
Yeah, because he sort of came out the pits just before the restart, didn't he? So that worked quite nicely for him.
Yeah.
Dan Sylvester's driving the Audi TT well, first time he's been out in race conditions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he got caught there behind the Radisson at Lotus, but then the RS3 is getting stuck behind the Exige as well. Matthew Hampton's doing good lap times at 2:08. Well, we don't think it made a second stop anyway.
Pretty sure it didn't. But I mean, I'll be happy to be proved wrong, but I don't think that car did stop again at this stage.
Yeah, it's the quickest we've seen drive that car in this race.
Yeah. We'll see if the lap times come down any further, we'll perhaps really start to question it. But no disrespect intended to Hampton. Right. Now, just about 3 seconds covering Beach and Bryson in 3rd, Parkin and Sylvester in 4th, and Marston and Evans in 5th positions as they came across the line to complete lap number 48. And that is the battle that we're looking at now. Also involved there is the 44 car of Dayburn and Trigg. Let's head down to the pit lane once again to Kieran McKinley.
I'm here outside the number 1 garage, the leaders of the race. I'm here with Carl Swift. Carl, it's been a hectic opening 2 hours. How have you made it?
Yeah, all right, we've got some issues. We've got a drinks issue and a radio issue, so it's hard work out there with no water and no comms, but it's going well. We've just put some new tyres on, so Rob should be able to punch a good lap in now and try and get the lap record, or at least the fastest lap for the extra point, so it's going good.
I'm sure our guys in the box will keep a track of that, see if your wish comes true. But yeah, it's looking a bit overcast at the moment. All eyes on the forecasts, or are you confident?
Yeah, we're okay in the wet and kind of hoping for the wet, really. It'll save tyres, and the car's good in the wet, so whatever happens, happens.
Perfect. Carl, thank you so much for the chat.
Thank you.
And it's back to you in the commentary box.
And just as you were talking to Carl there, Rob Swift did do a new fastest lap of the race at 2:04.37. So, yep, wish is coming true there for Carl Swift at the moment. 49 laps now completed, and an hour and 6 minutes or so to go in this race. Meanwhile, what's going on with this battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th? I'm not sure it's actually changed. And I think, if anything, Marston and Evans, are they losing a little bit of time, Josh, to these two?
Let's see how this lap's gone through the traffic. I think certainly the Audi RS3's been pulling away, hasn't it? So that's interesting. Because on the first few laps after the restart, Little Beach, Mark Grice seemed to be losing time, and not on this lap. 2:07.7, 2:08.1 for Sylvester, and yeah, the M3 slower, 2:08.7.
Yeah, so it's now sort of more like 4 seconds or so between those 3 cars.
In Class B, Steve Hughes and Matt Fazy lead by 7 seconds over Chris Freeman.
And then it's another 23 seconds back to Luke Hansley in 3rd place within that class, isn't it? So that gap has elongated a little bit. In Class C, John Alswick and Alessandro nearly appearing on the first screen of our timing screen for the first time. They're up to 21st now in the number 53 car. They are ahead of Roy Baptiste and Tim Hartland, who are still plugging away there in 2nd place in the BMW 330. And David Russell and Ed McKean, who are a lap behind now in the 121 car in 3rd position in Class C, 25th place overall.
Here is that Andy Marston Brett Evans car. Looks like motorsport might have something to do with that car nowadays. It's really moving around, isn't it? I wonder if they changed tyres or not.
Perhaps not on that evidence.
And with Swift and Baker, we know they certainly did, and they're pulling clear now, even more than they were before.
Another good lap from Rob Baker, 2:05.1 that time. So lapping sort of 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster than the cars behind. The only other car that's lapping in the sort of 2.6s at the moment is Colin Gillespie. And Phil Drybrook, I think, now is at the wheel of that car, isn't he? The number 15 car in 6th position. That was one of the cars that started from the pit lane. But yeah, no one else lapping in the sort of 5s and 6s there. Slow lap again from Matt Hampson to the 2:09s that time.
We heard Cole Fish saying that see if Rob Baker can get a lap record. I don't think any lap records have gone in this race, which is interesting. Last year it was a hot day here at Silverstone, but I think it was when Chris Boardman set his lap record. Your one says Cole Fish set the lap record.
Yes, it does. in July 21, 2:03.02. What lap time?
Exactly the same.
Okay.
Somebody somewhere has noted something down incorrectly.
Yeah. So watching there the Dark Side Developments Golf go through.
The website says Chris Boardman.
Okay.
So
maybe it was just assumed it was Carl Swift. It's a lot of lap records and fastest lap for Carl.
Looks like Daniel Sylvester's re-caught the PRS3. If anything, the M3 is getting closer again. Yeah, on this lap, or the previous lap, the slowest of the 3 was Beach and Grice. They're not catching Matthew Hampson, who's 25 seconds up the road.
No, not really. She thought they might do.
And going quickly now as well as the Phil Nibb and Andrew Rathcar have gone up to 7th. They're in the 207s. So I wonder if this is some teams that have changed tyre. Oh, there's a car off there. Let's see if we can get a shot of that. There's a car off the exit of Williams. All those cars were going past, I think. I don't think I'm seeing things. Maybe after 2 days of racing there might be. I know it's the Janetta that has been having a good race. Were 5th in class, Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster. They were battling with Scott Parkin, 0.2 of a second between them. There's Parkins. That was in front of this group where Chris Webster / Matthew Tidmarsh have had an off.
Yeah, back out into the race though, that Janetta has gone. Golf livery car for Fine Tangerine Racing.
So here's the RS3 into Murray's. An hour just over to go. Still the M3 is sliding around the Evans and Marston car. The Gillespie and Dryburgh team are 40 seconds behind this battle, so that's going to be a lot to catch. But there is still an hour to go, so to keep an eye on that because they've consistently been a couple of seconds a lap quicker on recent laps. Which if they can keep doing that for the rest of the race, they will be able to catch 40 seconds.
May well be able to. Coming up to the 2-hour mark in this race, 2/3 race distance. I'll give you a rundown on the order in a minute or so. But still, we've got the 2 Audis together here. 27 and 11. Will Beach and Mark Rice and Ryan Parkin and Daniel Sylvester. And just getting past the Golf there, you can see the BMW in the background of Andy Marston and Brett Evans again, who's closing back in on the 2 cars ahead of him. So this is 2nd, 3rd third, fourth, and fifth positions that we're seeing being contested here. See if we're going to get any changes. 3 Williams they go now through the right-hander and Oggies. Bit of curb taken there by the first of the cars, that of Will Beach and Mark Bryce, as they head through Oggies. About to head into Williams and onto back straight again. That's the 117 car. That's back up to 32nd place now. Mark Gadsby and Ian Jones after their various dramas in the early stages.
I think John Morton and Stuart Mead might be leading the Clubman Cup in the Volkswagen Sirocco, from what I can work out.
They're 18th overall, aren't they, in car 63. Oh, and off. Well, that's the number 3 car of Nick Dougal and John Munro. That's at Murray's.
We thought they'd retired earlier.
Well, we had. Maybe they did for a time, but they're back out into the race, so it's not at Murray's, is it? Or if they're going the wrong way around the circuit, they are.
Oggies, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And then I think second in the Clubman Cup is Joel Oswick and Dan Osano, which is quite the feat in a Class C car. So from what... So we lost Liam Bidgeway, he started from pole there. I think we've lost Steve Cheatham's Boxster.
We have somewhere along the way, haven't we? Didn't really see what happened to that, but that's obviously anticipated some time ago, because it only did 25 laps of 52 now completed by the race leader, so we didn't see what happened to Steve Cheatham and Davis Hornsey.
And same for the Roses with their Civic. The Holden as well. The Holden, sorry, I missed that. That's 14th, isn't it? So that's the Clubman Cup leaders.
Yes, yes, you're probably right, yeah.
Yeah, so they'll be delighted if they can stay there. How much are they ahead? Quite a long way, a couple of minutes ahead of John Maudsley and Stuart Mead.
So yeah, should be good there. That was another car that started from the pit lane as well, wasn't it?
They're not such a big entry in the Clubman Cup here at Snetterton compared to the previous rounds. Just watching on the screen is their battle for 4th. Daniel Sylvester versus the BMW, absolutely together. Yeah, the Clubman Cup. Have you got the championship in there? Who's leading that? I know it's been a bit mixed.
I do have that. Championship led by David Gooding and Nigel Greensall in the Jeff Steele Racing BMW. They're not here. Second, Steve Rockington and Restart, who were here but didn't start the race in the TWP racing car. And then Lewis Rose and Aaron Rose, the first of the cars that are here, that aren't continuing. So really then it's 19 points for Matthew Taylor and Will Ashmore. So I think they'll take the championship lead if they continue to lead the race here.
They've got an hour to go yet.
Then it's Nick Dougal and John Munro, Steve Cheatham, who we've already said is out of this race, Phil Dryborough, who is competing in a different car this weekend, so he won't be picking up points there, and Johnny Hayes and Paul Cipriani in the Canuck Racing Compact.
There's a little mix that Clubman Cup this year. Steve Cheatham won at Donington, Phil Dryborough won at Croft, and then David Goodin and Nigel Greensall won at Spa.
Quick rundown on the leading positions, because we've had just over an hour now. Number 1, Carl Swift and Rob Baker in the lead. From second, number 69, Matthew Hampson and Andy Schultz. Third is number 27, Will Beach and Mark Rice. In fourth place, number 11, Ryan Parkin and Daniel Sylvester. In fifth place is number 37, Andy Martin and Brett Evans. As you can see on your screen there, are we going to get a change for third position there? We are possibly around the outside at Richie's corner. That might change though by the time they get up to Wilson. It looks like the 27 car Beach and Grice has repelled Parkin and Sylvester for the moment, so where to get to with that? I think fifth was number 37, Andy Marston and Brett Evans. Sixth, number 15, Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver. Seventh, number 92, Phil Nebb and Andrew Rath. Eighth, number 13, Steve Houston and Matt Fazy. Ninth, number 67, Julian McBride. And 10th, number 14, Chris Freeman. Class B, that's 13, Steve Houston and Matt Fazy. From 14, Chris Freeman, and 51, Luke Handley. Class C, now up into the top 20, 53, Joel Oswick and Dan Orsano. From second, 98, Roy Baptiste and Tim Hartland. And third, 121, David Russell and Ed McKean. I think it's the, what have we got? I think about 5 cars on the lead lap, I think, something like that, as we watch this battle for third continue to go on.
Yeah, quite the scrap into Agostini a moment ago. Andy Marston, Brett Evans, BMW got down the inside of Daniel Sylvester and Ryan Parkins TT, but couldn't quite make the move stick. Obviously, before that, into Ritchie's, Dan Sylvester tried to go around the outside of the Mark Grice and Will Beach Audi RS3 that didn't come off. They've got traffic to deal with in a moment, so that will be another opportunity I tell you what, Rob Boston Racing have got the rear of that Lotus back together in the paddock. So that car might go back out because I guess every point counts for Will Stacey's championship score. He's one of the championship contenders. I think that car might go back out again. I guess the other thing to do, if they can, is try and get the fastest lap. We saw how quick Rob Boston went yesterday in that car, because that'll take a point away from Cole Swift and Rob Baker's score. That could be important, although it's going to be difficult going forward. Now, is there a penalty for the Wallace car? 16.9 seconds.
Yeah, that's for causing a collision, that is. So
that's a weird time for causing a collision.
Well, I imagine it's to swap two particular positions around.
How they get okay.
Yeah, that's not to ask the question.
Change here because the Audi's lost out, hasn't it? Daniel Sylvester got down the inside into Ritchie's, and now Andy Marston and Brett Evans have followed them. So and that could be the battle we think might be for second at the end of the race, isn't it? The BMW going past the RS3.
Yeah, that's right. May well be, because we think that the 11 car's got to make another stop. And they're just catching the 117 car on the road, which is lapping the turn 9. So it's a relatively quick car as well, the compact, driven by Martin Gadsby at the moment. 54.5 minutes to go. And it is 37 Andy Marston and Brett Evans now, just ahead of the number 27 car of Beach and Grice, having lost those couple of positions on this lap. Making their way down the Bentley Straight once again. Now we're watching number 13, that's the Class B leader, Steve Houston and Matt Fazy. This is for position here, for 8th and 9th overall, although Julian McBride in a Class A number 67 car. So, not for class position, but nevertheless a close battle on track between these two. McBride on the last lap was about half a second faster. Actually did his best lap of the race, Julian McBride, on the previous lap at 2:07.95, so he's going pretty well.
55 laps done by the leader, Cole Swift, and Rob Baker now 70 seconds ahead of Matthew Hampson and Andy Schulz. As I think into Ritchie's there, that pass has been made by Julian McBride, getting 8th position away from Steve Hughes and Matt Fazy, who are 6 seconds ahead of Chris Freeman now. Although involved in this battle with Julian McBride might not be the best thing for their lap times, because they might want the other car to sort of pull away and not get involved in the battle, I would think. So third across the line, Daniel Sylvester and Brett Evans pulling clear of the RS3 that lost a second and a half on that lap.
Luke Handley is just in the first or best lap of the race in 12th position, third in Class B at 2:09.07. I'm not sure it's going to do him much good though, because he is 27 seconds behind second place in that class at the moment, Chris Freeman, who we're watching on screen now, number 14 in 10th position overall. The area motorsport car making its way around Oggies. There is the Class B leader just getting through, and there is second in Class B, just heading through Williams and on to the Bentley Straight once again with 52 minutes of the race left to go.
Class B seems very competitive every time we see this championship. When I was at Donington Park, it was a similar story. It was a Cayman against the Gulfs with like a race-long battle, and basically got the same thing again. Although it's not nose to tail at the moment, there's not that much of a gap between them either.
Not at all. So, black and orange mechanical warning flag, that's for car 46, and that is for Matty Taylor and Will Ashmore, so the Clubman Cup leaders, who were frustrated after qualifying when they had failed a post-qualifying ride height check. Now black and orange mechanical warning flag for the Holden Commodore, the big 6.2 litre car.
Change for third here, Ian, because the M3's gone through. So Marston and Evans go past Parker and Sylvester.
Yeah.
So So that's changed. They're 22 seconds behind Matthew Hampson, so not really catching him still. We think that BMW has another stop to make. So third, fourth and fifth brake hard down into the Wilson hairpin. The BMW M3, the Audi TT and the Audi RS3.
Yeah, those the three cars involved in this little scrap as they happen for some while. Chris Freeman there on screen. Last time he did an almost identical lap time to Hewson and Fazy. Rob Baker's just in a new fastest lap of the race as well at 2:04.11, so he's getting quicker still. You can see that on the screen now. So extending his advantage at the front of the field in the area motorsport set, although struggling with no radio communication and a lack of drinking water in the car.
It slowed him down, hasn't it?
Doesn't appear to have done. Maybe the lack of distraction has helped.
It's that the drink bottle is one of the bigger.
That's the bigger concern, isn't it, today?
He hasn't got to make any more pit stops, so that's not too much of a worry. And as long as he hasn't got to report a problem back to the team that needs sorting.
Doesn't seem to be the case at the moment, does it, with those lap times that he's putting in, but there's still 50 minutes of the race to go. And there's Marston and Evans, now third on the road. 37 BMW M3.
98 in the pits, or have been in the pits, the Rory Baptiste and Tim Hartland car. Have they lost out in Class C?
Yeah, they're behind David Russell and Eddie McKean now. So I think that must have been their second mandatory stop. Now I'm not quite sure where we've got to with the other stops in Class C actually.
No, that's been a bit harder to keep track of.
I noticed that Oswick and Asano have dropped back off page 1 of the timing screen though. Back into 21st position. Class C leaders.
Daniel Sylvester looks like he wants to get this place back. He darts to the inside. That's blocked. This is about as intense as his battle was with Sean Traynor yesterday in the MR2 Championship.
That's right. Very hard fought, very entertaining.
Wonder if anyone went to pick up Ben Rushworth, or he's been stuck out there for 2 hours.
Yeah, he wouldn't. I think he wouldn't be able to get back into the.
It's quite a long walk, but whether he knows where to go might, because it's not a place where a driver would end up usually.
No, unusual to head off. There, as you can see, is Carter. So I don't know if he's been took that much. So there's the sort of in the road there, on the info. So he may have followed that back to wherever it leads.
Yeah, go heads back to Agostini and around the bank, and then it's quite a walk. So give him time to explain what happened to the team.
Yeah. So there's Marston and Evans, 37, and that Motion Motorsport logoed car.
The 66 has been in as well, another Class C car. The Hayes and Sabiani team have had a successful season.
Yeah, and they're behind Baptiste and Harland. That stop though, there was only a 5:53, which is sort of right at the bounds of feasibility, I think, for a 3-minute mandatory stop. Just about could have got that done. But, out they've gone, nevertheless.
This lap, the M3's pulled away. Marston and Evans from Daniel Sylvester's Ryan Parkins Audi TT. They head down here into Murray. Chris Freeman amongst them, who, if anything's losing out now to the Porsche Cayman. I wonder if this is a bit of fatigue for the solo driver. 8 seconds behind the Porsche Cayman now. It's a tyre school through Ritchie's, don't they? When they go through there.
That's right. 46 minutes or so to go in this race. Getting down to the length of yesterday's road sports pretty much. There's Marston and Evans coming through in that 37 car then in 3rd place. So getting away from the Audi now. Just lapped Chris Freeman as well, and heading towards the tail of the Steve Hewson Porsche.
The Holden's in after that mechanical flag, and what that's a similar sort of damage to what Andy Schulz had with tank tape in the front left corner.
Yeah. Something's been called in by a marshal who's been concerned at some bodywork clapping.
And the Sirocco's gone through to take the Clubman Cup lead. John Maudley and Stuart Mead lead the Clubman's Cup now. So can the Holden, as it goes back out, catch what is a Class B car? Well, the Holden's only been a few attempts quicker during this race, so that might be difficult. See what kind of gap there is as it goes out.
Oh, it's a long stop.
It's a whole lap behind, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's a 7-minute stop, so it's cost them nearly 5 minutes. That the 87 car is in there as well. That's the Clio. Simon Mason and Chris Byallen. 0.6 litre car. Where's that running? He's in 25th position at the moment.
That's a 4th generation Clio. 1600cc turbo engine. Simon Mason's a 1-year-old driving instructor from Manchester. He's been racing since 1989, but had 4 years out. He's a 3-time Silverstone 24-hour class winner, though, so likes endurance racing. So hopefully he's enjoying this. I think it's his first outing in Club Enduro. I've got two class leaders together there for a moment as the Hewson Porsche was lapping the Crown Paints 328 BMW.
That's right. There's the Honda coming down towards us at Brundle.
That's very noisy when it comes past here. The Ricky Cumber car.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Matthew Hampton's in the pits, is he? Because that car's dropping down the timing sheets, and the Ryan Parkin TT.
Yes, to both of those actually. Yep, they're both in there. So those cars that were 2nd and 5th, I think, weren't they?
It's only in that.
In the top 5 anyway. So those we thought it's got to make extra, well, not extra stops, but they're further stops.
TT's having new tyres. That's all. The TT a front-wheel drive car. I think
it must be. Yeah.
Sticker tyres. So how quick can that go? With some new tyres on, but it's going to obviously be a long way down the order. So Andy Marston and Brett Evans now 2nd, 4 seconds clear of Will Beach and Mark Wright. We thought that would be the battle for the podium. Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver from the pit lane, 4th, and who's going to come through in 5th? Could be Phil Nibb and Andrew Raff. It is. Not sure if they made their 2nd stop or not.
I have a feeling they did. I'm sure. I think they may well have done, but prepared to be proved wrong on that.
Well, you've got to make your 2nd stop within the next half an hour. If you haven't,
yeah, 15 minutes is the cut-off time for that. So the 117 car's been in again, but Gadsby and Jones are probably using this as an extended testing session now, aren't they? After those early dramas, running in 33rd place and 10 laps behind the leaders.
Yeah, because they're quite long pit stops they're doing as well, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah,
it's been an impressive show because that car's fastest lap is still right up there, isn't it?
Yeah, 2:06.57. There's only 2, 3 times faster than that I can see on screen, I think. 4, maybe 4 then. Gone faster than that.
But very few for the type of car it is.
That's right. Very impressive piece of equipment.
61 laps done by Rob Baker and Cole Swift now. Watching that Ricky Cumber Civic making its way through. Car he shares with Mark Simmons. I think it's RKC, the team behind that car. Which I think it raced in Dubai. 24-hour race.
And then we see the view in the pit lane. Number 11 car in, the Dan Sylvester and Ryan Parkin Audi.
They're falling down the order a long way, aren't they?
Yeah, certainly are.
I think Andy Schulz has gone back out 13th.
Yeah, that's right.
5.5 minutes the lap, the in lap and the pit stop.
So pretty efficiently done. I would suggest.
That splitter on the Holden hitting the ground again, so the fact that they haven't done the repairs as effectively as they might have done. It was rattling past here. We watched Andy Marston and Brett Evans. They've been re-caught by the RS3. The gap was 4 seconds, it's come down to 2.
Well, last time it was 1.8 seconds that the Beach and Grice car, number 27, made up. Over the line they've gone, at that time through another 10th they've made up. Black and orange flags are 46 again. That's the Holden ones.
Oh dear.
Oh, and that's a breakage on the 121 car. The left rear suspension or steering or something has collapsed there.
Similar to what happened to the Rob Boston Lotus, and that was right up there in Class C, I think.
Yeah, it was third. In fact, there was second, weren't they? Yeah, it was second when that's failed. Behind Joel Oswick and Dan Osano. So that's going to bring the Roy Baptiste and Tim Hartland car in.
See why the Holden's being brought in. See the splitter flapping about and rattling the tarmac.
Yeah.
So the tap tape's not done its job.
I think that was the issue they had in qualifying as well, wasn't it? From what I understand.
Right.
With the car failing the right height checks.
They're going to fall out of contention in this Clubman Cup race.
So that yeah, because it is Maudsley and Mead that are now ahead in that class, isn't it?
Yeah. Not sure. So that's where Oswick and Orsano, I think, are going to score good points, not just in Class C, but in the Clubman's Cup too, for the older cars. Oh, they're in the pits, the Class C leaders, just coming out the pit lane. So I think all the Class C cars probably did have to make another pit stop.
Seems like one too many to me, but I might be wrong on that. But we'll see how things pan up. That's the Russell and McKean car. And that stopped just at the pit lane entrance, hasn't it, as well? It's not blocking the pit lane entrance, but the officials probably won't want to leave that car there.
Yeah, with a broken rear of the car. Still in the pit lane is the Dark Side TT.
Yeah, it's been in there far too long, hasn't it? It's 17th on the screens now. 4 laps behind the leader, Carl Swift and Rob Baker. So clearly some issues that the Dark Side squad have had. The Holden's in again, by the way, to get that splitter sorted if they can. It's either going to need a lot more tank tape or some another approach to be taken completely. That's the one car just going through shot, the race leader Swift and Baker. That's the 66th car. Now this is a car that could move into a Class C podium position with some of the other issues that we've had. There's the Dark Side Developments car going back out into the race again. How long was that stop? Was 8 minutes and 46 seconds, so that's probably 3 minutes more than it should have been, so that's cost them another lap and a bit.
Rob Baker's just done a lap 100th of a second slower than his previous best, so that car is still going very quickly. And for second, the gap is down to 7/10 of a second, so the BMW's been re-caught by the Audi RS3. So Andy Marston and Brett Evans back under threat again. They gained that position 15 minutes ago, perhaps?
Yeah, something like that.
Here they are, just left with the Class B leader, Steve Hewson. And then battle will be resumed.
Yep, and there the Audi goes past the Class B car to put another lap on it. It's working its 62nd lap. These cars ahead are working their 63rd. It's actually the first time it's been lapped by that particular car.
And 6 seconds pretty much still is that back gap for Steve Hewson.
Yeah, that's right.
I'd say we just all go through Palmer, was running very wide. I think he stayed on the track. And the Wallace car that was.
That's right. So Steve Hewson, Matt Fazy, Porsche out there. Steve Hewson's car. Matt Fazy goes on. David Russell's still in his car, and it's the car's still there. But we do now have the safety car boards. Safety car is out, and that will be, I'm sure, to allow the recovery of that car from that rather prone position on the pit lane entrance. Now, a perfect opportunity for anyone that's not yet made their stop to do so, with just over half an hour left to go. His third safety car of the race. But I'm not sure that there's that many cars that still need to make a stop, is there, Josh?
No. Cold Swift and Rob Baker's lead is going to come down significantly.
Yeah, it will do.
But there's going to be a lot of traffic between them. I don't think the others have got the pace to take the fight, have they?
No, but I guess it makes it interesting if Swift and Baker do find that they have problems in the closing stages of the race.
But what it will do is make the Class B battle gap come down a little bit more. We'll think about these gaps, but while we do that, we can go back downstairs into the pit lane.
Well, with this safety car, I think we just get time for a quick chat with number 11, Ryan Parkin. Ryan, we were chatting earlier on. It was actually a safety car ago we were supposed to have a chat, but better late than never.
Yeah, definitely. Like us, we're late.
Well, how's your race going?
It looks like we're doing all right at a minute, but we've just had to do a second stop under green, then there's a safety car. But we seem to be using a bit more fuel than we expected, and just as it got to 1 litre on the dash, we spoke to him and he said 1 litre, then the radio comms went, and next thing he were in pits and he said it's spluttering, so we've got a problem.
So with less than an hour to go then, what's sort of the aim, what's the target for the rest of the race?
I think if we do top 10 we've done good, but the car's just not right. It don't want to turn in, it don't want to exit the corners. We're not quite there yet. We've got the pace on the straights, the TCRs are sort of, I'd say we're a bit quicker than the TCRs because we've got a bit more power, but the corner just can't, for some reason we can't get the car to turn.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye on you, Ryan. Ryan, thank you so much for the chat.
Cheers for that.
And with that, it's back to you in the commentary box.
Thanks, Kieran. Kieran McGinney down there in the pit lane. He was catching up with Ryan Parkin. That's the car that needs to be recovered, and we're just waiting for a gap to be created to allow the recovery crew to get there, because it is going to take a full lift, isn't it? Now, the other thing, I suppose, is that while they're recovering it, the pit lane will be effectively closed to new entrants, because the recovery vehicle would be clearly blocking the pit lane entrance, so I imagine the pit lane will be closed. We've had a change on our screen. Julie McBride has gone ahead of the next car through, Houston Fazy, I think. May or may not be
It's the
correct.
Gillespie and Driver car that's not come through.
Yes, that's right. Yes, you're quite right. It's the Gillespie car that's not come through. It's in the pits. That's why. Yeah.
Didn't realise they hadn't made their second stop. Well, I guess it's a good time for them to.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's right. Pit lane closed, and that's not because we've reached the end of the pit lane window, but the pit lane is being closed while the recovery work is being done. So if you're in there, that's fine. You can go back out again, but no one else able to go into the pit lane just at the moment while this recovery work is being done of the car that's right at the pit lane entrance with the breakage.
The safety car has picked up the leader, by the way, so that's a good job by race control. That's not easy when there's 40 or so cars out there. And I noticed the two Class B leaders are nose to tail on the track, so that is going to be a sprint to the flag, I suspect.
It will be. We're going to get probably just under half an hour of racing. You say there's 40 cars on the track, we're pretty less than that now, aren't we? Because there's quite a few that have fallen by the wayside along the way, so we're probably into mid-30s at most, I would suggest. Cars still circulating.
I don't think we did see the Rob Boston racing car get back out, so perhaps they just fixed it enough to get it on the
trailer,
yeah,
or into the truck or whatever. So there's the recovery work being done. It's going to take a full lift, I think, by the recovery crew. Holden Commodore's going back out again with some more and stronger tape. And that goes back out into the race, so hopefully that splitter will remain intact.
Now they've dropped to 23rd in the race.
Yeah, Class C now. That's still Joe Oswick and Dan Osano.
The Club and Cup car leaders in the pits, the Maudley and Mead.
And now it's going to be stuck behind the red light here because the safety car train's coming through, so it's going to lose a lap here.
So, well, they think they're still leading.
Is Michael Downey's not a Club and Cup car, is he?
No, it might be. Yes, he is.
Yeah, so Michael Downey is the driver that might benefit there in the number 76 Porsche Boxster. take the Clubman Cup honours.
Well, I think it might be a real battle if they're on the same lap.
Yeah, could well be.
Yeah, here comes Michael Downey near the back of the queue. Second and third in the race are going to be nose to tail in a lot of traffic, just actually with the Class B leaders behind. Because you've got the BMW and the RS3 together, so there's some real battles to be had. Yeah, so all those cars that are involved in battles are going to... The other wheel's fallen off the BMW,
It has.
hasn't it? Perhaps the whole rear suspension's collapsed. But yeah, those battles in class for second overall and for Class B are going to be in all the traffic, so that first 2 or 3 laps are going to be pretty hectic. But yeah, Michael Downey is ahead of the Sirocco, but the Sirocco has proved to be quicker in this race and are on the same lap, so we've got back to the Clubman Cup lead as well. Class C leaders, don't think they're on the same lap, are they? Safety car still out, so let's head back down to the pit lane.
Yes, down here in the pit lane, I'm here at the number 15 garage with Phil Dryber, who's just come out of the car. Phil, good stint for you today?
It was. I think we came out the garage 13th and we were 4th when we came in. So I don't know who's fallen out and who we've overtaken, but yeah, it has to be a good stint. We started from the very back of the grid, so to be that far up is obviously very satisfying.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of work goes into this. I mean, what's the target for the end of the race going into sort of the final few minutes?
Hey, we started from the very back, so we thought top 10, and then Colin had a mega first stint and got us into 8 or 9. So once you get that far up, you hope some of the BMs and Lotuses fall over themselves, and then you're always hoping for a podium after that. I'd hate a 4th. 4th's always the worst position, but yeah, 3rd would be fantastic. Yeah.
Podium chasing. Good target, that.
I think we are, yeah. I'll have to check and see how that runs out with pit stops, and that's us taking our last stop now, so we're good to go to the end. No more driver changes, so up to Colin to bring it home.
Up to Colin to bring it home. Let's see if he can. Phil, thank you so much for the chat.
Thank you. Thank you.
And with that, it's back to the commentary box.
Yeah, I hate to puncture Phil Dryber's hopes there, but they're now 8th on the timing screen. Of about a minute, or there's a safety car out there behind Houston and Fabian and Freeman. Although they're Class B cars, so let's take them out of the equation. So they're 6th in Class A at the moment. So it may not take too much. He might end up in that 4th position that he is really not a fan of. But we'll see how all of that pans out.
Has Johnny McBride taken his 2nd stop?
I'm not completely sure on that. I think he may have done, but not completely certain.
He has.
He's doing really well.
Yeah, exactly. But he's had some decent lap times. He's been in the 7s in this race.
Yeah,
it's great to see.
Safety car lights are out, as you can see there. As we shortly should go green flag racing again. So the BMW has been cleared.
Why is nobody behind Rebecca? They're starting to catch up now for some reason.
Yeah.
They're not really. He's not exactly going quickly.
No, he's not. But anyway.
But he's now got a good chance to go even faster, hasn't he, with no traffic for a few laps?
That's right, so he's going to have a clear circuit ahead of him now.
What we want to do is look towards the back of the queue, because that's where the battle for 2nd is, and the battle for Class B are going to be working their way through the traffic, and that'd be really spectacular to watch, I think. So if we can, have a look back to that BMW and Audi battle.
27 minutes of the race left to go.
Look at this as they all come through in big clump, so it's going to be very busy. Here we can see them playing Class B battle, and then just in front of the Porsche Cayman is the battle for 2nd in the race, which is almost overlapping. They're just lapping the Clubman Cup leader as they go through. So Andy Marston turns through. Okay, somebody's gone off at Ritchie's, have they?
That's the Ginetta. That's gone around of Webster and Tidmarsh, the number 8 car, the Flying Tangerine car, can get back out into the race again.
So I thought that restart might be interesting, and it turned out to be the case. So the field coming through. I think Andy Marston and Brett Evans held on to 2nd, but look at the traffic they've got to deal with. This is extraordinary down towards Agostini. Yeah, it's still the M3 ahead, and just behind it's the Class B battle. They're 3 abreast in front. Where can Andy Marston go to gain positions?
Yeah, and that's the Phil Nib car just ahead, which is a lap down, isn't it?
Steve Hewson's overtaking these Class A cars, or trying to in his Cayman, but then realised he hasn't got the power, because he's trying to get away from Chris Freeman, because he's battling for a class win.
Yeah, Freeman only just behind him. So they're turning their way through Hamilton now, and Oggy's the right-hander, and then up towards Williams to bring themselves onto the Bentley straight with 26 minutes of this race left to go.
Here comes the RS3 down the inside into Williams. There's not really room for that, so he had to back out of it.
Almost brings Steve Hewson back into it as well, who's a lap behind, but in the Class B car.
But that's held him up, so the Golf of Chris Freeman's got the run down towards the S's here. So can the Golf, our cameraman trying to pick the cars out. Let's see if we can work out how that all was paid off. In the background, it's still the Porsche Cayman ahead in Class B.
It is for the moment, yes, ahead of Chris Freeman, but just behind those two cars disputing second place on the road as well. And as they're sort of getting slower cars between them now, as well as they come up towards the end of this lap. There's the 27 car of Beach and Grice. There's the 13 car of Hewson and Fazy, and then 14 right behind is Chris Freeman in the Golf. This is the battle for the Class B victory. 25 minutes, so probably about 12 laps to go, something like that.
Through they come, up towards Ritchie's. The Porsche Cayman's got a good straight line, so it's able to fend off the Golf. Wasn't such a good restart for the RS3. Will Beach and Mark Grice lost about a second and a half to Andy Marston and Brett Evans, who dealt with the traffic the best.
And they lost 7 seconds or 9 seconds to the race leader Carl Swift and Rob Baker. It's Rob Baker out there at the moment, and that's because he had a completely clear track ahead of him at the restart.
There's 1.5 seconds in it in the Clubman Cup. Michael Downey to the Maudsley and Mead Sirocco. So that's also on. Very much so.
Yep, so that's a good little scrap as well. And there is a big gap between the Class C leaders. That's about a lap and a half, or a lap and a bit, between Oswick and Asano in Class C lead, and Baptiste and Hartland in second in that class.
So the lead as well, lap 68. Oh, and the Porsche Cayman's had a huge slide, and off the road goes Steve Hewson's Porsche, and Christopher Freeman goes through into the lead of Class B. The Area Motorsport Golf then ahead. That was a mistake from either Steve Hewson or Matt Fazy, whoever's in the car now at Hamilton. The car got very sideways, went across the grass. Didn't lose huge amounts of time considering the moment, but it has lost that position importantly. Lost the lead of Class B, and Chris Freeman takes the lead for now.
Yeah, an error there under pressure. He's not lost too much time, only a couple of seconds, so there is still a chance for him to come back at Chris Freeman. Freeman now in control. He'll try and get his head down and pull out a bit of a gap. Third place car in that class is Luke Handy, but I think he's now a long way adrift within Class B, so he's not really going to enter into the equation, I don't think.
No, he got caught. He got caught on the other side of the safety car.
May have done, yeah. So there's Freeman, our Class B leader, up on 3 wheels through Freeman. There's some black smoke pouring forth from the back of the Porsche briefly as well.
Just a turbo.
Yeah, I think so.
Through they come into Ritchie's. First time one of the Golfs has got ahead in the whole race, I think. Or certainly since very early in the race. But it's not over yet.
Certainly not. Gap between them at the beginning of the lap was just over a second, 1.08 seconds between the 2 Class B leaders. Leader first to second overall is now 28.74 seconds between Rob Baker and the Andy Martin and Brett Evans BMW, which is on screen now.
1.7 seconds the gap in Clubman Cup between Michael Downey and Maudsley and Mead.
And they're both in Class B cars as well, aren't they? But that's for the Clubman Cup for older machinery across all the classes.
There's Andy Marston, still second. As you said, that gap back to the RS3 Audi.
2.5 seconds now, isn't it, between the two of them?
That was all made on that first lap from the restart.
That's right.
That Audi R3 there is a spectacular looking car. For sure.
Chris Freeman on the previous lap was actually catching Phil Nib and Andrew Rath as well, wasn't he? For overall 5th position as well. Although that may have just been a slow lap for the Nib and Rath Seat. And is that a new fastest lap of the race? It is a new fastest lap of the race for Rob Baker. A 2:03.65 he has now done. After 239 minutes of racing, new fastest lap of the race for Rob Baker. Fantastic effort. I think an issue with his drinks facility in the car as well, so that's not making life any easier for him.
No, and he's only 6/10 off that Chris Boardman lap record now. Andy Schulz has got himself into the top 10. He's in the 2:04s as well, so he's going quicker than he went earlier. So the track's obviously quite quick at the moment. And of course the car's low on fuel, so a little bit lighter. Some cars have had tyre changes, some haven't.
That's right. So there's the 27 car in third place again through. It's effectively just over a lap ahead of field number Andrew Rathcar, which is just behind it on the road.
0.8 of a second in it in the Clubman Cup, so this is 63. Maudley Mead catch in 76. Michael Downey for the Clubman Cup, as Ian was saying, for the older cars, less than a second in it now.
Quick rundown with 20 minutes to go. The leader number 1, Carl Swift and Rob Baker. 37, Andrew Marston, Brett Evans in second. 27, Will Beach and Mark Rice in third. 67, Julian McBride fourth. 92, field number Andrew Rath fifth. 6th and leading Class B, number 14, Chris Freeman. 7th, number 13, Steve Houston and Matt Fazer second in Class B. 8th, number 15, Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver. 9th, number 69, Matthew Hampton and Andy Schultz. And 10th, number 51, Luke Handley is also third in Class B. In Class C, it's Joel Oswick and Dan Olsano that lead in car 53. Second, 98, Rory Baptiste and Tim Hartland. And third, Johnny Hayes and Paul Sorbiani now in the number 66 car.
Less than 20 minutes to go. There's second. Half a minute behind the leader, Andy Martin and Brett Evans. Leader is across the line. And there then the M3 turns its way through. Remember that car started way back on the grid, outside the top 20. Struggled in the wet.
That's a good performance. The Schultz car, I think, has just gone through, hasn't it?
2:04.75.
Personal best lap of the race.
Way behind the next group, so I don't think they're going to gain any more positions. 9th overall.
Yeah, but it is getting away from Luke Handley, of course, one of the Class B cars in any case.
Class B lead change across the line. Steve Houston's Porsche came back ahead of Chris Freeman by the looks of it. And I think they just lapped Jonathan Packer's car. The area Golfs. Yeah.
Houston and Fazy back ahead.
That's what I just said.
Oh, sorry, yes, I was watching that on the timing tab. Beg your pardon.
But there they are on the screen as well now.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what happened to Packer, because they've lapped him, and while they were lapping him, his teammate lost the lead. So that's not gone well at Area Motorsport.
It's not, has it? Again, still time to turn this around again. 17 3/4 minutes of the race left to go.
3 attempts in it in the Clubman Cup lead. Michael Downey's been completely caught now by the Sirocco. There's the Class B leader. I think there's something wrong with Jonathan Packer's Golf. It's moving around. How slow was his last lap? 2 minutes 13, not too bad.
No, it's about 3 seconds off his best.
This is where it went all wrong for the Intelligent Money Porsche. So again, it's a bit wide over the curves. So can Chris Freeman look right underneath the rear wing? He's got a tighter line. He's back up the inside into Williams. They changed positions less than a lap ago, and they're changing again. In. You said there's time to go. Well, it didn't take long.
No, well, and who would rule out another change of position before the end?
Before the next corner?
I was going to say, before the next corner, let alone the end of the race. Because it looks like Houston and Fazy's Porsche is getting back alongside on the rundown. Yep, back in front.
Wow. We thought
and yellow flags there, we can see Brundle and Nelson as well. Now, I can't see why that is at the moment. I think the move was done before the yellow flags. Can't see why we have those flags at the moment.
I can see you're here, the car off. Not sure who that might be.
Is it BMW?
Yeah, if that's our Alpha Live cameras, they'll pick that up.
Yeah, that's just at Nelson, isn't it?
Julian McBride's up to 4th. Well, he was, but he hasn't come through. Julian McBride had the pit. Phil Nibb and Andrew Raffer's back ahead of him.
There's a Honda in the
Is it
pits.
McBride that's off then?
Could be, couldn't it?
He had just. Well,
Just about possible. Looking at the, if we can pick that up.
I wonder if it might just be out of range.
On the camera. It could just be, yeah.
It might be behind the barriers from the angle of our cameraman.
Yeah, we thought.
He's out the car, the driver. But certainly Phil Nibb and Andrew Raff are up to 4th now, which means Steve Houston and Matt Fazy, Class B leaders, are 5th. And Chris Freeman 6th. And Colin Gillespie and Phil Driver are 7th. So that's a shame for Julie McBride. Whatever the case is.
Certainly is. 15 minutes to go. We've not had a place change between these two for a few corners. Those are the Class B leaders, Steve Houston and Matt Fazy and Chris Freeman.
Something's happened to the Saxon Motorsport Sirocco because John Maudley and Stuart Mead just had a 2 minutes 21.
Ooh.
So the Clubman Cup lead gap has gone back out again.
Michael Downey then, 76, is the leader of the Clubman Cup at the moment. The overall lead, by the way, now 38 seconds clear. Carl Swift and Rob Baker. Rob Baker at the
Lots
wheel.
of dust, and Class B leaders off, completely off this time across the grass. So Steve Houston and Matt Fazy, who had just extended their lead a little bit, have gone off again. That's 2 mistakes, and so the Gulf is back ahead. Chris Freeman, the driver who's been in the car for the whole way. And the car's going off everywhere here. The Giannetta's got damage.
Yeah, it's the front bodywork that's gone this time. It's the rear bodywork yesterday.
And it's Michael Downey's involved, the
it
Clubman
is.
Cup leader.
And we saw the Scirocco going through shot there, didn't we, to retake the Clubman Cup lead. So I'm not quite sure what's happened there. Presumably there's been some contact between the Giannetta and the Porsche of Michael Downey. Both of those cars are right on the edge of the circuit as well, Josh, up there at Hamilton.
This is dramatic, isn't it? Is that damage to the splitter of the Cayman after that off?
It looks like it, doesn't it? Not serious damage, I don't think, but could be enough to upset the handling of the car. I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen with those cars off at Hamilton. I think the Giannetta and the Porsche still there on the edge of the circuit, aren't they? As my chair falls to pieces underneath me. So 13 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. There is Michael Downey out of his number 76 car that was leading the Clubman Cup.
The drama in the last, well, since the restart, really.
Plenty of it. He's walking away.
Surely we're going to have another interruption.
And now the number 8 car being vacated by the driver. That was the car being shared by Matthew Tidmarsh and Chris Webster.
They lost the rear of the car yesterday and they lost the front of it today.
Yeah, exactly. The middle has remained pretty intact all weekend, though. You can see that the safety car's poised, ready to go out. Boards are being prepared as well. So this is only going to go one way, and there's only 13 minutes of this race left to go now, Josh, as well. Safety car flag is out.
Yeah, the leader's coming up to Murray, so I think that's what they were waiting for.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the safety car's going to go out, so it will pick up the race leader, Carl Swift and Rob Baker. How many cars, I wonder, were there between Rob Baker and Andy Marston then? Quite a few, I imagine.
Yeah, and the thing is for Marston is he's not got the pace. His first lap is 3 seconds slower.
That is true. And also, you have to question how many laps we'll get, if any, after this safety car's
1.
been out.
If we do, it's going to be a mad dash in Class B again.
It is.
Ooh, and I don't know what happened to the pit lane, but there's debris everywhere down this end.
Yeah, that I think came off the Holden Commodore when that went back out.
Well, I think a car just, the McGann that just went out the pits has just gone through it. Yeah, the 2 Class B leaders are together, so much like the previous restart, assuming we get one with 2 cars to pick up, is going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, so it'll be a little while before we can get the recovery vehicles out there. Of course, there's 3 cars out there now, including that of Ben Rushworth, the Court Miller car that's been out there for 2 hours or so. So that'll be left there, I imagine. But they'll do need to clear up the Giannetta and the Porsche of Michael Downey.
I wonder if they're doing anything with the potentially it's the Julie McBride M3 that continues to tumble down the time. The driver's having a chat now.
Yeah. I think hand gestures are involved, but we can't see them. Can't see the hands.
So it's going to move some of the contenders up in Class B a bit.
It will.
Particularly John Maudley and Stuart Mead. That's the Clubman Cup lead
yes.
for them.
Have they got any possible threat now for anybody else? I don't think they have.
It's the Holden, which is the question, but I think they're
That's a lap or so down, isn't it? So it should be right. So safety car order here at Snetterton into the last 11 minutes of this race, the last 11 minutes of this 750 Motors Club race meeting. So, we've been doing this race for so long, I'd almost forgotten we'd had 8 previous sprint races today. Had some good action during the course of this weekend, and 750 Motors Club rescue vehicle going out as well now to help with the situation, no doubt. We're back here again in October, aren't we, at 750 Motors Club, for some championship finals.
Scary to think about that, yeah.
I know, but it's not far away, Josh. 2.5 months is all that it is until that. That is on, so championship final is not too far away.
The Club Enduro Championships, we're only getting sort of halfway. Yeah, this is round 4 of 8,
yes.
Isn't it?
Yeah. So where are the remaining rounds, Josh?
Or 4 of 7, if I can count.
Yes.
So we've got Silverstone in August, Anglesey in September, and Oulton Park in October. So
first time we've been to Anglesey with Club Enduro for a little while.
yeah, that's right. I think they had the 3-hour race in the past, haven't they? So
they have.
If we get a big grid at Anglesey, that would be great for that venue to have such a race.
That's right. Right. What's going on now? Okay, yellow flag, safety car flags going in, and the checkered flag is being prepared now, I can see. So I think they have decided that there's no time to get these cars cleared and the race back underway. So it's going to be the checkered flag, I think, next time round. The safety car at the moment is leading them around out of Nelson towards the bomb hole.
Our pit lane marshals are now having to change jobs, which
Yes.
they weren't expecting to get the gates sorted up there on the approach to Tyrrell's.
Yeah, that's right. Because we'll have cars coming in at the back of Palmer's and into Park Ferme. So hopefully our cameraman and Kieran McGinley are also about to head around there as well.
This is ruining John Elsie's finish of the race shot. I can see that he was planning
He's
that.
been planning that all weekend, and he's come to this. But never mind. The other chances.
He could have got everybody in shot in one here.
He could, right. So safety car is coming up to the line. Checkered flag is being made ready. And it is going to be a win in round 4 of the Tagiwa Club Enduro Championship of 2022 for Rob Baker and Carl Swift. A really excellent drive it was then by Rob Baker, particularly in the second half of the race. Many congratulations to the Area Motorsport SEAT team. Second place is going to go across the line now to Andy Marston and Brett Evans in the number 37 BMW M3. Third place should go the way of number 27 Will Beach and Mark Rice. Yes, it does. And then Class B victory goes to Chris Freeman, number 14. So he takes the checkered flag to win Class B after a frenetic final part of the race, the battle with Steve Hewson and Matt Fazy. So they take second in Class B. And third in Class B, I think, is Luke Handley. And just having taken the Class C victory now is the number 53 car. Back into the top 20 they've gone right at the end of the race. Joel Oswick and Dan Alsano in their BMW 3 Series. So that's number 53 taking the Class B win from Rory Baptiste and Tim Hartland in the 330, and Johnny Hayes and Paul Subiani in the BMW as well. So BMW to the 4 in Class C, and Clubman Cup honours, they have gone the way of John Maudsley and Stuart Mead in the VW Scirocco, finishing 15th overall in the end, and also well up in Class B as well. So a bit of a shame that the race finished that way, Josh, but we had some excitement, didn't we, in the final stages?
Yeah, that Class B battle was fantastic to watch, and really that gap between those two, no, it was more than sort of 10 seconds at any point in the race, was it? There was a real battle that lasted to the whole distance in Class B. Class A, Cole Swift and Rob Baker dominated that really, and Class C was dominated too, with Joel Oswick and Dan Alsano. And the incumbent car, that was getting the car to the end. John Maudsley and Stuart Mead doing that job successfully, and of course only taking the class lead near the end when Michael Downey had his off.
That's right. So You can see our Victor has been shepherded into Parc Fermé. Most of the rest of the cars, I think, are going to be sent elsewhere. Certainly, probably the top 3 in each class are going to go into Parc Fermé for their post-race scrutiny and check. So hopefully we'll get our a word with certainly our overall race winner and potentially class winners as well from the Tiguiwa Club Enduro Championship. A reminder that there's more live streaming action from the 750 Motor Club next weekend. That's at Donington Park, a full day of live streaming action on the Saturday. On the Sunday there's coverage of the BMW Car Club Summerfest event, which features racing as well from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the Ultimate BMW Race and the 116 Trophy. As I mentioned earlier on, 750 Motor Club are back here again at Snetterton in October for Championship Finals weekend, but plenty more action before then. You can find all of the details of that on the 750 Motor Club website, 750mc.co.uk. Josh, some final thoughts for you on what's been an entertaining weekend's racing?
Yeah, it has, and the weather that we were promised today didn't come quite as we expected it, did it? It dried out pretty quickly, and yeah, we had some interesting and good races and big grids, and good to see a 3-hour race, a longer race there with the Club Enduro, and again a really mixed pack of cars. It's just a fantastic grid, isn't it? The cars look fantastic, and it was pretty reliable as well, isn't it? There's a lot of cars still queuing up to get back into the paddock.
Yeah, they are indeed. I think just trying to work out who's needs to be scrutinised and who doesn't. It looks like we've certainly got our overall winner and our class winners as well are down there. So I can see Kevin McGinley busy shepherding the drivers, or doing his best to get them up to position for a post-race interview in just a few moments' time. But we'll hear from Kieran in just a second. A chance to say thanks to all of the marshals here this weekend. Thank you all for your efforts. It's been a bit of a mixed day today weather-wise, and a reasonably busy day for you all as well. Plenty to deal with during the course of the weekend. So many thanks to all of the marshals here at Snetterton. Really indebted to you for your support, and thanks also to all of the other officials of the 750 Motor Club as well, timekeepers, scrutineers, race admin, those that work in the clerk of the course office as well, and anyone else that I've forgotten about. Many thanks to all of you for all of your efforts here at Snetterton this weekend. Again, absolutely invaluable to have your help and support as well. Thanks for Josh, for you joining me once again here in the commentary box. Look forward to working with you again very soon indeed. And well, thanks to the team at Alpha Live as well, who've produced the coverage for you this weekend. It's been a busy and slightly stressful weekend at times for Locost across there in the production office, but hope you've enjoyed the coverage that we've brought to you during the course of this weekend. So we'll just wait for a few more moments to head downstairs. I think Kieran McGinley has finally managed to get at least some of the drivers to walk with him towards the camera position.
They'll probably leave again by the time he's...
Yeah, exactly, but just do hold on to them while you can. There's the number 8 car that's being recovered. That's the Genesis G40, the Flying Tangerine racing car, which is less tangerine than the previous Mazda that they raced together, although it does have some orange elements to it. I don't know if they plan to go full orange with that at some point. Maybe if they need to replace some body panels, that might be a good opportunity to do so.
I think the Tangerine was more Matthew Tidmarsh's thing,
It was, wasn't it? That's right. Yeah, well, they need to work out between them. I'm not sure you can call your car a Flying Tangerine racing car if it's blue. Anyway, we'll ponder that. Look forward to more Club Enduro racing at Silverstone next month as well, on the international circuit there for that one. And so lots more racing to come here at Snetterton, of course, over the coming months as well, including the Keep Classic racing. They're here next Saturday, aren't they? I think it's just a one-day meeting here on Saturday, and Kieran's back for that. And talking of Kieran, we can go down to him now for the final time this weekend. So from Josh and I, it's good night, and we'll leave you in the capable hands of Kieran McGinley. Good night.
Conclusion of the 3-hour long race. I'm here with one of the drivers of the overall winners, the number 1, Rob Baker. Rob, you and Carl have managed to get this car home. Didn't quite get his fastest lap from last year, but still a valiant effort.
Yeah, it was good to be back in the car in a UK circuit. My first time back this year was at Spa in that car, even though I've raced it 2 previous years. And yeah, did quite a long time, or it felt like a long time. Yeah, car was brilliant. Team did a great job with the stops, and happy to bring home the win for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, talk us through it, because it was quite a fractured race, quite a few safety cars as well. Keeping cool under pressure, was that an issue?
No, we were fine with that, but it was very hard to work out because of obviously double pit stops this time rather than just a single pit stop. So we knew when we had done ours where we were, but we didn't know whether other people had took 2 or 1, because obviously we were focusing ourselves to start with. So it was only really the last sort of 30 minutes we kind of knew the gap. And yeah, from there managed to do a few fastest laps, I think, and then kind of cruised to the end.
Yeah, perfect. And yeah, all a good recipe for the day then?
Yeah, really good recipe. Yeah, I was yeah, extremely pleased, and it was a bit warm, but not as hot as last year. Last year was ridiculous. So yeah, really pleased for the team. Sponsors YGHP who get us here, and yeah, on to Silverstone.
On to Silverstone, and we'll see you there. Rob, congratulations on the class victory, and go and celebrate with your team.
Thank you. Cheers.
And let's have a look at our Class B or Class C, depending on who we come across first. I think we can come across Class B first, because that is going to be Chris Freeman. Let's see if we can just jump in and have a chat with him. Chris Freeman, winner of Class B. Chris, talk to us about that race. 3 hours on your own. That's quite a feat.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, really enjoyed it. I'm from a karting background, so I'm used to endurance racing. So no, no problems at all. It was good, and I just had a real good old scrap then with, you know, the Porsche at the end. It was just crazy. It was an eventful race.
Talk about eventful, especially in that last sort of half an hour. The class lead B changed lap after lap.
Yeah. He's got so much pace in the straight line. Round the corners, I've probably got a bit more grip, a bit more pace, and can catch him up. Then down the straights, he'd overtake me. Then I'd get him back. Then the safety car spoilt it really, because it would have been a real good old scrap till the end. That was a shame really, but no, really good.
It's a shame, but it's a win for you. How does that feel?
Yeah, brilliant. It's the first win I've actually got properly on track without somebody breaking down and all that lot. So the car was reliable. Airy Motorsport prepped the car. Absolutely brilliant.
Well, Chris, congratulations. Go and celebrate with your team on that class victory.
Will do. Thanks a lot.
And let's have a look at our Class C. I believe I saw Joel Oswick around here somewhere, but oh, Joel, there he is. There he is. Joel, congratulations. Class C winner. How do you feel?
Good. It was a good race. The first stint we did pretty well. Made up some time. So then Dan jumped in the car, did a really good job, and I just had to bring it home.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got your team behind you here as well. How important have they been today?
Oh, they've been brilliant. All of them, Jay, Jack, Lee, Fabian, my parents, everyone has been brilliant.
And all those safety cars, quite a fractured race in the end. How did that change up strategy?
Not too bad, to be honest. We just pitted when the safety car was, so we didn't lose too much time. But overall, yeah, it didn't really affect us too much.
Good stuff. And I'm guessing we'll see you at some point at Silverstone, maybe.
Of course, yeah.
Here?
Yeah. Hopefully.
Well, let's find out. We'll have to put a pin on that one. But Joel, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Congratulations on your class victory.
Thank you very much.
And with that, then that wraps up proceedings for today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage today, and we have got more racing action for you next week at Donington Park as part of the BMW Car Club 50th anniversary. Hopefully you can join us from then. From us here at Trackside, we just want to say a big thank you to the marshals, to the recovery crews, the medics, the scrutineers, all the officials here today. Without them, we simply cannot go racing, so a huge thank you to them all. And a huge thank you to you for watching as well. We'll see you again next time. Until then, take care of yourself, and we'll see you soon.